Chapter 1. Rui Qing. Rui Family Village is nestled upon the Luos Hills, with majestic mountains rising behind it, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Among these mountains lies the renowned town of Luoxian, famous for its cultivation practices. Almost every household in Rui Family Village, young and old alike, is well-versed in the affairs of immortality cultivation and takes great pride in the prospect of pursuing it. In the village, families that discover their children possess the aptitude for cultivation will spare no effort in sending them to cultivation sects or esteemed families. Even those without such talents encourage their children to learn body tempering techniques from a young age, resulting in a village that deeply venerates strength. However, a pair of Orphan's mother and her child seem to be at odds with this prevailing ethos. Young Rui Qing and her ailing mother, Rui Qing, depend on one another in their dilapidated thatched cottage. After a gust of wind swept through, Rui Qing noticed several new holes had appeared in their roof, leaving her to wonder if there would be time to mend them before the next downpour. "Qinger, have you changed the silkworm's mulberry leaves?" came her mother's voice from behind. "I just did, Mother," Rui Qing replied, turning around and running joyfully to her mother. "Mother, have you finished making your clothes?" Rui Qing looked at her mother, whose eyes were bloodshot, with a hint of concern. "I just completed them and was thinking of preparing a delicious meal for you tonight." Jingru lovingly patted her daughter's head. "That's wonderful. I love the dumplings you make, Mother," Rui Qing exclaimed, shaking her mother's hand with excitement. "Then we'll have dumplings for dinner, you little glutton," Jingru said with a smile as she turned to enter the kitchen. Jingru, renowned in the village for her sewing skills, and her daughter primarily made a living by raising silkworms and processing silk. In their spare time, Jingru would sew clothes and embroider for the villagers to supplement their meager income, just enough to keep them fed. As Rui Qing watched her mother walk away, she couldn't help but think of her father, whom she had never met. According to the neighboring elder, Chun Alma, her father's name was Rui Qing, a skilled hunter in the village who was deeply in love with her mother, Rui Qing. Their lives, though simple, were harmonious, known among the neighbors for their loving relationship. However, Daguay mysteriously vanished when Jingru was over 7 months pregnant. Most villagers believed he had fallen prey to a wild beast in the mountains, leaving Jingru and her child to survive on their scant savings. At the dinner table, Rui Qing joyfully savored her dumplings while chatting with Jingru, creating a serene atmosphere of domestic bliss. "Mother, I heard from the girl next door, Dia, that they're going to Luoxian Town in 3 days with others from the village to check their cultivation aptitude. May I go?" Rui Qing looked at her mother with hopeful eyes. "Yes, but I must stay home to care for the silkworms and cannot accompany you." "I'm somewhat uneasy about you going alone," Jingru replied. Rui Qing was taken aback by her mother's consent, having held little hope for such an outcome, given their financial constraints. With a bright smile, she said, "Do not worry, Mother. Uncle Tian, the Yas father, will be going with us. They will take good care of me, and I will be cautious." Seeing the excitement flush her daughter's cheeks, Jingru was reminded of her own youthful aspirations for cultivation, longing to embark on the path of immortality and reach the shores of eternal life. She cautioned Rui Qing, "I understand. I will be frugal with money, you need not worry." Rui Qing dreamed of how possessing the aptitude for cultivation could transform their living conditions, alleviating her mother's burdens and allowing them a more comfortable life. Chapter 2. Testing the spiritual roots. 3 days swiftly passed, and Rui Qing rose early to meticulously wash and prepare herself. After tidying her belongings, she accompanied her mother, Jingru, to the village's gathering spot. 4 horse-drawn carriages were already stationed at the intersection leading from Rui Family Village to Luoxian Town, awaiting their arrival. To Rui Qing's surprise, she was the first to arrive, feeling a twinge of guilt. She cast a glance at her mother. Observing her daughter's expression, Jingru reassured her, "There is no need to worry. Arriving early has its advantages. It gives me the opportunity to convey some important matters to you. Stick closely to Uncle Tian and Dia, and make sure not to lose sight of them. Moreover, be careful not to offend those esteemed immortals." Rui Qing felt considerably more at ease, looking at her mother. She assured her, "I understand. Mother, you've already reminded me several times yesterday. Jingru, well aware of her daughter's intelligence and maturity since childhood, felt a mix of concern and longing, especially since it was Rui Qing's first journey away from home without her. If only her husband, De Gui, were here. Reflecting on her husband's uncertain fate, she added a few more instructions. Rui Qing, recognizing her mother's rare earnestness, nodded solemnly. Qing, how wonderful it is that we can go to Luoxian Town together. We could embark on this journey together. Indeed, I've heard that the immortal masters possess boundless powers, soaring freely through the skies, that I wish to be like them. Qing. Then we could travel the world together. Dia replied eagerly. Yes, surely we will encounter the immortal masters this time, right? I can't wait. As their innocent chatter filled the air, time slipped away unnoticed. After more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at Luoxian Town. Family members, kindly stand to the side and wait, and refrain from making noise. Instantly, the previously scattered children formed an orderly line. This time, 17 children from Ruijia Family Village were participating in the test. The first boy stepped forward and placed his hand upon the spirit testing plate as instructed, but the disc remained unresponsive. The boy's parents, wearing expressions of despair, led their nearly tearful child aside. Ji Wang, brimming with excitement, trembled slightly and promptly sent a sound transmission to the family, grinning as he called for Dia to stand apart. The villagers and children who had come together were all captivated by the dazzling display. Rui Qing genuinely felt happiness for Dia, though her own heart was heavy as she approached Ji Wang and placed her hand upon the spirit testing plate. But a minute passed, yet the disc remained inert. Resigned, Rui Qing made her way to the group of children without spirit roots to await her fate. Soon, all the remaining children had completed their tests, and astonishingly, aside from Dia, none possessed spirit roots. Then walked directly to Rui Qing, taking her hand and saying, with tears in her eyes, Rui Qing. Chapter 4. The return of the father. Jingru could naturally discern her daughter's sorrow, yet such matters could only be resolved through her own understanding. The dustpan slipped from her hands, sending mulberry leaves scattering across the ground. Rui Qing, drawn by the noise, emerged to find her mother standing in a daze, and following her mother's gaze, she beheld a striking man standing at the entrance. Ruijia Village, whom she had never met before, gazing at her father, who was so close yet felt so distant. Rui Qing found herself somewhat at a loss. Ruijia Village's eyes were fixed on his daughter, and unable to resist, he called out, Qing'er, come here and let your father have a good look at you. Finally, comprehending her husband's words, Jingru reacted, her cheeks flushed. She turned around and gently said, Qing'er is awake too. Come and meet your father. Rui Qing approached her father, looked up, and called out, Father. Ruijia Village knelt down, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair, and asked, Qing'er has grown so big. Do you miss your father? Let us talk inside. But first, Qing'er, go wash your face. After the family entered the house, Ruijia Village observed that the familiar home seemed even more dilapidated than it had 7 years ago, reflecting on the hardships his wife endured while caring for their daughter in his absence. He felt a pang of guilt and said, Ruer, I am sorry for the hardships you've faced during my absence. From now on, I will take good care of both you and our daughter. However, a voice echoed in his ears. Do not depart, fated one. I am the Thunder Tao Lord. You have triggered my barrier, and you are destined to be my disciple. Startled, Ruijia believed he was haunted by a ghost and dared not speak. I have a wife and daughter waiting for me at home. I kindly request you to allow me to depart. The Thunder Tao Lord, understanding Ruijia's thoughts and realizing he was mistaken for a vengeful spirit, sighed and said, I am not a ghost and will not harm you. You are the only person in a millennium who has touched my barrier and lived, which indicates you possess a thunder spirit root. Moreover, yours is a latent thunder root. Only a cultivator in the transformation stage, using their spiritual energy to probe your body, could perceive your spiritual roots. It is fortunate you encountered me. Otherwise, you might have lived your life as a mere mortal. He cautiously inquired, How can I ascertain the veracity of your words, Senior? How can it be proven that I indeed possess a latent thunder spiritual root? Thunder Daojun acknowledged that this matter was indeed hard to believe and replied, I shall provide you with a few mantras. If you successfully draw energy into your body, it will demonstrate that I have not deceived you, and you must take me as your master. He stated, Very well, I will follow your guidance. Senior, if I am unable to draw energy into my body, I request that you lift the restrictions and allow me to depart. Chapter 6. cultivation after they had made their agreement. Rui Dague pressed a certain mechanism beside the tombstone as instructed by Thunder Daojun, entering a blessed land cave and commencing his cultivation journey. However, no matter how diligently he tried, he could not break the restrictions to leave the cave. Rui Dague, feeling hungry, dared only to consume the spiritual fruits permitted by Thunder Daojun, for it was said that consuming the wrong ones or overeating could lead to explosive demise. After diligently practicing the mantras provided by Thunder Daojun, Rui Dague, upon acquiring these jade slips, felt as though they were tailor-made for him, and he was profoundly grateful for the thoughtful intentions of his master. Thunder Daojun at it is worth noting that although Rui Dague ascended to the foundation establishment stage in a mere 7 years, he remained a novice in the realm of cultivation, utterly oblivious to the various foundational knowledge of the spiritual world. Fortunately, his master had guided him along the way, imparting invaluable insights, which ultimately facilitated his progress to the foundation establishment stage. Now, Rui Dague finally comprehended the depth of his master's dedication. It turned out that Thunder Daojun had long since passed away, and the guidance he received was merely a fragment of his master's remaining consciousness. You must engage in diligent cultivation. The books and items in the library will be accessible to you once you reach the appropriate level. I am on the verge of vanishing from this realm. Upon reaching the first floor of the library, channel the purple gold divine thunder technique, and you will receive a heart-shaped jade pendant. Use your blood essence to refine it, and this cave will belong to you. Should you unfortunately meet your demise, only those who share your bloodline may refine the pendant and gain entry. Others will remain oblivious to this place. Go now, and know that the books chronicling my life's journey are located at the pinnacle of the library. Once you attain the requisite cultivation level, you will understand. Until you reach the transformation stage, do not utter my name to anyone. Mark my words, Rui Dague solemnly vowed. I shall heed my master's teachings. Choosing instead to stand by the door throughout the night until his wife, Jingru, opened the door and discovered him. Chapter 7. Daily interactions between father and daughter. Considering the extraordinary experiences he had endured, and not to mention the rarity of his latent thunder spiritual root, Rui Dague sensed that his master, Thunder Daojun, harbored unspoken burdens as well. Thus, he could only briefly inform his wife, Jingru, that he had fortuitously found a renowned mentor and had spent the past years earnestly studying body refinement techniques on the mountain. Felt a surge of joy. It is essential to recognize that while the cosmic realm predominantly emphasizes spiritual cultivation, body refinement also enjoys popularity. Its lower entry requirements allow mortals to practice it. However, the techniques for body refinement are scarce, and the cultivation process is lengthy and arduous, often necessitating rare spiritual herbs for assistance, resulting in fewer powerful body refiners. Consequently, Jingru did not dwell on these matters. With ample time on his hands, he was perfectly positioned to gain experience in the mundane world and to delve into the jade slips he had received from his master, the Thunder Taoist. Known to all as Mr. Su. Once the class break commenced, a group of young children turned their attention to the new girl, and Rui Qing gracefully stood up to introduce herself. Hello everyone. My name is Rui Qing, and I have just turned 7. I look forward to your guidance. As soon as she finished speaking, the 20-some children erupted into animated chatter. So, you are the Rui Qing who lives in that dilapidated straw hut at the foot of Luoxian Mountain. My father says your father seems to have taken a powerful master as his teacher in the mountains, and now he is quite formidable. When will you teach me a few tricks? Wow, you look quite adorable. From now on, you'll stick with me. With me around, who would dare bully you? Hey, can you read? Can you write your own name? The children buzzed with conversation, leaving Rui Qing unable to interject. Who, therefore, did not intentionally make things difficult for Rui Qing. Thus, her little life unfolded in a delightful manner. The formidable prowess of her father brought great joy to Rui Qing, who gazed upon her mother's increasingly rosy cheeks with admiration for her father. Rising early in the morning, she observed her father practicing martial arts in the courtyard and inquired, "Father, may I join you in cultivating my physique?" Rui Dague looked at his daughter with a hint of surprise. Practicing is arduous. It requires early mornings and late nights, as well as the preparation of medicinal baths. Can you endure it? Rui Qing appeared to anticipate her father's response. That I can endure it. I wish to become as formidable as you. Have you not imparted any real abilities to me, father? Rui replied sternly. Nonsense. The past year was devoted to laying a solid foundation. Only with a strong base can one delve into more advanced techniques. I shall teach you a few incantations. Remember them well." Upon hearing that her father was about to impart a method, Rui Qing's excitement surged, and she nodded eagerly. "Please speak." "Father, I shall remember them diligently." The technique Rui transmitted was the first layer of the purple gold divine thunder technique. Only after Rui Qing could recite and write it flawlessly did he meticulously explain the principles and experiences related to the method. Before concluding, he instructed, "Qinger, you must never disclose this technique to anyone, so you need not worry. However, if this technique were to be leaked, it could bring catastrophic consequences upon us. Do you understand?" This was the first time Rui Qing had witnessed such gravity in her father's demeanor. "I believe you may have inherited my latent lightning spirit root. This matter is intricate, and I shall gradually elucidate it for you. For now, focus solely on diligently practicing the incantations I have imparted to you. Before you begin this cultivation method, I must establish a barrier around you to prevent others from prying and affecting your progress. Furthermore, continue your physical training as usual, and to outsiders, you may only claim to be practicing physical refinement. She will naturally be supportive." Thus, each day, Rui Qing practiced physical refinement at the hour of Qin and practiced the purple gold divine thunder technique at the hour of Su, while the remaining time was dedicated to her studies and rest. As the first purple light point entered her body, an influx of countless purple light points surged into her meridians. After completing a full cycle of circulation, Rui Qing felt a sharp pain throughout her body as she broke through a certain barrier. Moreover, they lacked the currency of the cultivation world, the spirit stones. It was time to seek a stable location rich in spiritual energy to study the sword path and the 5 arts. The physical cultivation technique, Pranjana Lili Sutra, had also progressed from the first layer of steel-like bones to the second layer of true qi after countless immersions in spiritual herbs. The Rui family resided in a quaint square courtyard at the eastern edge of Luoxian Town, where 5 of the most common spiritual fruit trees bloomed with white flowers, enhancing the courtyard's charm. Beneath the fruit trees stood a round stone table, surrounded by 5 stone stools. The house was fully equipped with a living room, kitchen, and bedrooms, even featuring 2 spare rooms suitable for training. The spacious backyard was more than twice the size of the front yard, and the plaque at the entrance was replaced with Rui residence. Inside, the diligent mother, Jingru, had arranged everything meticulously, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. It is said that purchasing this small courtyard cost the family half of their savings, which caused Jingru considerable heartache. Were it not for the persuasion of her husband, Rui Qing, she would have truly found it difficult to part with such an amount. Thus, the family managed to settle in Luoxian Town, where Rui Qing patrols the market for 4 hours each day and enjoys 2 days of rest each week, affording him some leisure time. Over the course of 6 months, he gathered preliminary insights into the cultivation world. Nearby cultivators often frequent this place to purchase elixirs and magical artifacts, making it quite prosperous. The Luoxian mountain range is vast, divided into outer and inner regions. The outer area possesses sparse spiritual energy. He has yet to practice the 9 heavens divine thunder sword art. He once heard his master, Thunderlord, mention that this sword technique complements his main cultivation method, the purple gold divine thunder technique, and that mastering it could even allow him to challenge those of higher ranks, rendering him nearly invincible among cultivators of the same level. Naturally, Rui Qing would not refuse the opportunity to cultivate this sword art, for according to Thunderlord, he was the foremost sword cultivator a millennium ago. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, he too will embark upon the path of sword cultivation, after spending half a year's worth of accumulated spirit stones. While Rui Qing sells the first-tier talisman she crafts at a stall during her leisure time, allowing her to broaden her horizons. Occasionally, her mother Jingru accompanies her, and they tell others that the talismans are made by her father. However, the potential elimination of future threats made it worthwhile. It was time to draw out the pursuer trailing behind him. Rui Qing called out, "Fellow cultivator following me, come forth and show yourself." In truth, leading to an unblemished record in his life of robbery. His sights were now set on Rui Qing, who had just exited the Duobao Pavilion, for it was well known that those who frequented the pavilion were often affluent. "Impudent fool, how dare a mere foundation establishment child attempt to rob me? A true practitioner. Do you wish for death?" Wu Zhongyi was also drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that his opponent had concealed their cultivation? Thus, emboldened, he soared to confront Rui Qing, brandishing his sword provocatively towards his face. Rui Qing, realizing that the bandit had entered the formation, swiftly dodged the sword strike and swiftly formed the array, activating the Fushi Bagua array to ensnare Wu Zhongyi. Aware of the dire situation, Wu Zhongyi, possessing some knowledge of formations, immediately launched a fierce assault on the array's core with his sword, causing a flurry of dust and debris, shaking the formation to its very foundation. Rui Qing understood that this array could not contain Wu Zhongyi for long. Thus he revealed his cards, unleashing several high-grade explosive talismans that surrounded Wu Zhongyi. Rui Qing retreated hastily, and in an instant, a thunderous cacophony erupted. Chapter 13. Market expansion. Upon Rui Qing's emergence from seclusion a month later, he learned that his fierce battle with Wu Zhongyi had been mistakenly perceived as a confrontation between Golden Core experts. Fortunately, he had employed a disguise at the time. Otherwise, he would have faced endless troubles. The acquisition of a suitable spiritual sword has also been placed on the agenda. Fortunately, after this point, there were no further encounters with similar large-scale battles during the talisman selling process. As a result, the number of visiting cultivators in Luoxian Town has more than doubled due to the frequent availability of second-tier high-grade talismans, leading to bustling activity and a continuous flow of people. Now, even the collateral branches of the Ji family are aware of the emergence of skilled talisman makers near Luoxian Town. The influx of cultivators entering the market has been on the rise, and the shops within the market are also subject to taxation based on their scale and income. To maintain the stable prosperity of Luoxian Town's market and to continue generating more spiritual stones for the family. Consequently, Luoxian Town now boasts 2 Golden Core experts to uphold order, leading to a more organized market. The market has expanded its scale by another 10 kilometers, with the periphery being extravagantly fortified by high walls constructed from diamond. And the training grounds have increased in size by more than threefold. Rui Qing has equipped the entire courtyard with an upgraded version of the 8 trigrams and 2 instruments formation. The spiritual herb garden is now outfitted with a mid-level gathering formation, and even the training grounds have been fortified with defensive arrays. The herb garden at the Rui residence cultivates spiritual herbs commonly used by the family for body refinement. Moreover, within the comprehensive compendium of talismans bestowed by the Thunder Sovereign, the complete process of talisman crafting is meticulously detailed, including the intricate procedure of producing talisman paper. Rui Qing is eager to discern the unique characteristics of talismans created through such a method. The cultivation and care of various spiritual herbs, including D grass, have been entrusted to Rui Qing. After thoroughly familiarizing herself with her father Rui Qing's encyclopedia of spiritual plants in the universe, she resolves not to lag behind. Furthermore, since her husband's return, he remains exceptionally handsome, attracting the attention of numerous young women who perceive themselves as youthful and beautiful. Jingru has become acutely aware of the potential threat this poses, subsequently meditating to employ the metal element technique to eliminate pests from the plants. After a month of such endeavors, Rui Qing feels her meridians have significantly broadened, and the reservoir of spiritual energy in her dantian has increased considerably. In addition to her responsibilities in nurturing the spiritual flora, she frequently delves into the study of fundamental talismans and formations, having inherited her father's talent in this domain in her spare time. She engages in friendly sparring with her parents, often facing defeat only to rise again. Honing her combat skills to a commendable level, she is capable of defeating ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivators without employing spiritual energy. Store counters overflow with elixirs, talismans, formation plates, and magical artifacts, while makeshift stalls line the streets. Local cultivators plan to capitalize on the auction to accumulate spiritual stones for purchasing elixirs and artifacts. Even Rui Qing and her mother have leveraged their connections to secure a prime location for their own stall to sell talismans. Tickets for the auction have long since sold out, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire one from outside sources. Fortunately, Rui Qing, a frequent vendor at Duobao Pavilion, has attained the status of a distinguished guest and received a coveted Earth-level ticket prior to the announcement of the auction date, allowing him private accommodations to participate in the bidding without the fear of revealing his secrets. The seating arrangement for the auction at Duobao Pavilion is categorized according to the levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The heaven-tier rooms offer the most splendid and unobstructed views of the auction, featuring luxurious private accommodations. The earth-tier rooms follow closely, also providing independent quarters, while the Xian and Huang tier seats lack private rooms. Utilizing talisman paper made from his homegrown D grass, he has astonishingly discovered the ability to create exceptional second-tier talismans, an extraordinary advancement, as such talismans are scarcely seen in the market. The exceptional second-tier explosive talisman possesses the capacity to severely injure early-stage golden core masters. With superior protective talismans at his disposal, Rui Qing decided to auction the high-grade explosive talisman at this event, which became one of the highlights of the auction. When Rui Qing presented the high-grade explosive talisman to manager Lu of Duobao Pavilion. On the eve of the auction, Rui Qing's self-made talismans had all been sold out, compelling her to toil through the night to produce more. With her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Rui Qing was capable of crafting first-tier high-grade talismans, including ice arrow talismans, flight talismans, diamond talismans, explosive talismans, and invisibility talismans. The talismans Rui Qing crafted overnight were completely sold out within 3 hours of being displayed at her stall. She retained over 5,000 for herself, thus enjoying the status of a minor wealthy woman. Indeed, possessing a specialized skill ensured a steady flow of spiritual stones as the time for the auction at Duobao Pavilion approached. Her upper body showcased a captivating fullness, with skin as smooth as jade. Her hair was styled in an elegant high butterfly bun, adorned with a green hairpin and embellished with sparkling pearls and jewels that shimmered radiantly. And I shall preside over this auction. I warmly welcome each of you to participate in our treasured event at the Duobao Pavilion, and I sincerely hope that all of you depart with satisfaction. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a black cloth fell away to reveal a jade vial upon the elevated platform. In a soft voice, she announced, 550 mid-grade spirit stones. Behold this exquisite dress made of fish-scale silk, a superior defensive garment capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a perfected golden core expert. The starting price is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As the auction neared its conclusion, the atmosphere was electric for the final item, which was the piece d'arrestance of the event. Jingyi, brimming with excitement, declared, "Esteemed friends, this is the last item for auction, the Lingxi Mother-Child Sword. While the smaller one is the Child Sword, the users of these swords can locate each other's exact positions within 10,000 miles, hence the name Lingxi Mother-Child Sword. The starting bid is 1,000 superior spirit stones. I can forego the Lingxi Mother-Child Sword, but I require 5 second-tier premium explosion talismans. Otherwise, all negotiations are off," she replied. Overjoyed, Rui Qing immediately transmitted, "Deal." During their bidding, the outside had already reached a staggering 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. It remained uncertain whether the female cultivator was acting with intent, as she consistently raised the bid by 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each time, nearly driving Rui Qing to the brink of flipping the table in frustration, leading him to surmise that she was in dire need of a substantial quantity of highly destructive talismans. When it came time to settle the payment, an awkward situation arose. Rui Qing found himself lacking sufficient spirit stones, saying, "Friend, you truly lack generosity, having high-grade talismans, yet you are reluctant to part with them for auction. Were it not for the auction of the Lingxi Mother and Son Sword, I might never have known you could craft such exquisite talismans." Rui Qing promptly agreed, and after exhausting all his spirit stones and high-grade talismans, he successfully acquired the coveted sword. Chapter 18. The first encounter with the Heavenly Tao sect. Meanwhile, Rui Qing, perhaps lacking fortune, wandered around Luoxian Town for nearly an entire day. Aside from purchasing a lovely smoke gauze skirt for herself and her mother, Jingru, she failed to unearth a single treasure, which left her quite disheartened. Rui Qing, lacking even the fundamentals of swordplay, aptly embodied the ancient adage, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall search high and low." Rui Qing, alarmed by his daughter's rapid advancement, worried about potential hidden dangers. Thus, he arranged for her to spend her remaining time, aside from daily meditation and sword practice, working at the largest tavern in Luoxian Town, the Xianlai Guest House, where she learned the hardships and challenges faced by those at the lowest rungs of the cultivation world. In just a few months, Rui Qing acquired the art of jesting, mastered the skill of leveraging small efforts for significant gains, and learned to navigate life's complexities gracefully. One fine morning, Rui Qing arrived early at the Xianlai Guest House's hall. Furthermore, it was the only sect that had seen body refinement practitioners ascend to the immortal realm, possessing a complete lineage of body refinement teachings, making it a holy land in the eyes of body refiners across the universe. Countless body refinement practitioners yearned to breach the iron gates of the Tiandao sect, and the competition for disciples during the decadal examination was particularly fierce among body refiners, with odds akin to 1 in 10,000. Chapter 19. Preparations for departure. Rui Qing naturally endorsed his daughter's aspirations, as his initial choice to settle in Luoxian Town had merely been to gain a preliminary understanding of the cultivation world, amass some spirit stones, and raise his daughter. Having achieved his initial goals, and with his daughter's exceptional aptitude exceeding his wildest expectations, it was time for her to venture into broader horizons. Jingru, however, felt a twinge of reluctance. Augmenting her prowess in battle. On the eve of their departure from Luoxian Town, the Rui family indulged in a hearty feast at Zion Lake. Rui Qing and her mother, yet to enter the realm of fasting, procured an array of spiritual vegetables, and steamed spiritual rice and buns made from spiritual flour were indispensable. Rui Qing, on the other hand, purchased several bottles of spiritual wine to alleviate the monotony of their journey, accommodating 4 to 5 cultivators comfortably. While even those of the physical cultivation could pilot it, Rui Qing had expended over 800 top-grade spirit stones at the Daobao Pavilion auction to procure this treasure. After half a month of continuous travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Upon reaching the bustling mortal city of Ledu, they discreetly stowed away the Feiyu at a concealed location, donned disguises, and set out to find an inn for rest. By day, Ledu appeared vibrant and thriving, yet as dusk fell, a pervasive desolation enveloped the city. Households secured their windows and doors, and even the inns ceased operations, forbidding patrons from venturing out after nightfall. Inquiring with a young innkeeper, Rui Qing learned the unsettling reason. For the past 3 years, malevolent creatures had emerged at night, causing those who lingered outside to vanish mysteriously. Occasionally, the streets bore witness to gruesome corpses, and even the authorities remained tight-lipped, unwilling to investigate the matter. Realizing they could not ignore the threat posed by these fiends, Rui Qing resolved to eradicate the peril as a cultivator, hopeful for the rewards that might accompany such a deed. After ensuring that Rui Qing and her daughter were well rested and protected by a defensive array, he quietly donned a top-grade invisibility talisman and ventured into the streets. Indeed, something felt amiss. A fierce wind swept through. Stealthily, he trailed behind them, discerning that they were practitioners of dark arts. Intent on capturing mortals, he observed these 2 malevolent cultivators escorting 2 unsuspecting individuals. He followed them discreetly to a dilapidated cave 200 miles outside the city. And the further he ventured inside, the more pungent the odor became. He had no choice but to close off his sense of smell to regain a semblance of comfort. Once he passed through a layer of barriers within the cave, and it was nearing maturity. It became clear that these 2 dark cultivators had been abducting mortals in Ledu to nourish this blood lotus, which was one of the few spiritual herbs capable of restoring and enhancing a cultivator's divine sense. However, the cultivation of blood lotuses was strictly forbidden due to their need for copious amounts of blood, and their rarity made them nearly impossible to find in the universe. Rui Qing was elated to have stumbled upon a nearly mature blood lotus today. A single flame talisman sufficed to resolve the matter. Just as Rui Qing tossed the unconscious 4 individuals onto his flying artifact and prepared to steer it away, the green spirit serpent revealed itself. Its speed so swift that he had no time to apply a talisman. By the time he comprehended the situation, a master-servant contract had already formed, leaving Rui Qing with an inexplicably acquired spirit beast. At this moment, he found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that the clever green spirit serpent had opted to submit rather than engage in combat. Upon returning to the inn, Rui Qing discovered that Jingru and her daughter had yet to rest. Eagerly awaiting his return, he briefly recounted the events that transpired, and upon seeing him return safely, both women breathed a sigh of relief. Rui Qing, intrigued by her father's unexpected acquisition of a spirit beast at no cost, gazed at the green bracelet on his wrist for quite some time before reaching out to touch it. Yet, no matter how much she prodded, the green spirit serpent remained dormant, prompting her to abandon her efforts while she lamented her father's good fortune. For 3 consecutive days, no further appearances of the malevolent cultivators disrupted the city, allowing Rui Qing to relax somewhat. However, the chaos wrought by the malevolent cultivators over the past 3 years had left the populace in disarray. Yesterday, the city was graced by spiritual rain, and I came to investigate. It seems, by your direction, that you 2 are headed towards Tiandao sect. Observing that the boy, despite possessing 3 spiritual roots, had already reached the 10th level of qi cultivation at such a tender age. Why did you ignore him and leave? This youth raises concerns. Despite his average aptitude, he has reached the 10th level of qi cultivation at such a young age. Moreover, he managed to track us down simply from my single use of spiritual rain. Rui Qing recognized her father's thoughtful considerations and fell silent, focusing on meditating to replenish her spiritual energy. In truth, Rui's greater concern was that the boy appeared to be following him intentionally. The recently acquired blood lotus had drawn Tongfan's attention, leading Rui to question his motives. If not for his insufficient cultivation, he might have directly attempted to seize it. The soul is the most fragile aspect of a cultivator. Once injured, it is exceedingly difficult to recover naturally. In the vast universe, elixirs capable of nurturing and repairing the spirit are exceedingly rare, with the blood lotus being among the most scarce. The significance of the blood lotus is evident, as cultivators would fight tooth and nail for its possession. Naturally, Rui intended to reserve the blood lotus for his family's use, perhaps even to save their lives in a critical moment. Tongfan continued to follow them leisurely, albeit from a greater distance to remain undetected. He communicated with the soul of transformation concealed within his hairpin, saying, "Elder Zhou, can you discern if any of that family concealed their cultivation?" With a hint of surprise, Elder Zhou replied, "In this world, there is no shortage of wonders. It is possible that among the three, one possesses an innate, formidable spiritual awareness, or perhaps you inadvertently leaked your aura. Each of them is comparable to a perfected qi cultivator, not to mention their formidable physical prowess. You are not their match. We can only act according to circumstances." Tongfan, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, "They truly possess remarkable fortune." Moreover, with Master Zhou's potent spiritual prowess, there was no worry of losing their trail. Speaking of Tongfan, his own fortune was nothing short of miraculous. He hailed from a destitute family in a small village near Luoxian. Tongfan discovered he possessed the three spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth, and it was through Zhou's mentorship that he embarked on the path of immortality, becoming a wandering cultivator. From the outset of his training, he had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. The relationship between Tongfan and Master Zhou was one of mutual benefit. Zhou imparted techniques and guidance to Tongfan, aiding him in locating treasures. Initially, Tongfan's cultivation was insufficient to contend with the two malevolent cultivators guarding it, and the blood lotus had yet to mature, requiring the sustenance of blood. Thus, the gruesome task of slaughtering mortals to nourish the blood lotus was left to those two nefarious beings. Otherwise, they might have unwittingly revealed their greatest secret. The transformation stage cultivator could easily discern the concealed lightning spiritual roots possessed by Rui and his daughter with a mere probe of spiritual energy, saying, "We must be weary. Let us find a place to rest properly, that we shall not travel further tonight. How delightful it is to finally rest for the night. I have been ravenous for quite some time, and now I can finally indulge in a meal. My dear mother, are you not hungry as well?" Having spent a considerable duration in the mundane realm, the Rui family has developed a taste for savory delights and has scarcely touched the bland fasting pills, referred to as mama, guided them to their rooms. After Rui Qing selected a room adjacent to her parents, she entered their chamber. Once Rui had set up a formation for isolation and defense. Generally, a basic Qingquan bag can hold 100 cubic meters, while an intermediate one can accommodate 1,000 cubic meters, and a high-grade bag boasts a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. By fortunate happenstance, Rui had acquired a high-grade Qingquan bag, while Jingru and her daughter each possessed an intermediate BAG for storage rings and bracelets of even higher quality. The Rui family had never encountered such items in Luoxian Town. Chapter 25. Ning Jiajun. Unbeknownst to the Rui family, who were blissfully enjoying their meal, they had already caught the attention of others. As they departed the lobby, the innkeeper swiftly summoned his young master. Thus, he promptly contacted Ning Jiajun. When the innkeeper met Ning Jiajun, he eagerly remarked, "Young master, we have a significant catch this time. This family of three consists entirely of body cultivators. Their hurried demeanor suggests they are headed to Tian Dao sect to seek a master. Are any of them stronger than I? The pressure emanating from the three is comparable to yours, suggesting their strength is quite similar," the innkeeper replied. This revelation surprised Ning Jiajun, as he had not anticipated encountering such promising prey in this remote location. With a hint of excitement, he instructed, "Prepare accordingly. As for the narcotics, I shall provide you with a separate, ample portion." Following his orders, the innkeeper meticulously devised a plan, intending for the maid, Rui Qing, to administer the narcotics at midnight. With both Ning Jiajun and his father having advanced in cultivation and significantly increased in strength, the Ning family and had expanded considerably, gaining a modest reputation even in Lingtian City. Simultaneously, their predatory exploits grew increasingly audacious, with only the strongest individuals and prominent families or sect members daring to provoke them, while they faced solitary individuals with unabashed confidence. Chapter 26. The Robbery of the Black Inn at the Stroke of Midnight. Terrified, they promptly summoned the innkeeper. Upon his arrival, the innkeeper Wahi spoke up, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. The establishment will close its doors to guests tomorrow. No one is to be allowed entry." Estimating the time until their revival, Ning Jiejun prepared to deploy a sleep-inducing fragrance while extracting the jade slips to meticulously study the formations, hoping to identify the formation's core to dismantle it. Simultaneously, Ning Jiejun identified several potential cores of the formation and, after administering the sleep-inducing fragrance once more, the father and son joined forces to assault the formation. Upon striking the fifth location, the core was shattered. He could hardly believe that a small town like Ning'an concealed such formidable talents, capable of effortlessly subduing a foundation-building cultivator and dismantling his carefully arranged 2 8 trigrams formation. At merely 14 years of age, this was her first experience of being drugged and robbed, leaving her somewhat flustered. However, upon observing her father's and mother's composed expressions, her anxious heart gradually settled. Rui Qing observed the transformation of his daughter's expression from panic to tranquility within a mere quarter of an hour. However, Jingru was profoundly fearful that the bandits might harm her daughter, and she comforted her with a hint of worry, saying, "Qing, do not fear. Your mother and father are here with you. We shall remain by your side, and we will find a way to escape. Do not worry, mother. I am not afraid. However, we must devise a plan to flee swiftly." Rui Qing responded. Rui Qing, glancing at his wife and daughter, who were offering each other solace, decided to break his silence, reassuring them, "Rest assured, I shall not allow them to harm you. Qing, take some premium talismans and conceal them on your person. Should anything go awry, protect yourself first." Rui Qing had faith in her father's resourcefulness. "Focus on your own safety. I shall ensure your mother's protection," he replied. Before Rui Qing could articulate her thoughts further, she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Although the intruders were attempting to muffle their movements, it posed no challenge to the keen senses of the Rui family. Rui Qing immediately gestured for her parents to remain silent. Sure enough, moments later, 2 unfamiliar men appeared at the doorway, seemingly a father and son. Both possessing formidable cultivation levels, Rui Qing discerned that the younger man was of a strength comparable to his own, while the middle-aged man's prowess eluded his understanding, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Feigning impatience, Rui Qing demanded, "Who are you? We are strangers to one another, with no grievances or enmity. Why have you imprisoned us? What is your true intention? You are now prisoners. If you know what is good for you, surrender your Qianquan bags without resistance, but we can grant you a swift end. But should you choose to struggle unnecessarily, you will suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, Rui Qing realized that there would be no peaceful resolution. He jested, "Qianquan bags are the possessions of cultivators. We are mere poor body cultivators who cannot afford such luxuries. Besides, did you not already search us? Surely you know whether we possess any." Fortunately, their caution had led them to conceal their Qianquan bags within specially crafted compartments of their garments. "If you doubt my words, send someone to retrieve it and verify the truth for yourselves." On the evening when Rui Qing found himself restless and unable to meditate before sleep, he resorted to carving a formation disc to pass the time. This is indeed a formation disc. Most cultivators cannot afford such a disc, nor do they know how to arrange formations. "If you release us, I will instruct you on how to operate this disc." Ning Jiejun was poised to strike, eager to teach him a lesson. However, before his hand could reach Rui Qing, he was halted by his father, Ning Hao, who could no longer stand aside and interjected. "Junjun, cease your aggression. Do not harm them." Recognizing his father's authority, Ning Jiejun reluctantly withdrew, allowing his father to negotiate, confident in his martial prowess and aware that the 3 individuals were inferior in cultivation. Ning Hao asserted, "I will take the method to control the formation disc from you. In exchange, I shall temporarily spare your lives. However, once you disclose the method, you will have but 3 hours to depart. Your ability to escape will rely on your own luck and skill. What say you?" Rui Qing realized this was the best offer they could hope for, as a deadlock would lead to mutual destruction. An outcome he sought to avoid. While he wished to acquiesce, he feared a potential betrayal. Thus, he boldly proposed, "If you are to take the method and then kill us, we would be powerless to resist," which only fortified his resolve to eradicate the two of them entirely. He thus continued to feign compliance, stating, "Of course, if I were to go back on my word, my family and I would be at your mercy." He promptly summoned the innkeeper, instructing him to assign a clever servant to accompany Rui Qing and his party. Once Rui Qing confirmed the antidote was effective, he, along with his wife and daughter, consumed it. With their vital energies returning to normal, they promptly departed the inn, wary of any potential change of heart from Ning Hao and his son. The attendant arranged by the innkeeper was none other than Rui Qing, the very person who had previously drugged Rui Qing and his companions, which took Rui Qing by surprise. He had anticipated that the assigned individual would be a strong and robust lad. Moreover, Rui Qing would undoubtedly leave clues to facilitate Ning Hao and his son's pursuit. Thus, Rui Qing had discreetly communicated with Rui Qing, instructing her to keep a vigilant eye along the journey. The moment their adversaries arrived, it was likely that he, along with his wife and child, would meet their demise in this desolate place. With Rui Qing keeping a watchful eye on Yang, Rui Qing was relieved of the burden of distraction, allowing him to seek an appropriate location to set up a formation. Fortunately, luck was on his side as he discovered a suitable hollow in the mountains, which, with a little arrangement, could be transformed into an offensive formation. Can and Zhun in this arrangement. Kuan represented the earth, Kan represented water, and Zhun represented thunder, which rendered the formation capable solely of offensive maneuvers, lacking in defensive or illusionary capabilities. The trio managed to exert a tenuous control over the formation. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and as the formation was finally set, Rui Qing promptly instructed Rui Qing to take position at Kan, while Jing Ru stood at Kuan. Moreover, should they face defeat in battle, keeping such secrets would be utterly meaningless. Conversely, should they emerge victorious, given the Ning family's propensity for violence, he would undoubtedly act as an agent of justice to rid the world of these two menaces. This desolate and secluded location was devoid of any human presence, alleviating his concerns about their secret being discovered by a fourth party beyond his wife and daughter. He trusted that his wife would not divulge their secret, barring any coercive magic being used against her. One of the reasons he had initially chosen to conceal the truth from her, as it was all too easy for cultivators to uncover the secrets of body cultivators. Rui Qing utilized her thunder techniques to penetrate the waters at the Kan position, providing auxiliary attacks, while Rui Qing, with his latent thunder spiritual root, found it effortless to manipulate the formation at Zhun. With the amplification of their thunder techniques, the formation's offensive power was exponentially increased. The destructive force unleashed upon activation was astonishing. In an instant, the hollow was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris. Fortunately, the wooded area where they found themselves was sparse, with the ground strewn with rocks of various sizes, leaving almost no trace of the array's activation afterward. Had it been otherwise, this practice might have dissuaded the Ning family from entering the array. Once Rui Qing and his daughter had mastered the formation, they ceased their exertions, settling down to meditate and restore their spiritual energy. Jing Ru, observing her husband and daughter wielding their spells, felt a pang of jealousy. It would take him at least 2.5 hours to arrive if he were to fly like Rui Qing and his daughter, thus granting them a bit more time to recuperate their spiritual energy, which fuels an insatiable desire for power. Rui Qing sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her father and understood that he was undoubtedly angry. Yet, observing his calm demeanor, she began to grasp the harsh reality that in a world dominated by the strong, while body cultivators were left to scavenge the remnants discarded by their spell-casting counterparts. This environment fostered a stark polarization in numbers and cultivation levels between spell and body cultivators, despite the abundance of body cultivators. Conversely, spell cultivators, though fewer in number, enjoyed a wealth of resources and comprehensive techniques, leading to a plethora of high-level practitioners. This vicious cycle inevitably established a chasm between the statuses of spell and body cultivators within the realm. It is likely that Rui Qing had long since been dealt with by them. Faced with such a public affront, Ning Jiejun, accustomed to being supremely dominant, could hardly endure it. One must still regard the master when striking the dog. Rui Qing, perceptive of Ning Jiejun's intentions, recognized this as an opportune moment to draw them into a trap and boldly declared, "She has committed an unforgivable act, and I have sent her to meet the king of hell." Ning Jiejun, fully aware of the implications of Rui Qing's words, refrained from elaborating, instead employing evasive rhetoric. You possess an audacity most remarkable. My dog is not yours to slay, he continued. Reveal the method to control the formation. If you wish to discard us like a used donkey, you must first inquire whether the sword in my hand consents. Ning Hao, perceiving the lack of tact in their response, decided against further prolonging the exchange. Interjecting with resolute clarity, I have already granted you the chance to depart. Your inability to escape is a testament to your own shortcomings. Victory and defeat are merely the currents of fate. What is there to lament? Once I have subdued you, you shall not escape divulging your method. Rui Qing, sensing the opponent's impatience, provocatively challenged, I do not slay nameless wretches. Do declare your names. This was indeed a convention of the universe. However, upon discovering their attempts futile, they resolved to confront Rui Qing and seek a swift resolution. Never before had the Ning father and son found themselves in such a disheveled state, momentarily stunned, prompting a sudden surge of lightning attacks directed at Ning Hao, with their intensity escalating. However, Rui Qing was utterly astonished that the adversary's physique was so formidable. Despite enduring relentless lightning strikes, Ning Hao merely experienced a deceleration in his flight. The moment Rui Qing unsheathed her lengthy sword, Ning Jejun was instantly captivated, his gaze fixated upon the blade, eyes gleaming with avarice, eager to claim it as his own. The ferocity in his eyes sent shivers down Rui Qing's spine. The lengthy sword, having been nurtured in Rui Qing's dantian for several years, had long since attuned to her will, exuding an imposing sword aura. Moreover, Rui Qing had mastered the first layer of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sword technique to perfection, and within 10 strikes, she had subdued Ning Jejun. Meanwhile, unimpeded by the lightning-infused water barrier, Ning Hao swiftly overpowered the defiant Jingru, arrogantly trampling her Xianyu whip underfoot, in a bid to provoke Rui Qing. Ning Jejun, a cherished son born to Ning Hao in his middle age, represented not only the continuation of his bloodline, but also stood as the sole heir of the Ning family. Following Jejun's abduction, Ning Hao was engulfed in anxiety. After waiting for more than 2 moments, he observed that the adversary remained composed and unperturbed, naturally leading him to suspect the intentions behind such calmness. Now, witnessing the other's impatience, he realized that events were unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. He continued to feign indifference, stating coolly, It is settled then. I will count to 3, and we shall release our captives simultaneously. Merely waiting for the other party to take the plunge. After Ning Hao counted to 3, he released Jingru, and the sword held by Rui Qing withdrew from Ning Jejun's neck, allowing both Jingru and Rui Qing to swiftly return to their respective camps. Indeed, upon meeting, Ning Jejun immediately launched an assault on Jingru, who, unable to withstand the onslaught, was swiftly captured. Witnessing Rui Qing's passive observation as his wife was seized, Ning Hao's suspicion of a hidden strategy arose. Though he could not fathom it, he cunningly remarked, upon hearing his father's words, that the opponent must surely be trapped, and overwhelmed with embarrassment at the thought of being bested by a mere girl. He furiously declared, Father, leave that girl to me for now. I shall relish in tormenting her for daring to abduct me. Upon hearing his son's intentions, Ning Hao's anger flared. He thought of this inept fellow. Very well, once this man has taken his own life, the grand spoils will be mine, and the lesser will be yours, Rui Qing. Upon hearing the despicable insults hurled by this father-son duo towards his wife and daughter, and he could not help but mock. What a lovesick fool. After parrying Rui Qing's assault, Ning Hao retaliated without hesitation, and they exchanged blows in a fierce stalemate. In his wrath, Rui Qing's fighting spirit surged, and he found himself evenly matched with Ning Hao. Ning Hao, preoccupied with the confrontation, could no longer afford to divert his attention to his son, confident that with Jingru in his grasp, Rui Qing would not dare act recklessly. Yet, amidst the fierce clash between Ning Hao and Rui Qing, Ning Jejun had not forgotten to taunt Jingru and her daughter, blissfully unaware that death was fast approaching him. Rui Qing cast a scornful smile at Ning Jejun, ready to act while he himself focused all his efforts on entangling Ning Hao, preventing him from diverting his attention. Rui Qing had also conveyed the plan to Rui Qing in advance, instructing her to take Ning Jejun captive and to hide together with her mother within the confines. With eyes ablaze, demanded, I shall ask you once more, where have you taken my son? At this moment, they noticed Ning Hao's demeanor was somewhat unsettling and stated plainly, He is precisely where he ought to be. His son's chances of survival would diminish further. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to take someone down with him. In that instant, Ning Hao decided to go for broke. He withdrew a small black vial from his pocket and drank its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, his eyes turned crimson, and his aura surged, the pressure around him intensifying, soon becoming so overwhelming that Rui Qing struggled to breathe, needing to grip the Lingxi sword with both hands to prevent himself from collapsing to the ground, morphing him into a giant, while his fingers and toes sprouted long, hardened, and razor-sharp nails that glimmered with a sinister green hue, suggesting the presence of potent venom. He exuded an aura of malevolence. Rui Qing and his daughter, witnessing this alarming spectacle, found themselves at a loss. Unable to conceive of any strategy to overcome the now formidable Ning, how did a sense of despair envelop them, as they felt that victory in this battle was utterly beyond reach. Hoping to reap the benefits of their struggle, however, due to the considerable distance from the valley, none of the 5 combatants were aware of the lurking presence, a yellow bird secretly watching, the elderly Zhou. However, it now appears that Rui Qing and his daughter are highly likely to meet their demise here. You stand no chance against the demonized Ning Hao, and thus, our opportunity for the Blood Lotus has all but vanished. Upon hearing this, Tong Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing that the restoration of his spirit was a rare opportunity, and losing the Blood Lotus now meant he could not foresee when he would encounter it again. Only with Zhou's revival could his cultivation journey progress further. Otherwise, he risked losing this vital support on his path to immortality. Tong Fan pressed further. Elder Zhou, please use your spiritual sense once more. While Rui Qing lay in a state of bloody ruin, his breath weak and on the verge of extinction, after a quarter of an hour, Rui Qing finally reached Ning Hao. Upon seeing her father's ghastly condition, her heart seethed with rage, and she shouted towards the unconscious Rui Qing, "Father, now it is my turn to protect you. Rest assured, I will personally slay this monster. You must hold on." The Lingxi sword in Rui Qing's hand seemed to resonate with her protective intent, its aura rising steadily, impervious even to the powerful presence surrounding Ning Hao at that moment. Ning Hao noticed the awakened Rui Qing, her aura formidable, and he lost interest in his plaything. His fierce eyes gleamed with excitement as they fixated on Rui Qing. Longing to tear her apart, Ning Hao did not interrupt Rui Qing's awakening. Rather, he was eager to witness how much her power could grow. The thought of crushing her after she reached her peak filled him with thrilling anticipation, his eyes growing blood-red like a predator lying in wait for its prey. When Rui Qing emerged from her meditation, she found herself under the intense gaze of 2 eyes as large as copper bells. Instinctively retreating, but Ning Hao would not allow his quarry to escape. As soon as he saw her movement, he lunged at her like a beast. Rui Qing flew away at breakneck speed, narrowly avoiding Ning Hao's razor-sharp claws. Vowing to make each strike count, for failure would leave her with no chance of victory, as Ning Hao lunged at her once more, Rui Qing ceased her evasion. Instead, she stepped onto his shoulder, using the momentum to pivot and soar before him. With remarkable swiftness, her Lingxi sword sliced towards Ning Hao's eyes, the overwhelming sword energy instantly shattering both of his eyeballs, causing a gory spray of blood that drenched Rui Qing. She merely hoped that this formation would contain him for a fleeting moment. Once ensnared, Ning Hao became even more agitated, relentlessly assaulting the formation, which teetered on the brink of collapse. Recognizing the urgency, she returned to the formation to ascertain whether Ning Hao had been entirely vanquished. Within a Tinjiang radius of the formation, all the massive boulders lay obliterated, and the explosive force of over a dozen top-tier explosive talismans had created a vast crater at the formation center. Cautiously approaching the grotesque mass of flesh within the formation, Rui Qing was taken aback to discover that its heart was still beating vigorously. Without hesitation, she unleashed her most potent strike aimed at Ning Hao's heart. While she ascended to a height to monitor the flames, poised to throw additional talismans if necessary, this fierce battle ultimately culminated in victory through the breakthrough achieved by Rui Qing in her swordsmanship, exemplifying the adage that heroes emerge from youth. Upon hearing old Zhou's words of admiration, Tong Fan was equally astonished and inquired, "Old Zhou, what was the outcome of the battle?" Old Zhou, brimming with excitement, replied, "Ning Hao has completely vanished from this world." "What do you think the result is?" Tong Fan, now even more curious, urged. "Old Zhou, please do not keep me in suspense. Quickly recount how they managed to defeat Ning Hao." With great enthusiasm, Old Zhou recounted. Indeed, it is astonishing that in the face of life and death. Does this mean that I am now unable to compete with her? Naturally, you cannot rival her, Old Zhou stated. At her current level, as long as her spiritual energy is sufficient, she could contend even against those in the Golden Core stage. Tongfan began to comprehend the reason behind the Rui family's concealment of their spiritual roots. In that case, it is evident that the Rui family must refrain from recklessly revealing the secret of their thunder spiritual roots. They had to leave swiftly, rendering Runyang a burden that needed to be addressed without delay. Ning Jiejun had been afflicted by the potent venom of Rui Dagu's spirit beast, the Azure Spirit Snake. And with no antidote in sight, his days were numbered, no longer warranting consideration. Yet, dealing with Runyang posed a dilemma. It was challenging to ascertain whether her actions stemmed from her true nature or were a consequence of threats from the Ning family. Runyang replied, I was once a respectable woman, with an elderly mother to care for and 2 young children relying on me, along with a loving husband, living a blissful and contented life. Alas, I inadvertently caught the eye of the innkeeper from the Ning family, who murdered my husband and took me by force. He threatened my children and aging mother, claiming that should I defy his commands, they would perish. I implore you, noble heroine, to save my family. Although Rui Qing had endured great tribulation, and thus her penalty should not be death, rendering her cultivation powerless would suffice. Having heard her explanation, Rui Qing decided to spare her life. Nodding to her mother, Jingru approached to untie Runyang's bonds, intending to incapacitate her cultivation. However, as Jingru loosened the ropes around Runyang, before she could proceed to nullify her powers, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Runyang sprang into action, brandishing a concealed dagger from her sleeve, and lunged towards Jingru's heart. Elder Zhou, what do you propose we do about this situation? Should we enter or refrain? Patience is a virtue. Let us wait here. The girl is currently in a state of alarm, her parents grievously wounded and unconscious. Otherwise, they would truly be at risk if they encountered such a fierce battle again. As Rui's family emerged from the formation, they immediately spotted Tongfan still meditating outside. Rui Dagu was taken aback, probably intending to leverage this situation to coerce him into surrendering the Blood Lotus. With a calm and unwavering voice, Rui Dagu introduced himself. I am Rui Dagu, and these are my wife Jingru and my daughter Rui Qing. Do share your intentions. Tongfan thought to himself that Rui Dagu was indeed perceptive. Having guessed his purpose even before he spoke, he respectfully replied, Esteemed Rui Dagu, Venerable Jingru, and fellow cultivator Rui Qing, you may call me Tongfan. Do share your bargaining chips, so I may gauge your sincerity. Tongfan was acutely aware that he could not engage in any tricks in front of Rui Dagu, and he candidly stated, My current cultivation is rather low, and I possess nothing of value for exchange. However, I can vow a heart demon oath, promising to undertake a task for you within my capabilities, provided it does not contravene moral principles. Rui Dagu, upon hearing this, did not express any disagreement, but continued to inquire, How do you intend to address the recent events? Tongfan replied, I shall completely forget all that has transpired recently, and will also establish a heart demon oath. Recognizing Tongfan's understanding, Rui Dagu chose not to press further. After Tongfan established his heart demon oath, Rui Dagu was assured of his commitment, and he promptly presented him with a blood lotus, aware that Tongfan possessed secret methods to track him without detection. And knowing their destination aligned with that of his family, Rui Dagu suggested they travel together, to which Tongfan naturally acquiesced. The heart demon oath is a most formidable binding contract among cultivators. After paying for 10 days lodging, Rui Dagu and his family retreated to their guest room to rest and heal, while Tongfan arranged his own plans for the next 10 days. Rui Dagu's family occupied a superior guest room. He expressed his gratitude, saying, I must first extend my thanks to you, Old Zhou. If luck is on our side this time, we may stumble upon a treasure that can completely restore your divine essence. Old Zhou, feeling fatigued, remarked, You may take charge of these minor matters. I shall rest for a while. Once we arrive at the marketplace, do awaken me. Respecting Old Zhou's wishes, Tongfan refrained from further disturbance. Outside the inn, he encountered a clever young boy, who eagerly began to introduce Ling Tian City while leading him toward the marketplace. Upon arrival, Tongfan rewarded the boy with 10 spirit pearls and leisurely began to explore the stalls. Before long, the astonished voice of Old Zhou reached Tongfan's ears. Tongfan, hasten to the stall on your left front. I never expected to find a soul-breaking dagger here. Tong Fan felt a thrill of excitement. The chance to encounter a celestial artifact was indeed unexpected. Although it was merely the blade of the soul-breaking dagger, it was a rarity even in the universe realm. Tong Fan, filled with anticipation, confirmed with old Zhou. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, ultimately agreeing to venture together to the marketplace to procure medicinal pills and talismans. Rui Qing and Jingru, upon exiting, were taken aback to see the two conversing so amiably. Talisman paper and the blood of magical beasts. To Rui's astonishment, he discovered that Lingtian City also had a branch of the renowned Duobao Pavilion. He promptly presented his esteemed Earth-level VIP card to the shopkeeper. Rui Qing sold the remainder to Duobao Pavilion, garnering over 700 high-grade spirit stones, which he considered as funds for their journey to Tiandao sect. Once the four of them had replenished their supplies in Lingtian City, they deliberated and decided to accompany a large merchant convoy to Tiandao sect. The treacherous landscape ahead posed numerous dangers, and relying solely on their small group could lead to frequent misdirections and even jeopardize their safe arrival at Tiandao sect. Master Lu Yu, accompanied by 9 other fully realized foundational cultivators, aside from Rui Digui's quartet, there was also a mother-daughter duo. The daughter, named Qing Chun, was of the same age as Rui Qing, while her mother was called Qing Su. Embodied youthful grace, Qing Chun was vivacious and charming, while Rui Qing exuded quiet beauty. The juxtaposition of these two innocent maidens, one animated and the other composed, was indeed captivating. Rui Qing had never encountered a peer of the same gender who was also a cultivator. Even the young Tong Fan found himself frequently glancing at the enchanting pair of sisters. It is a rare delight for Jingru to witness such a lively and cheerful Rui Qing, and she is genuinely pleased to see her daughter undergo such a transformation. Although he allows Rui Qing to befriend Qing Chen, he discreetly observes the two girls, remaining vigilant for any potential issues, though none have yet presented themselves. Qingxiu, noticing the girls' similar ages and shared interests, begins to engage in idle chatter with Jingru, expressing her envy. You three are truly fortunate. My situation is rather unfortunate. Qingchen's father passed away while I was pregnant. Upon hearing Qingxiu's words, Jingru feels a pang of sympathy. Qingxiu, taken aback, replies incredulously, I must say. The 6 of them grasp the gravity of the situation. No sooner has Master Lu Yu's voice faded than a cacophony of beastly roars erupts from the front lines. 3 Flying leopards. Feeling as though the very earth trembles beneath them, unaware of the countless creatures charging towards their location at this moment, even Rui Qing dares not indulge in idle thoughts, scanning her surroundings. That it is not long before she observes an array of monstrous beasts. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a grotesquely hideous weasel pig appeared at her rear, threatening her safety. At that moment, Tongfan's sword soared through the air, cleaving the creature in two, splattering Rui Qing's back with its foul blood. After offering a subtle smile of gratitude to Tong Fan, another unknown beast materialized beside her, compelling her to rejoin the fray. At this juncture, the Rui family, unable to utilize the Lingxi sword, found themselves in a state of profound frustration amidst the battle, and the use of the Lingxi sword was strictly forbidden to avoid endless troubles. After 3 full hours of combat, signs of conclusion finally emerged. The ground around them was strewn with the carcasses of various beasts, some opting to consume healing elixirs. The Rui family was fortunate this time, sustaining only minor injuries, allowing them to quickly regain their strength and subsequently serve as guardians for the others. The Haotian merchant group bore the brunt of the beast assaults. The unexpected encounter with such a multitude of rampaging beasts led Rui Digui's to suspect the presence of some extraordinary treasure or creature awakening nearby, as it was otherwise inexplicable. This collective uprising of beasts promptly approached the other cultivators to gather any unwanted blood from the beasts. Upon witnessing Rui Digui's actions, and recalling the Rui family's earlier display of tossing talismans as though they were discarding spirit stones during the battle, the other cultivators surmised that Rui Digui must indeed be a talisman maker. Even Master Lu Yu regarded Rui Digui with newfound respect, for in the cosmic realm, array masters, talisman makers, alchemists, and artifact craftsmen are particularly esteemed by cultivators. Among the various blood types Rui Digui gathered, the blood of the third-tier demonic beast slain by Master Lu Yu was the most precious. Rui Digui planned to craft several talismans during their journey to gift to everyone. She recalled how Tong Fan had assisted her during the earlier skirmish. Thus, She explained the situation to her father and made her way to Tong Fan's room at tea that moment. Tong Fan was engaged in a discussion with Elder Zhou regarding the beast tide they had encountered earlier that day. Tong Fan inquired, "Elder Zhou, what are your thoughts on the beast tide we stumbled upon today? Such anomalies often coincide with the emergence of treasures or divine beasts that I suspect that this disturbance has already drawn the attention of the 4 sects and 3 families." Curious about who might be visiting at such an hour, he was slightly taken aback to find Rui Qing standing gracefully at the threshold. After stepping aside to allow her entry, he asked, "Rui Qing, my friend, what brings you here at this late hour? I apologize for any disturbance I may have caused." Rui Qing replied earnestly, "I have come to express my gratitude for your timely assistance today. I believe that should you find me in peril, you would likewise lend your aid." Seeing Tong Fan's humility, Rui Qing retrieved a top-tier explosive talisman from her storage pouch and presented it to him. "If you are interested in her, I would certainly support your pursuit." Hearing the old man's frivolous remark, Tong Fan felt a twinge of frustration and replied, "What makes you think I have any interest in her?" However, Tong Fan was adept at concealing his emotions, which prevented anyone from noticing, including the old man concealed within Tong Fan's hairpin, who had only the slightest suspicion that he managed to deflect after departing from Tong Fan. Such selfless gifts, devoid of ulterior motives, were rare, deepening her envy for Jingru's possession of such an upright husband. Rui Qing had been keenly observing her father's interactions, noting how the expressions of those who received her father's talismans visibly warmed, and she felt a profound respect for her father's principles. Realizing the importance of timely reciprocity among cultivators as the group continued their flight, the once misty Lake Burwo gradually came into clearer view. Upon witnessing that all the participants had arrived at the riverbank, Master Lu Yu retrieved a small vessel from his Qian Kuan bag. This vessel, named the Bai Bo boat, was a high-grade defensive magical artifact. As soon as the hull made contact with the water's surface, it expanded automatically, revealing exquisite craftsmanship. Powerful enchantments subtly flowed along its body, and a pristine white sail gradually ascended. Once everyone boarded, the entire small boat commenced its voyage. As tranquility enveloped the scene, Rui Qing finally noticed the unusually grave expressions on everyone's faces. The journey ahead appeared to be even more perilous than she had anticipated during their leisurely exploration. At this moment, Baoyuo Lake shimmered under the golden hues of the setting sun, its waters glistening like 1,000 diamonds, tranquil and beautiful. Rui Qing leaned against the bow of the boat, gazing into the distance. Her expression serene and composed. Her flowing white gauze dress danced gently in the breeze, her slender figure standing tall and elegant, as if she wished to remain forever immersed in such breathtaking scenery. Lu Yu, the real person, had not anticipated encountering the rare wren fish, whose presence rendered the barriers surrounding the Bibbo boat utterly ineffective. The individuals aboard could only rely on their own fortunes, which typically disregarded barriers, tended to abhor the scent of sweet whale oil. Observing the group's lack of options, she resolved to take a desperate gamble. Privately, she communicated her idea to Lu Yu, expecting him to dismiss it without a second thought. Yet, before long, she caught a whiff of an intensely sweet odor, and moments later, the wren fish aboard the Bibbo boat had vanished completely, leaving the bewildered group to rest and recuperate after a period of recovery. The injured individuals expressed their gratitude to Lu Yu, who merely smiled and remained silent, his gaze drifting toward Rui Qing, who was meditating in the distance. Rui Qing sensed his scrutinizing gaze, but felt helpless. Rui Qing's apprehensions were not unfounded. That very night, Rui Degui and his daughter were summoned to Master Lu Yu's private cabin. During their passage, Rui Qing recounted the events and her speculations to her father, where it was noted that a cultivator had utilized this technique against another type of beast adept at penetrating barriers. In a moment of desperation, I recalled this method and decided to give it a try. Fortunate enough that you happen to possess whale oil incense. Our escape from danger is indeed a testament to your prowess, Master Rui Xiaoyu. Truly, greatness often emerges from youth. You need not be modest in the successful evasion of peril. And I hope you can understand. In response to this, Rui Qing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the mastered in the journey ahead. She resolved to share in the trials and tribulations, saying, "You are indeed fortunate to have such an astute daughter. I had no idea she possessed such remarkable talent for talisman crafting. In our forthcoming endeavors, all the blood of the beasts I slay shall be yours." Rui Qing's earlier worries dissipated entirely. He pledged, Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts and recognition, but I will certainly do my utmost to meet your expectations and not disappoint. In the subsequent journey, no crises akin to those encountered earlier arose, and the group finally arrived safely at the Hungduan Mountains. After spending several days upon the surface of Boluo Lake, they were utterly exhausted from their relentless efforts. Now, standing firmly on solid ground, they were free from the fear of being pursued and tormented by the lake's monstrous beasts, and a sense of joy permeated their spirits. Having just departed from Boluo Lake, the group, under the guidance of the Haotian merchant caravan, arrived at a hidden waterfall at the outskirts of the Hungduan Mountains. As dusk fell, one by one, the members of the Haotian caravan flew into the waterfall, and Rui Qing and the others followed them into the cave behind the falls. To their astonishment, this place revealed a uniquely enchanting water curtain cave, with the layout of the rooms inside resembling those they had previously stayed in, yet boasting 2 additional chambers, after the esteemed immortal Lu Yu had established the defensive formation. The weary travelers eagerly retreated to their assigned rooms to rest. Rui Qing finally had the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with his daughter. Preoccupied with their journey, he had noticed Rui Qing's recent significant transformation, but had refrained from discussing it in detail due to the presence of outsiders. Father and mother, do you have anything significant to discuss with me? Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Jingru felt it might have startled her daughter. She rose to fetch a chair for Rui Qing and jested. Upon hearing her mother's words, Rui Qing's demeanor visibly relaxed, and she inquired, "Do you and father have any plans regarding my apprenticeship at the Tiandao sect?" Rui Qing, observing the exchange between mother and daughter, chimed in, "Even if you successfully find a renowned master, your mother and I will still worry about you. Therefore, we intend to remain as close to you as possible, that we plan to open a small shop in the market at the foot of the Tiandao sect mountain," which uplifted their spirits immensely. Guided by the Haotian merchant group, Rui Qing and her companions swiftly traversed the endless mountain ranges. Remarkably, they encountered no disturbances from any demonic beasts during their flight, leaving the esteemed Lu Yuzhenren puzzled. Having passed through this area numerous times, it was the first instance of such tranquility. After an entire morning of flight, the group began to feel hunger and thirst. Lu Yuzhenren found a relatively safe spot, and, after making some arrangements, allowed everyone to rest momentarily. However, just as Rui Qing and the others had begun to eat, they faintly heard distant roars of furious demonic beasts. Without hesitation, Lu Yuzhenren quickly organized the group to retreat from the direction of the sounds. In truth, the Hungduan Mountains lie no more than 1,000 kilometers from the Yunhua mountain range, where the Tiandao sect is situated. Had the group not encountered such tumultuous disturbances caused by the monstrous beasts along their journey. However, fortune has not favored them on this expedition, as they have already faced 2 successive waves of monstrous upheavals, and now they find themselves separated from the Haotian merchant group. That it seems that the remaining journey will rely solely on the 6 of them to navigate. Drawn by this alluring scent, Rui Qing swiftly traversed the forest, and as time passed, the aroma grew increasingly potent. Eventually, she found herself at the edge of a tranquil pool, closing her eyes to fully embrace the allure of the fragrance. The feeble voice responded with profound melancholy, "I called you here because you are the destined one for my son. Step onto the teleportation array to your left, and you shall soon find yourself before me." For she had encountered the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin, and a fully grown one at that. Beside her lay an oval-shaped beast egg. This mature Qilin, named Hongqi, had long since transcended the tribulations of heaven and was capable of assuming human form. However, during her pregnancy, she had inadvertently leaked her aura while out adventuring with her husband, Hongtian, leading to their discovery by several old Taoists of the divine transformation stage, who relentlessly pursued them in an effort to protect the pregnant Hongqi. And it was highly likely she would not survive long enough to see her child hatch. After listening to Hongqi's tale, Rui Qing understood that she wished to entrust her child into her care as she approached the end of her life. "Before you arrived here, I had no knowledge that you were fated to be the one for my child. For how I discerned your virtuous nature, I have my methods. Do you recall how you found your way to this place?" "Indeed, I was drawn here by a peculiar fragrance. Could this scent be the method you speak of?" "Precisely. This is the unique, auspicious fragrance of my Qilin lineage, crafted from our tears and velvety horns." It took her a moment to comprehend the magnitude of this extraordinary opportunity. Not only had she acquired a Qilin as her spirit beast, but she also possessed a legendary portable sanctuary. Yet he felt powerless. The potential danger facing Rui Qing far outweighed any concern about revealing his feelings. This realization only solidified Tong Fan's resolve regarding his sentiments toward Rui Qing. After flying swiftly for a quarter of an hour, clearing her throat twice, Tong Fan managed to quell her excitement and spoke in a calm voice. I apologize for worrying everyone. My disappearance was unintentional. I had to leave due to an urgent matter. You discovered a rare blood-red flower and left to confirm its presence once more. Indeed, near a pond adjacent to Hongqi's dwelling, there thrived a blood-red flower nearly 2,000 years old, and fortuitously. Next time, please inform your parents before leaving. Jingru scrutinized Ruijia from head to toe, her eyes filled with concern. Once she confirmed her daughter was unharmed, her anxiety began to ease. Ruijia sensed her mother's trepidation and worry. They remained silent, waiting for Ruijia to continue her explanation. Noticing their expressions, Ruijia realized she must provide a sufficiently reasonable account. Otherwise, they would not let her leave easily tonight. Even the old man Zhou, hidden within Tong Fan's hairpin, was curious about the reason for Ruijia's unexpected nocturnal departure. Although their acquaintance was brief, they all recognized Ruijia's tendency to consider the greater good, and it was unlike her to act so recklessly. Ruijia calmly conveyed Hongqi's instructions to everyone, including the specific location of the nearly 2,000-year-old blood-red flower. Upon hearing that Ruijia had been so observant during their escape, discovering such a precious medicinal herb, discovering the sacred medicinal blood-red flower capable of restoring the soul, and a 2,000-year-old one at that. With this treasure, there is a 90% chance my spirit will fully recover. Tong Fan naturally comprehended the profound excitement coursing through old Zhou at this moment. Tong Fan recognized that this was the greatest concession old Zhou could offer. He promptly vowed, with your assurance, old Zhou, I shall exert every effort to secure the blood-red flower, and I will not disappoint your trust. After 3 hours, they noted an eerie silence, seemingly devoid of danger, which stirred a sense of restlessness among them. However, Rui Degu felt that such tranquility only signified heightened peril, and Tong Fan experienced a chill as well. For when it lay still, it resembled an ordinary stone. Rui Qing had indeed employed her spiritual sense to meticulously investigate all the rocks surrounding the blood-red flower, but had found no anomalies. Were it not for Qingchun inadvertently revealing his form and provoking the rock beast into attack. The immense power of lightning, combined with her fierce sword energy, swiftly severed the rock beast's minuscule tail. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the severed appendage, causing the beast's eyes to blaze crimson. And it went into a frenzy. The rock beast, now fueled by rage, charged at Ruijia with incredible speed, its colossal form hurling her across to the mountain cliff on the opposite side of the pool. The tremendous force of the impact embedded Ruijia into the rock face, and had she not attained a minor success in body refinement, she would have surely perished on the spot. Witnessing Ruijia's dire predicament, wearied and with bloodshot eyes, after acknowledging Tong Fan with a nod, Rui Dagui swiftly retrieved the flying artifact, Feiyu, and transported the four still in a state of unconsciousness onto it.as Tong Fan meditated on the flying artifact to recuperate. They would likely be powerless to resist, which would spell danger. Therefore, Rui Dagui preferred to take a longer route to reach Yunhua Market rather than risking a shortcut deeper into the Hongduan Mountains. Despite Tong Fan's considerable gains, he had suffered severe injuries from battling beyond his level and spent 3 days meditating on the Feiyu to mend his wounds adequately. As for Jingru and her daughter, I, Rui Dagui, will not go back on my word. Hearing these heartfelt words from Rui Dagui, Tong Fan was deeply touched and naturally trusted that Rui would not betray his secret. He responded. Rui Dagui and Tong Fan refrained from further communication, each focusing on their recovery and awaiting the awakening of the unconscious Jingru and the others, the group of 6, accompanied by the venerable Zhou Lao. Rui Inn, where they secured 4 superior rooms and paid for half a month's stay, before retreating to their respective chambers for a much-needed rest. Tong Fan, upon entering his room, set up a high-level isolation formation and immediately retrieved a jade box containing the blood-red flower. She was greeted by an overwhelming influx of pure, invigorating spirit energy that opened her pores and accelerated the flow of energy through her meridians. She had never encountered such a rich atmosphere of spirit energy before, most of which were over 10,000 years old. Rui Qing was astounded by the rare herbs flourishing in the garden before her, her eyes wide with amazement, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. Rui Qing felt as though she had been struck by an immense windfall, wandering about in a daze. Hong Qi, who had awakened the moment Rui Qing entered the space, could not help but comment after witnessing her dazed expression 3 hours later. Yet possessing a treasure can lead to peril. The personal space you possess is known as the Qing Ling space. Utilizing it wisely will greatly benefit your cultivation. However, remember not to become overly reliant on it. Do you understand? Rui Qing felt deeply moved by Hong Qi's motherly admonishment, responding, I understand. I will make judicious use of the Qi Ling space and will not depend on it excessively. I am aware that true cultivation relies primarily on oneself, and I shall not overly depend on external aids to enhance my abilities. After imparting all necessary information regarding the Qi Ling space, Hong Qi closed his eyes to rest, continuing to await the hatching of the beast egg. But I assure you it is not a misfortune for me, on the contrary. I have encountered a tremendous opportunity. I hope you can forgive me for my silence. Rest assured, Qinger, your mother and I understand. With nothing pressing to attend to, Rui Qing decided to take the opportunity to wander through the Yunhua market, which lies under the jurisdiction of the renowned Tianshi sect. The market was orderly and magnificent, its vast scale far exceeding Rui Qing's imagination. Rui Qing held a map purchased from Ruiyan in her hand and, after carelessly selecting a route, began to stroll through the bustling market. The market was filled with a myriad of shops, each displaying an array of enchanting elixirs, talismans, and other artifacts. As Rui Qing wandered, she gained a wealth of knowledge about the universe, her mind reflecting on her cultivation journey, nearly lost in reverie. Suddenly, her contemplative state was interrupted by a cacophony of voices ahead. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a crowd gathered around a grand dueling platform. At her end of the stage stood two extraordinarily handsome young men, one clad in white and the other in red, marking him as a prodigious talent. Historically, ice and fire have been at odds, with both being of similar age and aptitude. Their cultivation levels were closely matched, leading to regular comparisons between them. Together, they were hailed as the dual paragons of the contemporary cultivation world. Possessing a perfected Yuan Ying cultivation, A.S. Master Songhua made his appearance. The previously raucous marketplace fell into a profound silence. His robust and commanding presence hovered above the dueling arena, and with a voice that resonated powerfully, he declared, "You two have willingly engaged in this duel. During the course of this contest, the use of malevolent artifacts and destructive weapons of mass annihilation is strictly prohibited. The duel shall be a contest of martial prowess." Songhua Daojun recognized that the outcome concerned not only the destinies of these two exceptional talents, but also the honor of the illustrious Ji family and the preeminent Tian Dao sect. It could provoke a clash between the two superpowers. Thus, he silently wished for Wu Xiaoyan to emerge victorious. After reinforcing the surrounding formations of the duel arena one last time, he announced the commencement of the duel. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoyan and Ji Sun reaffirmed their voluntary participation, the two contenders, both of gentlemanly demeanor, refrained from immediately engaging in combat upon hearing Songhua Daojun's declaration. Instead, after exchanging respectful salutes, they resumed their conversation. Wu Xiaoyan, undeterred, intended to make one final appeal to Ji Sun, and thus took the initiative to speak. Dao friend Ji Sun, the Ji family and my Tian Dao sect have been allies for millennia, maintaining a harmonious relationship and facing the significant matters of the cultivation world together. Now, regarding this mere meteorite, it need not be settled through conflict. If you are willing to relinquish it, I am prepared to offer treasures of equal or even greater value in exchange. What say you? Your words hold great merit. Dao friend Wu, I share your sentiment. I am equally intent on acquiring this item and am willing to exchange it for other treasures. How about it? Clad in garments as white as snow, was now etched with resolute determination. Upon hearing the words spoken, it became evident that the other party, much like himself, would never relinquish what they held dear. Thus, a confrontation was inevitable, sharing a knowing smile. Both figures exuding an aura of singular excellence. In a tacit understanding, they launched their assaults simultaneously. The two extraordinary weapons clashed with a brilliance that dazzled the eyes, their movements so swift that the vast majority of onlookers could scarcely discern their techniques. Had it not been for her meticulous observation, she would have overlooked this detail. She mused that such a balanced and titanic clash was a rare occurrence, and it would be prudent to record it with a memory token for future study. No one wished to be scrutinized like a mere spectacle, nor to have their actions recorded. In an instant, countless ice swords materialized around Wu Xiaoyan, forming a sword formation in the blink of an eye. What an extraordinary ability that was! Rui Qing was utterly astounded. Witnessing such a fierce battle made her feel that her visit to this marketplace was truly worthwhile. Meanwhile, beside Ji Sun, a formation of guns had also been meticulously arranged. Upon closer inspection, the Luoxian divine spear seemed to shimmer with a faint crimson glow. Rui Qing recalled having seen something similar in the introduction to cultivation in the universe, which appeared to be the legendary fifth-ranked fire on the burning heaven flame. She was astonished to discover that Ji Sun had completely refined it and could effortlessly infuse it into his weaponry at will. Rui Qing found herself utterly unable to predict the outcome of this monumental clash. Held the advantage, shattering Wu Xiaoyan's layers of sword arrays with a force akin to a devastating storm. As he breached Wu Xiaoyan's final layer of ice swords, the onlookers believed the fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. However, just as all of Ji Sun's long spears surged toward Wu Xiaoyan, and the spectators assumed his defeat was inevitable, an astonishing sight unfolded. All the spears that approached Wu Xiaoyan disintegrated into ash in an instant. The Bijong flute. Its spirit not only chose its master freely but also protected its owner automatically should they become injured or unconscious. It was no wonder Wu Xiaoyan dared to wield this flute before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Kneel and confess your crimes at once, or this young lady shall ensure you leave unable to carry your own burdens. Continuing for another 4 or 5 steps, Rui Qing was perplexed to notice that the once crowded throng had suddenly distanced itself from her. Observing the surrounding crowd, she noted their fervent admiration for the woman upon hearing the name Tian Du Peak. Even though Rui Qing had never encountered the illustrious name before, she sensed that this woman held significant influence. He realized that yet another innocent soul was about to suffer unjustly. This little ancestor of his had never been one to remain tranquil. Whenever she was displeased, someone would invariably bear the brunt of her wrath, never encountering someone as unyielding as Rui Qing. Thus, Rui Qing's composed yet assertive words were perceived as insubordination by Qin Shi. Infuriated, Qin Shi's eyes widened in rage, and before she could utter another word, a gust of wind shot forth from behind her. Rui Qing barely had time to react before she was struck down by a powerful blow. Before she could even register the pain, a metallic taste filled her throat as she coughed up blood. Her eyes narrowed dangerously, devoid of any emotion, as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Shi. Qin Shi had never before been scrutinized with such a cold and merciless stare. In an instant, she found herself unnerved by Rui Qing's intensity. The moment she regained her composure and remembered her status as the daughter of a revered figure, she realized how disgraceful it would be if word got out that she had been intimidated by an unknown female cultivator. How could she possibly maintain her standing within the Tiandao sect afterward? With a frigid tone, Qin Shi commanded, "Uncle Fong, teach this audacious thief a lesson. Ideally, gouge out her eyes and feed them to the dogs." Swiftly retreated several paces, the Taoist Jun of Songhua, unwilling to offend the esteemed daughter of a revered figure over an unknown low-tier female cultivator, chose to remain a passive observer, hoping that Qin Shi would soon leave Yunhua City without causing further trouble. With gossiping spectators gathering in ever-increasing numbers, creating a scene that far outshone the duel between Wu Xiaoyan and Ji Sun, the disparity in cultivation between the two combatants was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Rui Qing had no doubt that if Qin Shi chose to kill her in that moment, she would do so without a second thought. Never before had she felt so insignificant and diminutive. Her mind flooded with memories of her brief 14 years, recalling her kind-hearted mother and her steadfast father. Was she truly destined to succumb to the manipulations of fate? Suddenly, an indomitable resolve surged within her, a fierce determination to never yield. But even several esteemed elders of the Tiandao sect, who were meditating over 100 miles away, were stirred from their tranquility. The formidable presence of these elders swiftly descended upon Yunhua, led by the Southern Pole Elder. As they presumed that a rare treasure of heaven and earth had manifested, they all utilized their utmost speed to teleport to Yunhua, including Anqi, the father of Qin Shi. Countless others hastened towards Yunhua as well, ensuring that the numerous low-tier cultivators within would not be harmed by such an immense vortex of spiritual power. Once the formation was set, the elders summoned Master Songhua to inquire about the matter. After Master Songhua, with a degree of obfuscation, recounted the origin of the incident, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a look of trepidation, turned his gaze toward Elder Anqi. At that moment, a furious bellow from Elder Anqi caused Qin Shi, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, to tremble and step forward, accompanied by Wu Xiaoyan and Ji Sun, having never witnessed her father in a fit of rage. They understood that this innate vital energy is naturally nurtured between heaven and earth, formless and tasteless, rarely manifesting in the world. Only those who embody great fortune and whose will is powerful enough to resonate with the heavens might encounter it during their natural ascent. The naturally ascending cultivator will, through this innate vital essence as a guide, gather the primordial energies of heaven and earth, transcending their own cultivation realm, and seizing the opportunity to transform their innate aptitude into a celestial spiritual body. From that moment forth, as long as spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant, this cultivator may continue to ascend naturally, boasting a dantian capacity for spiritual energy that far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators by millions of times. With the flow of energy occurring at an astonishing speed, their meridians will be incredibly resilient, and their physique robust, rivaling that of formidable beasts in the transformation stage. Their talents will be so extraordinary that they can challenge opponents across multiple realms. And for those aspiring to reach the nascent soul stage, the embryonic pill is essential as for attaining the highest existence in the universe, the God transformation stage, which the esteemed individuals present embody. Successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. Throughout these 3 days, the number of cultivators converging upon Yunhua City has not diminished due to this astonishing whirlwind. Rather, the entire city is teeming with people, all eager to witness the remarkable cultivator responsible for such a monumental event. The esteemed figures, rarely gathered in such numbers, have set up a platform nearby to engage in casual conversation, merely discussing their respective cultivation realms and insights. Rui Qing, whose innate qualities had completely transformed into a primordial spiritual body, finally began to awaken. The moment she opened her eyes, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to abruptly lose its tether, dissipating into the ether and revealing her entire form. Before Rui Qing could fully comprehend the events that had transpired, she was suddenly encircled by a throng of unfamiliar faces, with her innate qualities now entirely converted into a primordial spiritual body. Rui Qing's aura surged, her presence shining like an exquisite sword, while her Lingxi sword hovered protectively by her side. The anxious elders, witnessing Rui Qing's startled demeanor akin to that of a frightened fawn, finally recognized that their urgent actions had inadvertently alarmed the young girl. Although they sensed the inappropriateness of their behavior, their eagerness to recruit talent held them rooted in place. They exchanged glances, and after a full quarter of an hour, the elder Nanji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took the initiative to speak. "Young lady, do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions. Did you not arrive in Yunhua City with the intention of participating in our Tian Dao sect's decennial recruitment conference?" Most of the elders were preoccupied with denouncing Elder Nanji, angered to the point of neglecting to address him by his title, resorting instead to his given name. Meanwhile, a couple of others seized the opportunity amidst the heated exchange to approach Rui Qing with jest. "Young lady, since our roots are alike, if you were to take me as your master, I could guide you more effectively in your cultivation than others." With an expression of indifference, Rui Qing gazed upon the legendary transformation cultivators engaged in their quarrels. It would not have stirred a ripple in Yunhua City as Rui Qing observed her surroundings with a calm demeanor. She noticed that Qin had long since vanished, and even Uncle Fong was nowhere to be found. A cold smile crept across her heart. How swiftly she fled. Did she not understand the adage that one can escape the monk but not the temple? One day, Rui Qing vowed, she would confront her to exact vengeance. Having just ascended to the foundational stage, she dared to challenge a peak master of the Tiandao sect. "I am Qin Tian, the peak master of Tiandu Peak, and my daughter, Qin Shi, is not here at present. She has been greatly cherished since childhood and possesses a somewhat mischievous temperament. I assure you, her actions that day were not intended to humiliate you. She merely sought to jest, a light-hearted frolic. Daoist Anqi, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Your beloved daughter commanded her Yuan Ing level attendant to mercilessly assault one in the Qi refinement stage before the eyes of many. How could she harbor such malice? Even if you are a revered cultivator of transformation, do not think to erase the harm that she has inflicted upon me. This matter demands an explanation from me. Otherwise, I shall begin to doubt the esteemed reputation of the foremost sect." Tiandazong, revered Anqi had not anticipated that the opponent would dare to show him no respect whatsoever, proving to be so formidable. He was certain that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he would be unable to subdue her. And moreover, the entire prestige of Tiandazong was at stake. With a tone tinged with hostility, he inquired, "Oh, what kind of explanation do you seek?" Young Rui, still brimming with impetuousness, was blissfully unaware that rigidity invites breakage. Upon hearing Qin Tian's threatening words, Rui Qing remained unfazed. Since the moment she commanded the removal of her eyes, a bitter enmity had taken root. Calmly, Rui Qing stated, while it is said that a child's misdeeds reflect upon the parent, you, as the leader of Tiandazong, ought to be accorded some degree of respect. Why not suppress your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, and let us engage in a contest? Let it be a battle of life and death. Who had always been discontent with Nanji's leadership of Tiandazong, could not allow such a gifted individual to continue to develop unchecked in the face of a low-level cultivator. He immediately retorted, such a deluded individual, even if I were to spare her today, will surely fall prey to her own arrogance in the future and squander her life. It is better that I test her today to see what pride she possesses that emboldens her to provoke me. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed one, but cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against fate. If one lacks the courage to challenge a revered being, how can one contend with the heavens and the earth? After setting the stage for the contest through magical means, Nanji announced the commencement of the battle. Revered Anchi then suppressed his cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage, joining Rui Qing as they stepped into the arena for their duel. Due to the overwhelming power of the transformation god, Rui Dague and others dared not approach too closely, lingering anxiously at a distance, unable to ascertain Rui Qing's condition. Their unease was palpable. And upon hearing the Antarctic elder announce the duel between Rui Qing and Elder Anchi, it was no wonder she dared to challenge him, revealing a glimmer of cunning. Recalling their agreement that she must be defeated within the span of a single incense stick, he noted the defensive nature of her sword formation, which clearly posed a dilemma. To overcome her, he first needed to breach her defenses. Observing the might of the sword formation, he surmised that only spells of golden core caliber could hope to dismantle it. The Phoenix Tail Fan, channeling the mightiest spell possible for a foundational cultivator, he unleashed Golden Jade Abundance, unleashing a torrent of piercing golden needles towards Rui Qing, intent on transforming her into a veritable beehive. The majority of the golden needles were thwarted by this formidable barrier, yet a few managed to pierce through, hurtling directly towards her face. Fortunately, Rui Qing had already conjured a thick layer of pale violet spiritual shield 3 feet away from her body. Meanwhile, Rui Qing continuously channeled her spiritual energy outward, maintaining the operation of the sword formation and replenishing her protective spiritual energy. To the astonishment of onlookers, this battle lacked any display of overwhelming power or graceful martial postures, ultimately devolving into a monotonous contest of spiritual energy where neither combatant could approach the other. In fact, it was far less thrilling than the duel between Wu Xiaoyan and Ji Sun. And even her external protective energy was formed from a significant concentration of spiritual power. Moreover, she had to operate both the sword formation and the protective energy to fend off Anchi's assaults, continuously requiring a substantial influx of spiritual energy. Her reserve of energy in the Dantian was truly immense. Operating the sword formation and controlling the protective energy not only demanded considerable spiritual awareness but also required an unparalleled precision and mental control. Otherwise, a single golden needle could pierce her, leading to a catastrophic reversal of her meridians and certain death. Anchi's intentions were undeniably ruthless. As the incense stick burned low, Anchi's impatience grew. He had never anticipated that Rui Qing could endure for such a length of time. Naturally, Anchi was unwilling to become the subject of mockery. Just as the incense was about to extinguish, he suddenly launched a mental attack on Rui Qing, aiming to shatter her sea of consciousness. Had Rui Qing not possessed a formidable mental strength and detected the threat early, she might have been struck in an instant. Fortunately, Onchi intervened in the Qi-Ling space to block a significant portion of the mental assault. Otherwise, Rui Qing's sea of consciousness would have likely been obliterated. Contemplating that this little girl should never fall into his hands again, lest he be compelled to teach her a lesson for her impertinence. In the distance, Rui Dague, who had been observing the situation, only realized after hearing the vow made by Master Anchi that his precious daughter had boldly risked herself, aiming to safeguard the future safety of her parents, thereby incurring the ire of a formidable master. Rui Dague felt a swell of pride for having raised such a dutiful daughter, yet he was deeply concerned about her reckless and audacious actions, fearing that she might face dire consequences in the future. If she were to find herself without protection in times of danger, what would become of her? The more Rui Dague pondered, the more his heart was laden with anxiety. Tong Fan gazed softly at the graceful figure of the young woman in the dueling arena. Despite her seemingly delicate frame, as if she could be swept away by the slightest breeze, she stood tall and unyielding among a throng of masters, her demeanor calm and composed. It appeared that nothing could rattle her. as she engaged in earnest conversation with the formidable beings surrounding her, exuding an aura of poise and confidence. The esteemed Master Tianqi of the Huayu sect had been closely observing Rui Qing. She remained humble and courteous. Even in perilous situations, she maintained her composure, and despite the multitude of eyes upon her, she stood proud and unassuming to that moment. Master Tianqi felt a desire to take her as his disciple, but I believe that the bond between a master and disciple is one that is fated and cannot be forced. I have heard that the eminent Master Mingyu of Yunzhong Temple possesses a treasure known as the Fate Spirit Sign. May I inquire if it is convenient for Master Mingyu? At that moment, Rui Qing cleared her mind and entered a meditative state, diligently channeling her energy and earnestly releasing her spiritual pressure. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, after a brief moment, she returned it to Master Mingyu, who piqued her curiosity about the identity of her destined mentor. Master Mingyu tossed the divine token into the air and cast a spell, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Venerable South Pole, on acquiring a remarkable disciple. Thank you for your auspicious words, Master Mingyu. I shall soon host a banquet for my young disciple at Tianqian Peak, and I hope all esteemed guests can grace us with their presence." The other venerables reluctantly acquiesced, their hearts tinged with envy as they lamented the fortuitous fate of the Tiandao sect, which had yet again bestowed upon Lu Yin an exceptionally gifted apprentice. "From this day forth, you shall be my sixth true disciple. I will arrange an auspicious day for your initiation ceremony. You have 1 hour to bid farewell to your family and friends." Master, Rui Qing noticed Wu Xiaoyan, who had been observing her intently behind Lu Yin, and realized that henceforth, the legendary figure known as one of the twin pillars of the universe, the youngest golden core true person in history, would be her fifth senior brother. With her hands clasped together, Rui Qing respectfully bowed to Wu Xiaoyan, addressing him, "Fifth senior brother, I take my leave." Wu Xiaoyan nodded slightly, and Rui Qing, sensing through the Lingxi sword. Rui Qing could no longer contain herself and dashed into Jingru's embrace, gently sobbing. The strength and composure she had been striving to maintain melted away in that moment, and she felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. The tranquil and graceful life she once knew is destined to fade away. With a heavy heart, she apologizes, saying, "Father, Mother, I am truly sorry for causing you worry. In the future, I shall strive diligently to elevate my cultivation to the golden core stage, after which I will be free to come and go from the sect, and visit you often." Hearing his daughter speak with such innocent naivety, Rui Dadue chuckles softly, responding, "Cultivation requires a natural progression. One cannot rush for quick results. You need not fret about us. In light of the esteemed Nanjizuns, no one will dare to brazenly bully us from now on, so rest assured." Upon hearing these words, Rui Qing feels a sense of calm wash over her, finally stepping away from Jingru's embrace. Turning to her friends Qingshan and Tong Fan, she says apologetically, "Aiken, Tong, thank you for your care and support throughout this journey. I regret that I can no longer accompany you both to participate in the disciple selection assessment, that I wish you all the best. I await your good news." Qingshan, noticing that Rui Qing has finally acknowledged him and taken the time to speak. Moved by Tongfan's assurances and concern, Rui Qing replies softly, "Thank you, I will heed your advice." Thus, time slips away quietly amidst their heartfelt exchanges. An hour later, Rui Qing strides purposefully towards the location of El Yin and Wu Xiaoyan, silent tears gliding down her cheeks. Chapter 45, Tiandao Sect. The Tiandao Sect is nestled within the main range of the Yunhua Mountain, comprising the 7 grand peaks of Tianqin, Tiandu, Tianqi, Tianlian, Tianmiao, Tianli, and Tianluan, along with a myriad of smaller summits surrounding them, each of which boasts several spiritual springs, the waters of which are typically reserved for the direct disciples and family members of the 7 peak masters. The 7 main peaks serve as the residences for the peak masters and their disciples, making it the most ancient and formidable formation in the entire cosmos, operable solely by the sect leader. Tiandu Peak ranks as the second highest within the Tiandao sect, currently presided over by the revered Nanjizuns. Qin Tian. Through the diligent stewardship of several generations, Tiandu Peak has flourished with countless rare spiritual herbs. This peak primarily manages the supply of spiritual medicines and elixirs for the entire sect, thus securing a distinguished status for Nanjizuns in the cosmic realm, where most revered figures regard him with respect. Tianqi Peak is characterized by an intricate array of mystical formations and is guarded by numerous lifelike mechanical beasts. Commands considerable respect throughout the cosmic realm, instilling fear in those who might dare to offend him. Qilian Daojun has devoted his life to the art of weapon forging, even to the point of neglecting his own cultivation, earning him the reputation as a legendary figure in the field of craftsmanship. being the only cultivator capable of forging artifacts beyond his rank. Atop Tianmiao Peak lies a lake known as Tianshui Lake. Embodying the complete cultivation of the Taoist path. It is also the hallowed ground where the revered Taihao immortal ascended to the higher realms, marking it as a sacred site in the hearts of practitioners across the universe. Furthermore, it is the primary peak that, every decade, fervently enrolls disciples. Rui Qing and Wu Xiaoyan journeyed together aboard the Taiya sword, the personal weapon of the revered Antarctic elder. During their flight, they listened intently as the elder gradually elucidated the fundamental details of the 7 principal peaks of the Tiandao sect. Lu Yin deliberately slowed their pace, allowing Rui Qing to fully appreciate the majestic landscapes they traversed. Captivated by the grandeur of the scenery, Rui Qing felt a surge of ambition arise from within. Standing atop the Taiya sword, the Tao reveals its essence, subduing the clouds. Upon regaining her composure, Rui Qing noticed that the Antarctic elder had already vanished. She exchanged an awkward smile with Wu Xiaoyan and apologized. Wu Xiaoyan then guided Rui Qing along the path of the Big Dipper, all clad in white robes, who regarded Wu Xiaoyan with excitement and admiration. In contrast, the glances directed at Rui Qing were filled with curiosity and scrutiny, particularly from many beautiful female cultivators, whose gazes seemed tinged with jealousy and resentment upon seeing her beside Wu Xiaoyan. Rui Qing felt a sense of trepidation, as though she had unknowingly accrued a multitude of formidable adversaries, regretting her decision to wander the Tiandao sect with Wu Xiaoyan, as it seemed she was unwittingly inviting hostility. Sensing Rui Qing's low spirits, Wu Xiaoyan increased their pace significantly. In the span of 3 to 4 hours, they managed to explore the main peaks of the Tiandao sect. They made their way to Tianshan Peak. Rui Qing observed that every practitioner they encountered greeted Wu Xiaoyan with utmost respect, leading her to conclude that her 5th senior brother held a remarkable status within the sect, someone she must never offend lightly. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall of Muchuan Palace, situated at the highest point of Tianshan Peak. There, Rui Qing spotted Lu Yin seated in the esteemed position at the apex, flanked by 3 men and 1 woman standing respectfully at the lower level. These are your 4 esteemed senior siblings. This is your eldest brother, Shojing, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This is your 2nd brother, Li Yun, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Rui Qing joyfully accepted the offerings, which were rare spiritual elixirs and magical tools. Wu Xiaoyan, following suit, gifted her a set of defensive robes, while Lu Yin presented her with a Buddhist Bodhi seed. As the 6th true disciple of the Tiandao sect's leader, her accommodations were naturally second only to Lu Yan's. Enjoying the same privileges as her 5 senior brothers and sisters, Rui Qing was assigned to the Qinyu Pavilion. With a cheerful smile, she bid farewell to Gui Yun, and, using the disciple token bestowed by Lu Yin, unlocked the protective array of the Qinyu Pavilion. Upon entering, she meticulously examined her new abode. Experiencing for the first time the significance of her identity as a direct disciple of the Tiandao sect's leader, upon entering the antique, 3-story loft of the Qinyu Pavilion, she was astounded by the opulent furnishings, the most exquisite of which was the spiritual spring located in the cultivation room. It was no wonder that the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was the most dense and pure throughout the entire pavilion. Meditating and cultivating here would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. No wonder everyone vied to apprentice under renowned masters, had she not experienced it firsthand. Rui Qing would never have dared to dream of one day residing in such a place. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples, the colors of the silk sashes at their waists correspondingly range from gray, blue, to purple. Naturally, the disciple robe worn by Rui Qing features a purple sash. Meanwhile, the entire Tianshan Peak is bustling with preparations for the Master's disciple selection. Dressed in her disciple robe, Rui Qing, clad in flowing white, kneels in reverence before the ancestral tablets of the Tiandao sect's past masters. Ultimately, she kneels at the center of the Grand Hall to receive the teachings from the Nanji Master, Iml Yin, the 128th sect master of the Tiandao sect. Today, under the will of heaven, I take on the responsibility of guiding the common folk and accept you, Rui Qing, as my disciple. Henceforth, you shall slay demons and eradicate evil for the benefit of the people. Upholding the righteous path, Rui Qing solemnly vows to heed her master's teachings, pledging to embrace the duty of vanquishing demons and championing the righteous path. After El Yin bids Rui Qing to rise, a blank life talisman materializes in his hand. The life talisman radiates a resplendent glow. In the realm of cultivation, the life talisman is employed to ascertain the safety and vitality of practitioners. When a practitioner drips their essence blood and infuses their consciousness into the talisman, and Rui Qing receives numerous precious treasures along the way. When the time comes to greet the esteemed Anchi, Rui Qing notices a hint of a wicked smile upon his lips, leading her to suspect that today's apprenticeship ceremony may encounter some turbulence. Indeed, after presenting Rui Qing with a bottle of 4th-tier concentration pills, Anchi addresses Yen with a smirk. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Rui Qing possesses extraordinary talent, yet her temperament remains uncertain. Why not take this opportunity? To date, no practitioner has emerged alive from its depths. Outsiders remain oblivious to the formidable nature of this heart demon realm, and to use it to assess Rui Qing's character seems excessively harsh. Regardless of Rui Qing's temperament, her low level of cultivation alone could prove fatal. Qin Tian's words were truly an attempt to incite conflict under the guise of seeking justice, and he cunningly aimed to use his own weapon against Rui Qing. The esteemed Anchi must not cause turmoil. Qin Tian had anticipated Yan's opposition and, with a sly demeanor, replied, I understand that you are reluctant to see your disciple suffer, but given the immense disturbance she has caused in Yunhua City, for the sake of our sect's illustrious reputation spanning over 1,000,000 years and the safety of the righteous path, I beseech the sect leader to allow Rui Qing to undergo the trial within the heart demon mirror. Unable to bear seeing her master in such a predicament, and eager to experience the heart demon realm that everyone spoke of, she wished to prevent any future repercussions. Thus, she respectfully bowed to Yen and stated, Master, to prove my innocence, I am willing to enter the heart demon mirror for a trial. Upon hearing this, Yen recognized that Rui Qing was entirely unaware of the true nature of the heart demon mirror. She was oblivious to its perilous capabilities and had unwittingly fallen into the trap laid by Anchi. Enraged, Yen exclaimed, Yen understands that this matter cannot end well, casting a cold glare at Qin Tian. Her voice a blend of authority and restraint. It is indeed rare for the esteemed Anchi to be so dedicated to the sect and the righteous path. As the leader of the Tiandao sect, I shall act impartially. Since everyone is so fervently eager to eliminate potential threats to our sect, I understand their intentions. As the gathered crowd pondered Yan's sudden shift in stance, Qin Tian sensed a deeper meaning behind her gaze and felt a pang of guilt. Yan continued, her tone icy. Every sect conducts thorough investigations to prevent spies and demonic cultivators from infiltrating, and among them, the Tiandao sect scrutiny is the most stringent. All new disciples must ascend the heavenly ladder to be recognized as true members of our sect. Do you truly wish for our sect to produce another Thunderlord? Yan found herself at a loss for words in response to Qin Tian's challenge. The other esteemed ones present fell silent at the mention of the Tian Scare Rebellion. Both fear neither death nor the formidable challenge of surpassing stronger opponents. Both hail from humble beginnings, yet have studied under renowned masters. The parallels are abundant, in an instant. The gaze of the crowd towards Rui Qing turned decidedly hostile. Rui Qing surmised that the heart demon mirror had likely been a sinister artifact of the cultivation world since time immemorial, one from which practitioners could enter but never escape. At that moment, despite being bound by a vow not to pursue her, he had myriad ways to orchestrate her demise. After inciting the crowd, Rui Qing became the target of their collective ire, as if she were the most heinous of demon lords. Yen had never utilized this mirror to punish an offender, let alone his newly accepted disciple. Yet, with no retreat left, Yen resorted to secret methods to convey to Rui Qing the precautions she must heed. Observing his young disciple making what seemed to be a final request, Yen felt a pang of sorrow. As a mentor, he could hardly refuse, and thus he nodded slightly, signifying his acquiescence, before the assembled crowd. Akin to a lurking beast, exuding a beguiling force that enticed its prey to step willingly into its maw, witnessing Rui Qing's apparent descent into a trance, the venerable Nanji Yen admonished her sharply, embrace the primordial unity. Maintain clarity of mind, and never forget that you are a disciple of Nanji. Return alive. After the Qingming festival, Rui Qing had come to deeply understand the perilous nature of the heart demon mirror. With a slight nod, she resolutely stepped towards the mirror, undeterred by the hellish abyss that awaited her. She swore to carve out a path to survival. Chapter 47. The Heart Demon Mirror. Rui Qing approached the Heart Demon Mirror with measured steps, binding it to her chest with an unyielding thread. Suddenly, her mind cleared, and the mirror's beguiling allure diminished significantly. Alas, Rui Qing felt an overwhelming chill towards human nature. Such was the fickleness of emotions in the realm of cultivation, a stark reminder of the world's indifference. Time flows unceasingly, like a fleeting white horse, drowning countless brilliant stars, while innumerable strong figures rise. Rui Qing felt like a stone, submerged in the river of time. Despite once stirring monumental waves, she had left not a trace behind. Her parents, Rui Dague and Jingru, had long heard the various accounts of Rui Qing's initiation into her master and the threat she faced in the Heart Demon Mirror. They could only lament the tribulations of their daughter's path to immortality. Silently striving to enhance their own cultivation, awaiting the day they could exact vengeance. Grateful for their parental love, Lianzi permitted them to visit the Tiandao sect's temple each month to check on Rui Qing's life spirit card. She lost all consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in a simple, quaint room that at first glance. The furnishings appeared somewhat crude, yet upon closer inspection, she discovered that the materials for the table and wooden bed were composed of deep-sea agarwood, a substance long vanished from the contemporary cultivation world. Astonished, Rui Qing realized that any seemingly inconspicuous object in this humble abode was a treasure of immeasurable worth in the Huanyu realm. Perplexed, she wondered where she truly was. Rui Qing quickly seated herself on the bed to meditate and cultivate her energy, finding her surrounding spiritual essence to be quite normal. Once her dantian and meridians brimmed with vitality, she rose and cautiously ventured outside to explore her surroundings. After a brief exploration, Rui Qing's attention was captivated by the plaque at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she observed the 3 large characters Weimingju inscribed on the plaque above the door, though the characters themselves were simple and easily comprehensible. As a swordswoman, Rui Qing found herself completely enthralled by the sword intent emanating from the plaque, standing rooted to the spot and entirely oblivious to her surroundings. Once she regained her composure, she was unaware that someone had been closely monitoring her with their spiritual sense. The observer perched on the fusang tree, 1,000 miles away, grew increasingly impatient. The observer, Qing, was naturally lively and energetic. Her prolonged stay on the fusang tree was solely due to her grandmother's admonitions. Within less than 10 exchanges, Rui Qing found herself defeated and sprawled on the ground, utterly unable to retaliate. Feeling utterly outmatched, she focused her gaze on her opponent, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, yet possessed an unfathomable level of cultivation. Given our similar ages, you may simply call me Qing. Addressing me as esteemed one makes me feel rather elderly. Rui Qing was taken aback by Qing's words and expressed her admiration, saying, "You truly are a prodigy. I do not even know how I ended up in that place. Isun truly that terrifying." Observing the bewildered expression on Rui Qing's face, I quickly deduced that she was indeed unfamiliar with Yun. The young girl, with her innocent disposition, divulged everything Rui Qing yearned to know without hesitation. Additionally, Rui Qing learned that this locale was called Chengdi, the fiefdom of the esteemed Gong, where mortals and cultivators coexisted without any sex. This era was rich in cultivation resources, where gods, spirits, and various races cohabited, leading to rampant wars and calamities. The Zhuangga period was indeed the true age of formidable beings, as the world was yet to be divided into territories, resulting in countless fierce battles among numerous powerful factions vying for resources and dominion. Rui Qing felt a profound sense of dread and despair at the thought of truly being in the Zhuangga period. Seeing that Oki was inclined to continue probing, Rui Qing swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, is your grandmother nearby? If it is convenient, I would like to express my gratitude to her in person." She reflected on her fortunate encounter with such a benefactor. Feeling immensely blessed, once her spirit was restored, she vowed to diligently enhance her cultivation, doing everything within her power to show her gratitude. Chapter 48. Oki and Rongxi. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, Rui Qing had been forewarned by her father that while one could be free of malicious intent towards others in the realm of cultivation, to distract herself, she began inquiring about Oki's grandmother, who, as described by Oki, was a master of great accomplishment in the harmonization stage, poised to shed her mortal form and ascend as an earth immortal when the opportunity arose. Rui Qing found herself increasingly perplexed yet curious about her grandmother, whom she had yet to meet. During her time in the universe realm, she was only aware that the highest rank of cultivators in the mortal world was the god transformation stage. Upon achieving perfection in this stage, a cultivator could ascend to the immortal realm. Her mind was inundated with countless questions, and rather than indulging in idle speculation, she decided it prudent to directly inquire of Eki. Having grown up alongside her grandmother in the unnamed abode, Eki's life revolved solely around cultivation, devoid of any interactions with outsiders, let alone peers her own age. The arrival of Rui Qing brought her immense joy. As she suddenly realized she could play the role of a guide and teacher, with great patience, Eki proceeded to elucidate, cultivators undergo the processes of refining essence to transform into qi. Transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit to attain void, and then merging with the Tao after shedding their mortal coil, thus becoming immortals. Thereafter, one may cultivate to become celestial immortals, golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, coeval with the heavens and the earth. Not to mention, there are countless reclusive paragons in this world. After pausing for a moment, concerned that Rui Qing might not grasp the gravity of her words, contemplating the state of the world and wondering how one could possibly navigate such a treacherous existence, witnessing Eki's unusually grave demeanor, Rui Qing assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not stir up trouble." As Eki appeared inclined to continue her admonitions, Rui Qing felt a tempest of emotions brewing within her, compounded by fatigue. She hastily interjected. The following day, she awoke to a sweet and fragrant aroma. Since embarking on her path of cultivation, Rui Qing had never experienced such a leisurely slumber, waking naturally and feeling utterly content. With a clear mind and invigorated spirit, she ambled into the courtyard, scarcely recalling the last time she had felt so unburdened and at ease. Much like an ordinary mortal, beside a low hearth, a pot simmered, likely containing the much-anticipated dried grass fish, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, bringing a sense of tranquility to the soul. Surrounding the grandmother was the lively and sprightly Oki. Oki affectionately called out, "Qing Qing, come and help us." With a smile, Rui Qing approached and deftly took the freshly stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat from the grandmother, joining Oki in tidying up the dishes. In no time, the vibrant and delectable food was unlike anything Rui Qing had ever tasted. After sipping the dried grass fish and tofu soup, she could no longer suppress her cultivation. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius of the courtyard surged towards her. Are you wondering why I haven't inquired about your origins? Or how you found yourself in the perilous realm of Yiyuan? Seeing Rui Qing nod earnestly, Granny C paused her work, her eyes, weathered by countless years. You may remain here indefinitely in such an unfamiliar place, where formidable beings abound. Rui Qing understood that she must first acclimate before formulating any future plans. Therefore, she was more than willing to accept Granny C's words, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I will behave myself. Thus, Rui Qing began to settle in at Weiming residence, embracing a daily routine of recuperation, sword practice, and herbal cultivation. Chapter 49. On the Tao and life since Rui Qing embarked on her spiritual journey. The will of heaven, and following one's heart. Why then should we renounce our desires? After finishing the fish soup, Rui Qing contentedly rubbed her belly and stretched her waist, pondering, aligning with the will of heaven. Not far from Weiming residence, a plethora of fairy-faced flowers thrived, frequently attracting the vibrant winged spirit butterflies, known for their kaleidoscopic colors and subtle fragrances, each one uniquely exquisite. Qing, particularly fond of collecting these butterflies for crafting hair ornaments. Rui Qing and Qing swiftly set up their spirit net and quietly concealed themselves in the grass beside the brook. The pink fairy-face flowers exuded a gentle fragrance, and soon, several winged spirit butterflies fluttered in from a distance. The light green butterfly, upon sensing the ambush, quickly coordinated with its 5 captured companions to assault the spirit net. Rui Qing and Qing hastily approached the net, witnessing its imminent rupture. Qing called out, "Quick, Qing Qing, distract that light green butterfly while I handle the 5 trapped ones." The little butterfly, having spotted Rui Qing, abruptly ceased its attack on the net and turned to unleash flames at her. Fortunately, Rui Qing's reflexes were swift, or she might have been singed by the fierce little creature. This was the first time Rui Qing had encountered a fire-breathing butterfly. While dodging, she observed the little butterfly intently, engaging in a playful game of chase. Soon, the butterfly discovered Rui Qing's evasive tactics. Its entire body swelled several times in size. Its spiritual energy surged, and it darted towards her with incredible speed. As Rui Qing, who was preoccupied with admiring the butterfly's display of power, noticed the impending danger, it was too late for her to evade. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the spiritual flames, Heqiang arrived just in time, throwing a talisman that sealed the butterfly's flames. However, the clumsy Rui Qing was still knocked to the ground by the swift butterfly. Upon witnessing such a comical scene, Heqiang burst into laughter. Rui Qing stood up, feeling disgruntled as she rubbed her sore abdomen from the collision, clutching the dazed butterfly, and glared at Heqiang, who was doubled over in laughter. Holding his stomach, Rui Qing was acutely aware of the formidable individuals in this world, but she never imagined that she would struggle against a mere butterfly. With a hint of despondency, she remarked, "Grandma C, I sincerely apologize for my lack of skill. I must have embarrassed you." The affable Grandma C, noticing Rui Qing's demoralized demeanor, replied earnestly, "In our realm, strength is paramount. Given your current state, it will be challenging for you to survive here. You possess decent talent, yet your cultivation is woefully inadequate. This is likely due to the inferiority of your technique." Since beginning her cultivation journey, Rui Qing had been practicing the purple gold divine thunder technique under her father's guidance, who, after examining the technique for half an hour, remarked, "This is a flawed technique. Classified as low-tiered, it is commendable that you have managed to cultivate to this point with such a rudimentary method." Rui Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that the Zhuanggu era was indeed a flourishing time for cultivation, with complete techniques available. Aware of her technique's deficiencies, Rui Qing was determined not to remain idle and promptly inquired, "Who has reached the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage? And you are even indebted to me for saving your life." However, Rui Qing was resolute and replied, "You are right. I have nothing to offer in exchange. And the debt of life is immeasurable. How about I become your disciple and serve you with filial piety as a devoted apprentice?" C9 was taken aback by Rui Qing's audacity. Chuckling, "You truly know how to climb the ladder of opportunity. I do not take on disciples, but if you agree to perform 3 tasks for me in the future, this technique will be yours." Rui Qing readily agreed, promising to do her utmost to fulfill the 3 tasks for C9 and AI. No sooner had she spoken than a copy of the Divine Thunder formula appeared in her hands. Upon opening the text, Rui Qing was immediately bewildered. She could not comprehend a single character. Noticing her perplexed expression, Rui Qing gently remarked, "Oh, it appears the Divine Thunder formula is inscribed in ancient script." Rui Qing, are you not familiar with this form of writing? To cultivate this technique, she needed to delve deeper into the profound meanings of the ancient script before daring to practice the formula, for one must not treat cultivation lightly. Although she had refrained from practicing the purple gold Divine Thunder formula for more than a year, they are the most ancient of writings, crafted by the celestial beings who share their longevity with the heavens and the earth. While studying alongside Qing, Rui Qing learned from Granny C about the knowledge of the immortal realm and came to understand that beyond the immortal emperor, there exist divine entities. Many a time, Rui Qing felt that Granny C possessed an extraordinary background, as she could even utilize ancient inscriptions and had gifted Rui Qing a complete and authentic divine-level cultivation method. Yet she wonders if she will live long enough to fully master this entire technique. As the seasons changed, a year passed, and Rui Qing had been studying ancient inscriptions for over 2 years. She had perused several foundational texts written in ancient inscriptions and had essentially grasped the basics. It was now time to begin her cultivation of the Divine Thunder technique. Sitting cross-legged upon the millennia-old agarwood, Rui Qing centered herself and slowly commenced the practice of the Divine Thunder technique at the outset of her cultivation. She felt her meridians swell with pain, certain acupoints were excruciating, and blood seemed to flow in reverse. A miracle occurred. All pain vanished, as if an invisible, miraculous force were mending her damaged meridians. The flow of spiritual energy throughout her body became smooth, and the speed at which she absorbed spiritual essence exceeded that of her previous technique by more than 100-fold. While the capacity of her dantian to store spiritual energy increased nearly 1,000 times, the divine-level technique from the Xiangu era was indeed extraordinary, had she not experienced it firsthand. Rui Qing would never have believed such a wondrous method existed in this world. Completely entranced by the ease of her cultivation, Rui Qing, having already achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, found herself unable to contain her burgeoning power. She immediately began to operate the Divine Thunder technique for the Golden Core stage. As the technique flowed, the liquid spiritual energy within her dantian continuously compressed and coalesced into a solid state. However, do remember that Granny expended 568 top-grade spirit stones to set up the formation for you. I wonder how you intend to repay that. Upon hearing Eki's words, Rui Qing once again bowed reverently to Granny C. I shall never call you Shirshu, Master Uncle. Rui Qing, Rui Qing, Rui Qing. Fine, I will strive to cultivate diligently so that you will call me Shirshu sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Rui Qing's audacious claim to surpass her, Eki retorted, Humph, I have already attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. You have quite a long way to go before you can surpass me. Ah, that may not be the case. You must work hard in your cultivation, or you might find yourself overtaken. Granny Rongxi observed her newly accepted disciple and granddaughter as they playfully bickered. And upon witnessing her extraordinary temperament and exceptional aptitude, she naturally welcomed her into her fold. From that moment on, Rui Qing rightfully resided in Weiming, diligently tending to the medicinal garden each morning and practicing swordsmanship. Mastering swordsmanship, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and formations. Consequently, she was quite strict with their training. Rui Qing and Eki's days were filled to the brim with lessons in swordsmanship, formations, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, leaving no time for respite aside from meals and sleep. Rui Qing found herself unable to secure even a single victory, having faced defeat over 500 times. Yet, with each setback, Rui Qing's determination only grew stronger, akin to an indomitable insect that thrives against all odds. Initially, she would challenge Eki sporadically. Now, she sought to duel her after every meal. Though each encounter culminated in Rui Qing's disheartening defeat, Eki could distinctly perceive Rui Qing's progress. That Rui Qing's remarkable comprehension and tenacity were evident. During their battles, Eki's demeanor evolved from a leisurely attitude to one of utmost seriousness. It now required Eki's full effort to vanquish Rui Qing. After becoming a disciple of Rongxi, Rui Qing's engagement in class became increasingly earnest and proactive. Particularly Rui Qing, who approached each lesson with meticulous care and rigor, often engaging in discussions about the myriad paths of magic after class, alongside her equally diligent granddaughter. Such an outstanding student would endear herself to any teacher, showcasing an exceptional talent that eclipsed that of Eki. Late at night, as Rui Qing concluded her cultivation and prepared for rest, she suddenly received a mental transmission from Hongqi. "Young friend Rui Qing, how have you been of late?" She swiftly entered the realm, hastening to Hongqi's side. Meanwhile, the resting Rongxi, with her eyes slightly opened, sighed inwardly, acknowledging that her disciple was indeed fortunate. She then resumed her repose. Rui Qing spoke up. "Elder, I apologize for my tardiness and hope for your forgiveness. The esteemed Rongxi does not strike me as someone who would covet the treasures of the Qingling space. Moreover, since you have taken her as your mentor, she would never scheme against your possessions. With her, you need not conceal the Qingling space any longer. The heavenly laws here are intact, and after my passing, you may take my son out of the Qingling space and place him in an area abundant with spiritual energy. When the time comes, he shall break free from his shell. Alas, I shall not endure until that moment. I earnestly implore you to remember the vow you made and to care for my son, ensuring his safe growth. I am grateful to you for this." Listening to Hongqi's faltering last words, Rui Qing was moved by the profound nature of maternal love. Observing Hongqi on the brink of death, Hongqi breathed her last. Following her wishes, Rui Qing retrieved the jade box crafted from a millennium of soul jade that Hongqi had previously collected. Using a hand gesture, she reduced the massive body of the qilin 1,000-fold. Before long, even Rongxi approached and remarked, Indeed, this qilin beast egg carries a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline. Nurture it well, and it shall become a significant aid on your path of cultivation." And replied apologetically, "I'm afraid there are no extras. I stumbled upon this one and had kept it hidden in my storage space until now, as it is about to hatch. Is there truly none left? I have always wanted to raise a spirit beast. Previously, grandmother never allowed me to. Grandmother, look, Qing already has a spirit beast egg. I want to raise one too, please." With a sense of helplessness, Rongxi gently prodded the small head of each young with her finger. Hastening to assist her in cooking, after breakfast, the two resumed their arduous training as the new day unfolded. Chapter 52, Ascending to the Nascent Soul. Time is of no consequence in cultivation, since embarking on the practice of the Divine Thunder technique. Rui Qing's dantian had increased in capacity by over tenfold, and her speed of absorbing spiritual energy had accelerated more than 20 times compared to before. I, in the blink of an eye, was filled with excitement, chattering animatedly with Rui Qing in midair. "Qing, I've never seen a qilin before. Oh, you know what it looks like." "I have seen one. It appears quite festive and auspicious. You will surely like it when you see it." "Really? What does it specifically look like? Please describe it to me. If I tell you now, there will be no surprise later. How annoying. I want to know right now. Please tell me." Time flew by as the two engaged in their playful banter, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on it. Seeing that the little qilin was full, Icheng quickly stretched out her hands, scooping the qilin into her embrace with such swiftness that it had no time to resist. Having signed an equal contract with her, seizing an opportunity when Icheng was momentarily distracted, it leaped from her arms to land on Rui Qing's lap, climbing up her thigh and curling up to sleep in her embrace. Found it increasingly endearing, her affection growing with each passing moment. Inquiring, Rui Qing addressed, "Qing, what name do you intend to bestow upon the little qilin? Perhaps we could simply call it Xiaobai." Long before the little qilin was born, its mother, Hongqi, had already chosen a name for it. Observing that Qiang was still inclined to whimsically name the creature, Rui Qing promptly interjected, "I have already decided. Henceforth, it shall be called Hongfu, and its nickname will be Fufu." The names of Fufu's parents, Hongqi and Hongtian, evoke the splendid connotation of abundant blessings, as the name Hongfu signifies the auspicious notion of great fortune under heaven. Once Fufu was comfortably settled, Rui Qing and Qiang resumed their daily practice. After their evening training, Rui Qing sought out her master, Rongxi, and inquired, "Master, I wish to specialize in a particular craft, while dedicating my remaining time to crafting small trinkets to exchange for some spirit stones in the market." And how many spirit stones could one truly earn? Concentrating on cultivation is undoubtedly the rightful path. After much gentle persuasion, Rongxi dissuaded Rui Qing from pursuing a singular craft, advising her that during her youth, Rui Qing ultimately reached the stage of great perfection in the Golden Core realm, poised to soon break through to the Yuan-Ing stage. The disparity between the Yuan-Ing and Golden Core realms is monumental. Upon achieving the Yuan-Ing stage, a cultivator gains an additional 30,000 years of life. As long as the Yuan-Ing remains intact, there exists an opportunity for rebirth through the seizing of another's body, effectively granting a second chance at life. Together with Qiang and Fufu, they departed the residence, retreating to a concealed location miles away, standing guard over Rui Qing in secrecy to thwart any ill-intentioned intruders. The path of celestial principles and cultivation is fraught with challenges. The tribulation serves as the most formidable test for cultivators. Surmounting it yields great longevity, while failure results in utter annihilation. Rui Qing continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which gathered through her channels into the Dantian. A pain so profound it threatened her very existence that it was solely through her formidable willpower that she persevered. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago, once the golden core was completely fragmented. Rui Qing found herself on the brink of collapse. Just as she was about to surrender, an endless surge of spiritual energy rushed toward her. Instantly, she activated the divine thunder technique of the nascent soul phase, during which all the thunderous spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles was completely drained. As the nascent soul began to take shape, the pivotal moment arrived. Rui Qing divided her consciousness in her sea of awareness, sealing half of it within the nascent soul, thus completing its formation. The next challenge was to face the tribulation of heaven. After Rui Qing consumed several vials of azure spirit liquid to replenish her spiritual energy. Indeed, just as Rui Qing had not fully absorbed the pill, the third strike of heavenly thunder descended, its might surpassing even the second by more than ninefold, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful assault. Fortunately, the thunder was entirely blocked by the Qian-Kuan 8 trigrams formation. Typically, the tribulation for cultivators breaking through to the nascent soul phase consists of 4 to 6 strikes, but Rui Qing faced an exceptionally rare 9-strike tribulation. However, she remained resolute, believing she could withstand the heavenly trial if she exerted her full strength. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. During the obliteration of the Qian-Kuan 8 trigrams formation, she utilized precious refining materials to swiftly establish a defensive formation above her head. Meanwhile, centered around the Lingxi sword, an immense accumulation of thunderous spiritual power coalesced into a bolt of lightning, forming an intricate formation of 81 layers of swords that danced around Rui Qing. The remaining heavenly thunder surged with devastating force, both enchanting and mesmerizing. Rui Qing understood that she must thwart these residual heavenly thunders. Otherwise, her fragile mortal body would not withstand their onslaught, placing her life in grave peril. Drawing upon all her spiritual energy, attempting to confront the thunder directly. Yet, even after years of reliance on this weapon, it proved insufficient to halt the advancing tempest, and it was shattered in an instant. The remaining arcs of lightning surged directly toward Rui Qing's form. And fortunately, she was clad in exquisite defensive garments that mitigated much of the thunder's residual power, sparing her from immediate demise. Though she did not perish on the spot, Rui Qing's body was left charred and convulsing on the ground. When Rongxi arrived, Rui Qing had succumbed to the shock. Rendered unconscious, her body aglow with a purple hue, her consciousness teetering on the brink of dissolution. Rongxi had no choice but to immediately cast a spell to safeguard Rui Qing's spirit, hoping to save her life in time. Chapter 53. Rui Qing awakens the modest dwelling and medicinal garden of Wumingzhu, utterly devastated by the colossal force of heavenly thunder that Rui Qing had summoned during her tribulation. It was within the realm of Ping Yao, governed by Emperor Yao, that the most abundant resources for cultivation could be found. Yao, the most favored descendant of the Yellow Emperor, was renowned throughout the Xuangu world as an illustrious celestial monarch. Gun naturally embodied Yao's compassionate spirit, leading Chengdi to flourish under his governance. In the outskirts of Chengdi City, Rongxi rented a temporary cave dwelling. After settling Rui Qing, she instructed Yi Qi, "You must stay here obediently and take good care of Rui Qing." After detailing the precautions Yi Qi needed to observe, she hurriedly soared towards the capital of Chengdi, Chonggao. Left alone, Yi Qi sat quietly in the cave, cradling Fu Fu and closely observing Rui Qing. After altering her aura, she entered Chongyang City, making her way directly to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion within Chongyang City specialized in selling spirit pills, magical artifacts, and formations suitable for cultivators below the harmonization stage. The spiritual energy within them would become dense enough to transform into elemental energy. The spirit stones previously used for cultivation would completely convert into elemental stones. Elemental energy is a high-level cultivation gas formed from sufficiently concentrated spiritual energy. While elemental stones are crystals that contain a substantial amount of elemental energy, serving as essential resources for cultivators from the spirit refinement stage to the harmonization stage, as well as currency in the cultivation world. Elemental stones are categorized into inferior, middle grade, superior, and exceptional grades, with an exchange ratio of 1,000 between adjacent grades. However, it is uncommon for cultivators to willingly exchange high-grade elemental stones for lower-grade ones. "Please lead me there." With a smile, the maid escorted Rongxi to the 6th floor of the pavilion, where the spirit pill chamber was located, before retreating to a middle-aged shopkeeper, skilled in the spirit refinement stage. Then attended to Rongxi, asking, "What pills do you require, fellow cultivator?" "Our spirit pill chamber boasts the finest quality and the most comprehensive selection in all of Chongyang City." Rongxi placed an exceptional elemental stone on the table and declared, "They are exceedingly difficult to concoct, and the finest varieties are even rarer. Fortunately, you have come to our treasured pavilion, where other establishments may not possess such items or the complete set. Today, we have just received a fresh batch of pills. This is our store's membership token. Keep it safe, as it will grant you a 20% discount upon presentation at our treasured pavilion." After accepting the token with gratitude, Rongxi turned to leave. Cursing, "The duck that was within my grasp has flown away. I underestimated him. Let me not encounter him again. Such scoundrels in the cultivation world. Were it not for Rongxi being preoccupied with saving lives today." After an arduous week of dedicated treatment, Rui Qing's condition finally stabilized, allowing Rongxi to breathe a sigh of relief. In the year that followed, Rongxi diligently provided Rui Qing with premium soul restoration pills and rejuvenation pills for her meticulous care. "Troubling you both, such a formidable fourth 9 heavenly tribulation signifies that your talents far surpass those of ordinary practitioners. The heavenly Tao's trials for you are consequently more rigorous. It is fortunate that you have awakened." Rarely managing the dual practice of body refinement, nor do they withstand physical confrontations as body cultivators do. Typically, practitioners will release a layer of spiritual protection around their bodies to shield themselves from the harm of other spells. Thus, if the spiritual protection of A is completely destroyed and their physical body is attacked, they can indeed be killed. Upon hearing her master's words, Rui Qing realized that she had finally turned misfortune into fortune. Now, Rui Qing's entire skeletal structure was exceptionally resilient, her skin possessing a dual nature of both flexibility and hardness. Common low-grade magical artifacts could leave no mark upon her. Rui Qing felt that even without employing spells, she could contend equally with demon beasts of the same rank solely relying on her physical prowess. Half a year later, Rui Qing's injuries had completely healed, leaving only the wounds to her soul. This process was excruciatingly slow and arduous, and were it not for Rui Qing's remarkable determination, she would have been unable to endure. During her convalescence, Rui Qing devoted herself to extensive reading of cultivation manuals and texts, which can be utilized for alchemy and forging. The treasures crafted from this fire are evidently inferior in quality and power compared to those made with exotic flames. Naturally, exotic fire is a rare and precious phenomenon birthed from the heavens and earth. The matter of one's innate magical treasure holds immense significance for a practitioner's life. Naturally, Rui Qing dared not to take any risks, and thus sought the assistance of her revered master, Rongxi, to forge it on her behalf. Moreover, due to the impairment of her spirit, she was unable to cast spells with ease, necessitating her master's provision of materials as well. In Rongxi's lifetime, she had but one disciple, Rui Qing, and a cherished granddaughter, whom she cared for with utmost diligence. Regarding the creation of such a pivotal item as the innate magical treasure, Rongxi placed even greater importance on it than Ruijia herself. She directly urged Ruijia to contemplate what kind of innate magical treasure she desired, assuring her that she would handle the remaining preparations. Ruijia often reflected on her incredible fortune in encountering such an exemplary mentor. She vowed not to disappoint her master's expectations and to achieve remarkable accomplishments on the path of immortality. The Spirit Heart Sword, which she had wielded for many years, had become utterly unusable in fending off heavenly lightning, and at present, Ruijia could not even afford a suitable combat artifact, placing her among the poorest of cultivators in the realm. And after a span of 15 years, her spiritual injuries were finally fully healed. This was the first time since she embarked on her cultivation journey that she had sustained such severe injuries. Rongxi, observing her disciple's expression as though she were admiring a rare treasure, felt immense satisfaction in seeing how much Ruijia cherished her creation. After a brief moment, Rongxi roused her somewhat entranced disciple, administering a few pills to aid in the recovery of her consciousness and prepare her for the impending tribulation of the magical treasure. Startled from her reverie, Ruijia's face fell in dismay as she exclaimed, "Master, you must be jesting. How could a mere innate magical treasure of the nascent soul stage summon the tribulation's arrival?" Rongxi, recognizing her disciple's fear of the heavenly tribulation, consoled her, saying, "For matters of such gravity." After clearing her throat twice, Rongxi elucidated, "As your master, my sole intention was to utilize the finest materials to forge the most exceptional magical artifact for you, completely neglecting the fact that if the artifact were to surpass the tier of the forging materials, to be incessantly besieged by heavenly lightning." Simultaneously, Rongxi swiftly set up a comprehensive defensive array around the temporarily rented cave dwelling before departing in haste, having endured the baptism of heavenly lightning before. Rui Qing was considerably more at ease when facing the impending tribulation of her magical artifact. The first 3 bolts of heavenly lightning were effectively intercepted by the array, and for the final strike. For our hearts are inextricably linked, bound by life and death, as we tread the path of enlightenment together. In the air, with unwavering determination, Rui Qing braced herself to welcome the baptism of heavenly lightning. The sound of the tribulation resounding thunderously, the outskirts of Chongyang City were dotted with numerous rented caves, home to many cultivators. The spectacle of a tribulation naturally drew an audience, who watched from a distance. Rongxi, feeling equally helpless, reassured her, "Fear not. This girl has endured heavenly lightning once before. She shall not perish this time either." Eki remained unconvinced, eager to continue chastising her grandmother for her irresponsibility, when suddenly her attention was captivated by a brilliant violet light. And at last, the onlooking cultivators fell silent. One must wonder, how could one who dared to challenge heavenly lightning not inspire admiration? Moreover, she was a person of remarkable perseverance. It was at this moment that the gathered cultivators realized the true essence of the tribulation lay not with the sword's wielder. If the wielder perishes, the sword perishes, and the loss of the sword brings harm to the wielder. In Chapter 55, titled Appointed Alchemist, the tales of the tribulation of a nascent soul cultivator's fated magical artifacts circulated in various versions throughout Chongyang City. Rongxi and her friend, Yiqiong, transforming their appearances as they entered the city. The trio rented a temporary cave dwelling in a tranquil and secluded area, allowing Rui Qing to enter seclusion to recuperate and evade the ensuing turmoil. Time slipped away swiftly. The boundless sea of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and 7 or 8 years passed. Who still remembered the nascent soul cultivator who had undergone tribulation on the outskirts of the city? Upon emerging from her seclusion, Rui Qing discovered a sound transmission talisman left by her master at the entrance. After listening to Rongxi's message, she realized that they had already vacated their cave abode, necessitating a tranquil and safe place for her to cultivate. The tribulation faced by a cultivator transitioning from the nascent soul stage to the transformation stage involved formidable heavenly lightning, requiring meticulous preparation to ensure success. Elemental veins and immortal veins. It attracts cultivators ranging from the lower levels of qi refinement to the esteemed celestial beings. The outer regions of Chongyang City are strewn with premium spiritual stone veins. At the heart of Chongyang City lies a premium immortal crystal vein, teeming with rich and bountiful immortal essence, inhabited by beings from earth immortals to great Luo golden immortals. Suspended in the sky above Chongyang City is the floating city of Lincoln, which has become a prime location for private duels, robberies, and tribulations. teeming with a mix of individuals and continuous conflict. In a moment of inconvenience, it was unfeasible for Yi Chang to undergo tribulation within the confines of Chongyang City. Heading towards the chosen location on the outskirts, they set up defensive formations around the selected temporary cave to facilitate Yi Chang's successful tribulation. Due to the uncertainty regarding Rui Qing's exact time of emergence, Rongxi left a communication talisman, conveying pertinent matters to Rui Qing before departing with Yi Chang. She also cautioned Rui Qing against venturing outside Chongyang City, advising her to focus on her cultivation within the city and warning her of the dangers that lurked beyond its walls. Given the circumstances, Rui Qing, unable to remain confined within the cave, decided to explore the legendary realm of cultivation that she had long yearned for. After transforming into a robust middle-aged man and establishing the cave's defensive array, it would likely bring unrest to the Pingyao realm as well. Fortunately, Chongyang City was situated a significant distance from the Yellow River, and one could only hope that these displaced cultivators would not all seek refuge in Chongyang City. Rui Qing pondered whether their revered immortal would intervene in this matter. Who could say? Emperor Yao held their immortal in high regard and might very well assign them, Gun, to manage the flood crisis. Yao, Gun, into you, reverberating in her ears, causing her to shudder in fright. Could it be that misfortune awaited her? Had she entered the heart demon mirror, traversing time and space to the flourishing era of Xiangu millions of years ago? Merely to endure this catastrophic deluge, Rui Qing had long encountered records of this catastrophic flood within the Xiangu Hai and Yijing. During the Xiangu era, the Yellow River's middle and lower reaches were inundated with floods. The compassionate celestial sovereign, Gun, feeling pity for the innocent populace, accepted the mandate of the celestial emperor Yao to manage the disaster. Initially, Gun employed the method of damming to control the floods, temporarily alleviating their fury. However, as the heavens grew wrathful, the deluge intensified, rendering the damming technique ineffective against the overwhelming calamity. Fortunately, Gun heard whispers of a divine artifact possessed by the heavenly emperor, known as Shirang, which could perpetually absorb floodwaters without depletion. With the plight of the common people weighing heavily on his heart, Gun ventured alone to the celestial realm, seeking to borrow Shirang from the heavenly emperor. Yet, the selfish and avaricious deity would not squander his divine treasure for the sake of mere mortals. Upon awakening and discovering the theft of his divine artifact, the enraged heavenly emperor dispatched Zhu Rong to slay Gun at Yuyuan, while numerous celestial beings and cultivators within Chongyang City met a brutal fate at Zhu Rong's hands, leaving the city scorched and desolate. Thus, the compassionate celestial sovereign Gun and the sacred realm of Chongyang City vanished from existence. Fortunately, Gun's son, Diyu, managed to escape Zhu Rong's wrath and, millennia later, ascended to godhood. Avenging his father by vanquishing both Zhu Rong and the heavenly emperor Diyu, inheriting his father's noble aspirations, successfully subdued the heavenly deluge with the aid of ancient deities like Gong Gong and Fuxi. Employing the method of river diversion to finally eradicate the catastrophic floods, Diyu was thereafter revered as a deity by the beings of Pingyao. The myth of the water-controlling deity Diyu is recorded throughout the universe millennia later. However, lacking any other magical instruments, Rui Qing must swiftly procure a suitable tool, regardless of the exorbitant prices that could cause financial strain. In the collection pavilion branch outside Chongyang City, Rui Qing set her sights on a top-tier thunder attribute sword. After much haggling, she finally secured the prized weapon. The acquisition of the exceptional thunder blade alone cost Rui Qing over 500 premium spirit stones. Thus, as a perpetual dependent, Rui Qing devised a plan to delve deeper into the intricacies of Chongyang City while investigating the flood situation in Pingyao. This presented an excellent opportunity to earn spirit stones. Consequently, she resolved to compete for a position as a part-time alchemist at the pavilion, tasked with concocting elixirs for Yuanying stage cultivators. 3 days later marked the assessment day at the collection pavilion, and Rui Qing arrived early at the Yuanying stage alchemy room on the 4th floor, ready to participate in the examination for part-time alchemists. The attending maid led Rui Qing to the waiting area outside the alchemy room designated for the assessment, where all candidates would gather for the test. After a brief moment, once all the examinees had arrived, the head of the alchemy room ushered them into individual alchemy cubicles, where they would concoct the required elixir on site. Upon entering her cubicle, Rui Qing observed the 4th-tier spiritual herb, Bai Yu Lian, along with several auxiliary herbs on the table, instantly recognizing that the elixir to be concocted was the Bai Lian Dan. This elixir. Following the same method, she meticulously extracted the remaining auxiliary herbs, leading her to the pivotal moment of elixir formulation. Rui Qing, utilizing her spiritual sense, carefully poured the liquid into the alchemy furnace heated by spiritual fire, enabling her to cultivate while simultaneously earning spirit stones. After meticulously organizing all the elixirs produced in the alchemical furnace into jade vials, Rui Qing successfully crafted 5 exceptional white lotus pills and 25 superior white lotus pills, with no intermediate or inferior variants. Her success in alchemy is largely attributed to the diligent guidance of her master, Rui Qing, which has allowed Rui Qing to achieve remarkable proficiency in her craft. Once she had meditated to restore her spiritual energy and consciousness, she departed from the alchemical chamber and entrusted all the white lotus pills to her maid. Rui Qing then seated herself cross-legged in the parlor to continue replenishing her spiritual energy and awareness. Rui Qing is merely required to submit her crafted elixirs to the alchemical chamber, with all materials and the furnace provided by the pavilion. Moreover, the treasure pavilion extends generous benefits to their part-time alchemists, allowing Rui Qing to enjoy a 20% discount on other elixirs purchased from them, an unexpected boon indeed. Thus, Rui Qing commenced her career as a part-time alchemist within Chongyang City, patiently awaiting the return of her master, Rui Qing, and her friend, Iqian, while actively amassing cultivation resources to prepare for the impending calamity. Chapter 56. Painting Qinshuan. Upon learning of the imminent catastrophe poised to befall Chongyang City, Rui Qing devoted herself to her training with even greater fervor. Each day was consumed by alchemy, martial arts, swordplay, and formations, as she relentlessly honed her practical combat skills. At the beginning of this month, after submitting her elixirs to the treasure pavilion, Rui Qing received a total of 1,500 superior spirit stones. Have you considered increasing your monthly production? Recently, many low-tier practitioners have arrived in the vicinity of Chongyang City, which has led to a significant surge in demand for our nascent soul elixirs. It cannot be raised any further. Rui Qing, aware that the shopkeeper was on the brink of anger, humbly replied, "Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall make every effort to comply." Upon hearing Rui Qing finally acquiesce, Su reflected in surprise that this seemingly unassuming young lady possessed the cunning of a little fox. He had anticipated that Rui Qing would readily agree to his request upon learning of the price hike for his elixirs. Rui Qing made her way alone to the arena located in the heart of the outer city. Observing the fervent cheers of the many cultivators around her, she scrutinized the layout of the arena and the rules governing the duels, calculating the earliest opportunity for her participation. Rui Qing marveled at the lucrative nature of this betting arena, where participants were required to pay spiritual stones to engage in combat. Spectators needed to pay to watch, and those placing bets had to part with even more. Additionally, the victors were obligated to surrender 20% of their winnings, a truly profitable enterprise. Noticing the multitude of cultivators in the stands, it was stipulated that no talismans or devastating artifacts such as thunder pearls could be employed during the duels. Generally, cultivators participated in matches corresponding to their own cultivation level. However, they could also challenge opponents from a higher tier. Rui Qing recognized the urgency of familiarizing herself with the combat techniques of the cultivators in this realm, assessing their battle prowess, and diligently enhancing her practical experience to bolster her chances of survival amid the impending crisis. And thus, Rui Qing hesitates to join the fray. Upon returning to her cave abode, she finds Fu Fu still peacefully slumbering on the bed. Rui Qing muses to herself that little Fu Fu truly enjoys life, eating and sleeping in blissful cycles. What a fortunate little creature indeed. After gently stroking Fu Fu, she resumes her arduous path of cultivation. As another year passes, through Rui Qing's relentless dedication and the assistance of various rare elixirs, she successfully elevates her cultivation to the consummate stage of the Yuan-Ing realm, an impressive advancement indeed. Even Su, the steward of the treasured elixir chamber, has solemnly advised Rui Qing, while rapid enhancement of one's cultivation is commendable, if pursued recklessly, it may ultimately bring more harm than benefit to the path of cultivation. After expressing her gratitude, Rui Qing finds herself in silent anguish, aware that her progress has indeed been somewhat hasty. Currently, she realizes that it is impractical to elevate her cultivation to the transformation stage in the near future. Coupled with her deeper understanding of the combat arena, Rui Qing decides that aside from alchemy, the arena prohibits cultivators from replenishing their spiritual energy. Thus, the reserves within one's dantian become a crucial factor in determining the outcome of the battle. However, the multitude of spectators outside the arena, With only her own wager of 15,000 premium spirit stones backing her. As a result, the odds between Rui Qing and Hua Qianchuan widened significantly. On the spectator stands outside the fifth arena. Countless powerful adversaries have fallen before him. I've wagered a significant amount of spirit stones on Hua Qianchuan. Today, I am certain to reap substantial rewards. Brother, do you think you are the only one to have thought of this strategy? Soaring to the top of the list, with indications that the stakes might continue to escalate, even Su Zikuan, the shrewd dealer of the betting arena, was drawn to the fifth arena, eager to discover which foolhardy female cultivator dared to challenge Hua Qianchuan. Foreseeing the outcome of such a duel, the assembled cultivators seized the opportunity to profit from the spirit stones, eagerly placing their bets, as if fearing the window of opportunity would close on them. Outside the arena, the evident disparity in combat prowess sent the betting crowd into a frenzy, their cheers exuberant as if victory were already assured. Thus, when Hua Qianchuan arrived at the outer city's arena, Hua Qianchuan was taken aback by the astonishing odds of her duel, which piqued her curiosity about her opponent. Chapter 57. The final showdown with Hua Qianchuan. Initially, she had imagined her adversary to be a burly brute, both at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet this girl appeared to be over a century younger than herself. What an extraordinary rate of cultivation! Hua Qianchuan recognized her own rapid advancement. And why had she never heard of her? Seeing her opponent enter the arena, Rui Qing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Hua Qianchuan. Finally, she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and introduced herself. I am Rui Qing. Indeed, she was a most exceptional young woman. As long as she was not an adversary, Hua Qianchuan replied with a smile. Well said. I shall exercise restraint and ensure that you come to no harm. Rui Qing, whose mind was solely focused on defeating Hua Qianchuan, was momentarily stunned upon hearing such courteous words from the renowned battle goddess. Upon first glance, Rui Qing immediately deduced that this was a ploy devised by Hua Qianchuan. It turns out that mental strategy is indeed a form of strength. With feigned bravado, Rui Qing declared, Thank you. I shall also be mindful of my limits and spare your life. This proclamation evidently took Hua Qianchuan by surprise. Initially inclined to continue their banter, Hua Qianchuan found it untenable to prolong the conversation, thus gesturing for Rui Qing to commence the duel. Understanding the cue, Rui Qing wasted no time, brandishing her thunderblade and charging towards Hua Qianchuan. Witnessing Rui Qing's immediate offensive, Hua Qianchuan swiftly leapt away, simultaneously forming a protective array to shield herself from the overwhelming might of Rui Qing's lightning. That it seemed as though Rui Qing could anticipate her every move. Just as Hua Qianchuan soared into the air, Rui Qing's electric assault followed in quick succession. This time, Hua Qianchuan had no opportunity to fortify her defenses and was compelled to draw her Zhangjin spear to guard against the impending storm of fury, assaulting her consciousness. Were it an ordinary cultivator facing such a mental onslaught, they would surely find themselves disoriented and severely injured, conceding without a fight. Fortunately, Rui Qing had endured the tribulations of her previous tribulation. Withstanding the agonies of spiritual wounds, having healed, her mental acuity had significantly heightened, rendering most mental assaults ineffective against her. Rui Qing was acutely aware that her Shiyu formation could not contain Hua Qianchuan. Rui Qing not only hovered energetically in midair, but had also, in that brief span, arranged a formidable array of 81 sword formations, poised to launch an assault. Observing Rui Qing's unperturbed demeanor, it was as if she had foreseen her own swift breach of the formation all along. If she did not showcase her true strength, how could she hope to subdue Rui Qing in the future? With the Zhangjin spear in hand, Hua Qianchuan boldly entered Rui Qing's thunderous sword formation. There existed traces of heavenly thunder's might. If even the heavenly thunder felt fear, then the Zhangjin spear wielded by Hua Qianchuan must be a divine artifact, one used by the celestial beings of legend. Rui Qing found herself at a loss, uncertain whether she was fortunate or unfortunate to encounter such a formidable item in the midst of combat. Understanding that the Zhangjin spear was a divine artifact, the cost of doing so would be substantial. Whether his spiritual energy could sustain the artifact's consumption remained a question. Rui Qing deduced Hua Qianchuan's strategy. His audacity to approach her sword formation alone indicated a desire for a swift resolution, one decisive blow to determine the victor. Rui Qing would not allow him to realize his ambitions. Since he sought a quick conclusion, all she needed to do was engage in a prolonged battle, thereby increasing her chances of victory. And the seventh layer was nearly obliterated as well. When it came to the sixth layer, Hua Qianchuan required only half that time to dismantle it entirely. Despite the shorter duration, Rui Qing sensed a faint weakening of the divine artifact's power. Struggling to maintain the final 5 layers of her formation, Rui Qing caught a whiff of victory. She understood that as long as she could uphold the sword formation, triumph in this duel would be hers. In that brief moment of hesitation, the 6th layer of the sword formation, which Hua Qianxuan had recently breached with great effort, was instantaneously recreated by Rui Qing, and it appeared even more formidable than before. While she, in turn, redoubled her efforts to sustain the sword formation. At long last, when Hua Qianxuan launched his assault on the final layer of the sword formation, his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, causing him to plummet from the air. His fall signified to the gathered cultivators outside that he had met with his inaugural defeat. Cultivators possessing divine artifacts invariably have extraordinary backgrounds, and Rui Qing was deeply concerned that he might not come to terms with the reality of his defeat. Thereafter, as the cultivators were still immersed in the astonishing fact of Hua Qianxuan's defeat and the ensuing outrage over their lost wagers, Rui Qing decisively activated her blood escape technique, vanishing from the arena more swiftly than a flying rabbit. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she immediately consumed a copious amount of supreme blood lotus pills and recovery elixirs to replenish her depleted essence and revitalized spirit before collapsing onto her bed in a state of exhaustion. By the time the other cultivators regained their composure, they discovered that the protagonist of the duel, Rui Qing, had already slipped away. Even Su Zikuan, the young master of the betting arena, was astonished that a cultivator would forego a substantial bounty to evade trouble. That young lady Rui Qing is likely to face significant repercussions. Hua Qianxuan will undoubtedly scour the entirety of Chongyang City to find her, as fate would have it, once Hua Qianxuan had fully restored his energy. Having made no friends within Chongyang City, ensuring that no one knew the location of her cave dwelling. Even Su, the proprietor of the treasure house, was only aware of her name and not her residence. Rui Qing remained in her state of repose for an entire month, indicating that the recovery of her essence was indeed a slow process. During this month of her inactivity, her likeness and wanted posters were plastered throughout Chongyang City. A faint tremor emanated from the array outside the cave, startling her into summoning the Thunder Sword. Swiftly, she darted to the entrance of the courtyard, poised for battle, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Qiang, clutching Rui Qing tightly, joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Qing. I've missed you dearly. You have no idea how much I suffered during my tribulation." After offering Qiang some comforting words, Rui Qing gently released her hold on Qiang's arm and let us converse further inside the cave. Qiang, pulling Rui Qing along, the two of them leaping and laughing, followed Rongxia into the house. Upon reaching the living room, Rui Qing promptly lit calming incense for Qiang and Rongxia. With a Grand Luo Jingxian as his grandfather, with such formidable backing, it is only natural that there are those willing to do his bidding. Upon finishing her statement, Rui Qing immediately knelt before Rongxia. It is merely unfortunate circumstances. From now on, we 3 must exercise greater caution. Otherwise, should we fall into the hands of such individuals, it would be a fate worse than death. Understood. Rui Qing acknowledges her mistakes. After Rongxi nodded, she helplessly remarked, "Such is the nature of this world. The weak are prey to the strong, and the powerful reign supreme, but I can hardly blame you. Rise." Upon hearing her grandmother's command, Rongxi affectionately replied, "You are quite the chatterbox. Have I ever been harsh with you?" After making a face at his grandmother, Qiang turned his back to her in protest, fearing that her master might reprimand Qiang. "Speak freely. No one can overhear us now." Taking a deep breath, Rui Qing earnestly stated, "Master, Qiang, I have never shared my origins with you, nor have you inquired. Henceforth, I shall recount my past in detail. To begin, my presence in Yuyuan is due to an inadvertent entry into the heart demon mirror." He burst into laughter. Just as he was about to jest about Rui Qing's fanciful tale, his grandmother silenced him with a glance, her mouth agape in a comical expression of suppressed words. Rui Qing continued, "What transpired over millions of years that resulted in the universe realm's severe scarcity of cultivation resources, leading to practitioners with meager abilities, the most powerful among them only reach the Huashan stage. Once one surpasses it, they ascend to a higher realm. Those cultivators believe that breaking through Huashan equates to entering the immortal realm. It was only after arriving here that I learned of the stages beyond Huashan, Mansion, which revealed to me that I had traversed time and space to arrive in the Xiangu era. Within Xiangu Ji, Hai and Ei Jing, some significant events of this period are chronicled. which will soon escalate into a catastrophic deluge, alarming even the celestial Emperor Yao. If we calculate from the present moment, 1,000 years hence, the immortal lord of Chongyang City, Gun, will be dispatched by the celestial Emperor Yao to manage the flood disaster in the Pingyao realm. Gun initially employs methods of obstruction to stem the floodwaters, temporarily alleviating the calamity in the Pingyao realm. However, a far graver disaster looms. The wrath of the heavenly flood intensifies, unleashing greater torrents that breach the dikes, leading to an even more severe inundation. Countless commoners and cultivators perish amidst the chaos, plunging the entire Pingyao realm into turmoil. Subsequently, upon learning of a divine artifact known as the Shi Rang, even Rongxi displayed a pensive expression. Chapter 59. Rui Qing unveils celestial secrets. Rongxi, understanding Rui Qing's character, realized she would not speak without reason, nor would she fabricate such an immense falsehood, especially not to deceive herself and Yi Qi. After a moment of contemplation, Rongxi recognized the veracity of Rui Qing's words and inquired, "Is it because the Pingyao realm is on the brink of chaos? To participate in the arena battles for the sake of accumulating spirit stones, solidifying your foundation, and enhancing your combat skills?" Rongxi, aware of Rui Qing's anxiety and concern, understood that even as she approached a breakthrough to the Earth Immortal stage, amidst such peril, even a perfected cultivator like herself could face the danger of demise, let alone a fledgling cultivator like Rui Qing in the Yuaning stage. Rongxi seldom verbally praised Rui Qing. "In the next millennium, both of you must devote yourselves entirely to enhancing your cultivation, while I shall strive to shed my mortal coil and ascend to immortality within this 1,000-year span." Rui Qing and Yi Qing solemnly replied, "Yes, Rui Qing shall diligently heed the master's command." "Understood, grandmother." Subsequently, after Rui Qing and Yi Qing transformed their appearances, they evaded the relentless pursuit of Hua Qianxuan and followed Rongxi directly into the central city of Chongyang for cultivation. She discovered the cause of Rui Qing's symptoms of breathlessness and inability to cultivate. The fact that Rui Qing could not absorb yuan qi for cultivation further substantiated her status as a non-native cultivator of the Xiangu world. However, upon learning that Rui Qing was not a native cultivator, he fully accepted her previous assertions as truth and began to cultivate diligently. Considering Rui Qing's physical condition, Rongxi successfully concocted a transformation pill based on an ancient formula, allowing Rui Qing's body to freely convert celestial energy and yuan qi into spiritual energy, much like Yi Qing. Rui Qing finally comprehended why there were so many powerful cultivators during the Xiangu era. The cultivation resources were exceedingly abundant, coupled with the innate ability of the cultivators here to transform gases effortlessly, which was indeed extraordinary. Rui Qing needed to absorb merely a trace of yuan qi, and the resulting spiritual energy could completely fill her dantian, equating to the spiritual power she would have gained from meditating for 4 hours, significantly accelerating her replenishment of spiritual energy. However, there was a drawback, and the relentless pursuit of cultivation was merely a means to gain the strength to protect oneself and loved ones, and to seize the opportunity to escape this calamity. That night, Rongxi sat in tranquil meditation, reflecting on her late husband, daughter, and son Law. As thoughts of her formidable and high-status adversary surged within her, a tide of hatred enveloped her, disturbing her peace of mind, and she suddenly found herself ensnared by her inner demons. Unable to extricate herself for a prolonged time, suddenly, Ajuan's friend, Su Rui, paid a visit to see the newly born Qing. After a round of joyous toasts, Su Rui inquired if Rongqing would sell her newly acquired treasure, the spirit feather gourd. Upon receiving a refusal, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting couple. Rongxi hastily retreated to a secret chamber where she found the slumbering Qing. And her heart, burdened with sorrow, finally found solace. Life now held a glimmer of hope. Fearing the return of her enemy, Rongxi immediately fled with Qing to a secluded and secure location, known as Weiming Residence. Rongxi resolved to break through her cultivation at this very moment, to ascend to immortality. Little did she anticipate that this moment would arrive so swiftly and without warning. Rongxi swiftly conveyed a message through her spiritual sense. The two young girls were genuinely elated. Though cultivators in the harmonization stage enjoy prolonged lifespans, they ultimately face a limit, should their time come and they fail to transcend to the Earth Immortal realm. Enjoying boundless lifespans, however, they must endure minor tribulations every few 100,000 years, with the interval varying from person to person. Failure to overcome such tribulations would lead to their obliteration, but if they succeed, they shall be recognized by the Tao of heaven as an immortal, endowed with eternal life and a formidable divine body, capable of ascending to the ranks of immortals, albeit as a lowly minor celestial. Her impatience became unbearable, aware that this was the first time her grandmother was not by her side. With no one to keep her in check, she longed to venture out for a stroll. Qing, it has been 2.5 months. Surely, grandmother, favored by heaven, will successfully transcend the tribulation. Since childhood, I have been with grandmother, who has always been strict with my cultivation and never allowed me to play outside. I have never even been shopping. Why don't we go out tonight and seek some treasures? At this moment, as Master Rongxi was in the crucial phase of her breakthrough, and with her likeness plastered throughout Chongyang City. How does that sound? Yet, Yi Qing, in her current state, was deaf to Rui Qing's words, pouting and exclaiming, No, I must go out today. I cannot let such a rare opportunity slip away. As she spoke, she dashed towards the door. However, Yi Qing had been so well protected by Rongxi since childhood, her innocence and kindness rendering her oblivious to the treachery and harsh realities of the immortal world, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets. Although brawling among cultivators is prohibited in Chongyang City, there is no rule forbidding them from pursuing and teasing beautiful women. At this very moment, for men in the refining spirit stage had already gathered around Eki. When Rui Qing arrived, it was as if she had stumbled upon a scene of a rogue playfully harassing a noble lady. It was a rare sight to witness Eki in such an embarrassing predicament. Which noble family do you hail from? Furiously, Eki retorted, Step aside. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will have someone teach you a lesson. The rogue, undeterred by her threat, erupted in laughter, prompting the others to join in, with one or two attempting to lay hands on her. The young gentleman, of course, was an illusion created by Rui Qing in a flash. She leapt into action, delivering a swift kick that sent one of the lecherous men flying. Before swiftly pulling Eki to safety, standing elegantly in the street, her cold gaze fixed upon the grotesque visages of the men. How dare you kick your elder? You must be seeking death, you little brat. You have the audacity to meddle in my affairs. One of them spat. With such low cultivation, you dare to act the hero. You are courting disaster, he sneered. Hand over your storage bag, and I might just spare your life. A barrier suddenly manifested before the duo, absorbing the incoming magical assault. The unexpected turn of events, coupled with Rui Qing's smirk, made it clear to the four that they had been outsmarted. However, before they could utter a word of insult, their spiritual energy and breath were sealed, and they were swiftly taken away by the law enforcement of Chongyang City. Meanwhile, Hua Qianxuan observed the petite boy from a distance, impressed by his cunning ability to eliminate foes without shedding blood. Rui Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, explained, Qing, did you not wish to explore the marketplace on your own? When you were in no peril, I permitted you to venture out and hone your skills for a while. However, should danger arise, I shall certainly come to your aid. Naturally, Qing believed Rui Qing's words, yet feeling discontented, he had to vent his frustrations. Angrily, he retorted, You merely stood by, silently watching those vile male cultivators harass me. Qing fell into a state of inner turmoil and contemplation, his mind racing as he pondered the dilemma. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, he still could not devise a satisfactory solution. They rushed out the door. Once on Xingtong Street, Rui Qing and Qing held hands, standing quietly amidst the crowd, gazing upward in awe at the auspicious spectacle, their palms damp with perspiration, betraying their excitement and concern. The radiant light of ascension bathed the area for an entire day, yet the throngs of admirers showed no signs of diminishing. This celestial light represented a dream pursued by cultivators throughout their lives. Even the city of Lincoln had dispatched celestial soldiers to observe the cultivator undergoing ascension. The sudden breakthrough of Rongxi had indeed captured the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, 100,000 kilometers outside of Chongyang City, it was evident that transcending mortality and ascending to immortality was no simple feat. Should she fail in this attempt, Rongxi would become a wandering immortal, forever forfeiting her chance to join the ranks of the celestial. With unwavering determination, Rongxi faced her heavenly tribulation, firmly believing that she would successfully navigate this ordeal and ultimately achieve her vengeance. While Rongxi focused on her tribulation, unbeknownst to her, there were already those who had set their sights on Rui Qing and Qing, revealing the location of her refuge within the inn. Just as Rui Qing and Qing were engrossed in their cultivation, a knock resonated at their door. Aside from Rongxi, who was their only kin in Chongyang City. Inquiring, "Who is it? What is the matter?" The voice of the innkeeper's assistant drifted in. "I am but a humble servant of the inn, sent by the proprietor to remind you to settle your rent." "How many rent stones will we require, dear assistant?" 50 medium-grade rent stones. May I enter now?" As Qing and Rui Qing swiftly disguised themselves, Qing took charge of locating a secure exit and devising an escape route, and remarked, Qing, you truly had a plan. Otherwise, we would likely have been apprehended by that villain." Rui Qing, still shaken, pondered the implications of her identity being exposed due to the earlier celestial event heralding her master Rongxi's ascension, which had drawn this trouble upon them. "Forgive me, Qing. I have put you in a precarious situation. We must exercise greater caution in our future endeavors." Qing nodded in agreement, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Rui Qing recalled that since their tribulations, hers, Qing's, and their master Rongxi's, they had not truly relished a grand meal together in quite some time. Rui Qing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Wonderful, let us indulge ourselves today." Moments later, Qiang was filled with uncontainable joy, and the two ordered an abundant feast of exquisite delicacies, accompanied by several flasks of fine, invigorating spirit. They merrily dined and laughed together, just as they had enjoyed a few rounds of wine. Qiang, utterly oblivious to the stranger's identity, found his uninvited presence and familiarity quite irksome, leaving her at a loss for words. Hua Qianxuan seemed to perceive their thoughts and teased, "I advise you both to eat your meal obediently and not to ponder escape. The entire courtyard of immortals is surrounded by my people." Rui Qing felt a surge of indignation at the audacity of this petty man, yet found herself powerless to act. She reluctantly shed her facade, revealing her stunning beauty. Chapter 62. The breakthrough at the Hua Manor. Once Hua Qianxuan had relished his meal to his heart's content, he graciously invited Rui Qing and Qiang to his grand residence within the inner city of Chongyang. The Hua Manor was a realm steeped in ethereal ambience and unparalleled opulence, presided over by the esteemed Luo Jingxian, Hua Wanli. The manor exuded order and tranquility, adorned with pavilions and towers. Any minor attendant in the manor possessed cultivation that could easily overpower both of them. As the saying goes, what is destiny cannot be evaded. Accepting their predicament, Rui Qing and Qiang resigned themselves to their circumstances, finding solace in their daily routines. Apart from their training, they indulged in a rare lifestyle akin to that of noble young ladies. After 2 months of this leisurely existence, Rui Qing, through diligent practice, had mastered the art of transforming celestial energy into spiritual energy, allowing her to cultivate freely using the celestial energy within the Hua Manor. In the past 2 months, Hua Qianxuan seemed to have completely forgotten about Rui Qing and Qing, as if they had never existed. Even Qing appeared to have grown considerably in just these 2 short months. On this day, Rui Qing could no longer contain the remarkable cultivation of her perfected nascent soul stage, as the opportunity to break through to the transformation stage had finally arrived. Does he think that just because I have not acted, he can treat me like a bedridden cat? More than a month later, a magnificent omen of a golden phoenix rising heralded the successful breakthrough of someone to the transformation stage. At that moment, Hua Qianxuan was savoring familial bliss with his parents in the main hall of the Jinyu Pavilion when this sudden celestial phenomenon completely captured their attention. It signified that someone within their estate was about to undergo tribulation, and Rui Qing estimated that the final wave would also be withstood. However, Hua Qianxuan was not content to leave it at that. After whispering a few words to his father, Rui Qing's building suddenly vanished into thin air. Only Rui Qing remained standing in place, dazed for several moments. She surmised that the nefarious Hua Qianxuan had interfered, perhaps due to her smooth passage through the tribulation. The final bolt of heavenly tribulation far exceeded the combined intensity of all previous lightning strikes, encircling herself with a grand array, the highest level of formation she could currently deploy. Additionally, she donned a tattered celestial garment, the Fei Yu Jiao, which she had inadvertently acquired, channeling her spiritual energy to establish a formation of 81 sword arrays above her. 100 meters away, the 9 layers of sword arrays exuded an awe-inspiring presence, their might defying the heavens, as if proclaiming their master's overwhelming dominance to the world. Each of the 81 enormous swords, measuring 10 zhang in length and 100 meters in width, shimmered with mysterious inscriptions, emanating strands of formidable heavenly pressure that caused slight distortions in the surrounding space. It was truly astonishing that a mere transformation stage cultivator could manifest such overwhelming power. Hua Yi, while admiring the spectacle, remarked, "This young friend Rui Qing is quite impressive. Her prowess in both swordsmanship and formations far surpasses that of Sun, though Hua Qianquan was reluctant to admit Rui Qing's extraordinary strength. The array was completely destroyed. However, it seemed as though Rui Qing's tribulation had only just begun, its ferocity undiminished. Rui Qing's colossal lightning sword, radiating an aura that rivaled the heavenly bolts, met the tribulation head-on. Standing firm against the onslaught, the clash between lightning and lightning, the ancient runes in conflict with the tribulation, generated shockwaves of devastating force, as if asserting their dominion over the heavens and earth. Her expression softening as she reassured, "I am fine, truly. You needn't worry. I am perfectly well." Qiang ceased her sobbing, her tear-filled eyes scanning Rui Qing to confirm her safety before she sighed in relief. "Good. That is a relief. I can finally put my mind at ease." Just as Rui Qing and Qiang were exchanging cordialities, Hua Qianquan approached them, her demeanor a stormy shade of discontent. Rui Qing's tribulation had wrought devastation upon the once opulent Huading Pavilion. "Ladies, we can continue this discussion later. My parents wish to speak with you." Rui Qing, feeling her conversation rudely interrupted, suppressed her irritation, choosing not to engage with the insufferable individual, with a mere gesture inviting silence. Utterly immobile, the fierce pressure threatening to bend their spines and shatter their consciousness. Rui Qing, however, was resolute in her defiance against such overpowering figures. With every ounce of her strength, she resisted the oppressive force. Her fingernails digging painfully into her palms, the searing pain serving as a reminder of her unwavering determination and resolve. Drops of crimson began to pool at her sides as her blood flowed forth. A testament to her unyielding spirit. 2 full hours elapsed, yet Rui Qing remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering as she met the formidable presence before her, as if the might of the celestial beings could not bend her will. Another half-hour passed, and Rui Qing felt dizziness encroaching, beads of sweat trailing down her spine, as though she might collapse at any moment. Yet her spine remained unyielding, a declaration of her tenacity and defiance, saying, "The esteemed individuals present are my father, Hua Yi, and my mother, Qing Ji. They inadvertently forgot to retract their oppressive aura, which startled you both. That I apologize for the distress caused. Your excellencies possess profound magical abilities and hold high status. Please, do sit down and enjoy some spiritual tea to calm your nerves." As her words fell, several enchanting female cultivators emerged in succession, placing an assortment of delicacies and 2 cups of tea upon the small table between Rui Qing and Ruoxian. Rui Qing expressed a modicum of gratitude but remained as still as a statue, showing no inclination to partake in the refreshments, a sentiment echoed by Ruoxian. Qing Ji's patience with their ungratefulness began to wane. Should she dare to boast recklessly, he would ensure she faced the consequences, making her regret ever antagonizing a descendant of the Hua family. A rare smile graced Hua Yi's face as he remarked, "Young friend Rui Qing, there is no need for modesty. I am well aware of my son's capabilities. If he lost, it is clear he was outmatched by you." Upon hearing Hua Yi's words, Rui Qing's anxiety intensified. Hua Yi chuckled, "Young friend Rui Qing, there is no need to be so self-effacing at such a young age. You have already attained the realm of transformation. Your talent and perseverance are truly remarkable." Hua Yi's praise washed over her. Rui Qing's nervousness escalated. She promptly stood, respectfully bowing to the esteemed Hua Yi and Qing Ji, and anxiously declared, "Your Excellency flatters me. I am but a lowly individual, unworthy of such commendation. A mere cultivator in the transformation stage is akin to a small mosquito in the presence of excellencies. I implore you not to belittle me." At this moment, Hua Yi had burst into hearty laughter, and even Qing Ji had cast aside her earlier displeasure, wearing a radiant smile. Hua Qianquan stood by, teasingly observing Rui Qing, mockingly stating, "How perceptive of you, showing a modicum of self-awareness. Previously, you employed a mere trick to best me, transforming me into a laughingstock in Chongyang City. However, I, being magnanimous, shall overlook your transgressions and forgive you." Hua Qianquan was undoubtedly a habitual bully, and his audacious demands were beyond comprehension. Who did he think he was to claim he could vanquish her with ease? Was he dreaming? If not for the celestial lineage of both his parents and the presence of a grand Luo golden immortal grandfather, even she was genuinely impressed. Chapter 64. The visit of Su Ziquan. Ever since Rui Qing agreed to become Hua Qianquan's temporary sparring partner, she and Qiong had effectively settled into the Hua residence. Most delightfully, they found they could freely enter the library of the Hua residence, perusing all texts and jade slips pertaining to the Huashan stage and below. This was an invaluable opportunity, as they desperately needed to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Xiangu world to enhance their knowledge and insight. After recovering from their injuries and stabilizing their cultivation, the two spent nearly all their time in the library. When suddenly their maid, Xiaoque, approached them in the training grounds, saying, "Ladies, guests have arrived at Weiming residence, and I kindly request that you make your way there." The thought of visitors at Weiming residence filled Zhang's mind with questions. I previously battled against Hua Qianxuan at his establishment. He has likely come to repay the winnings I secured from him before. Chang. Be wary of this slippery character. He is a cunning merchant, so be cautious of his probing words. However, since he has come, we can expect a substantial sum of exquisite primordial stones to be added to our coffers. As Zhang wiped her brow and adjusted her appearance. And I regret any disturbance I may have caused to your cultivation. Young Master Su, you are too polite. Your presence at Weiming residence truly brings an air of distinction to my humble abode. I shall look forward to it. By the way, I have come specifically to deliver the winnings you left unclaimed at the gambling arena. The total amounts to 89,500 exquisite primordial stones. The sum is indeed substantial. Having acquired such an impressive amount of premium spirit stones, Rui Qing's heart was alight with joy, though her countenance revealed not a trace of her elation that Su Zikuan, upon announcing this figure of spirit stones, observed Rui Qing's expression with keen seriousness. Noticing her complete indifference, he concluded in his heart that she was a formidable individual. Even her companion, Eki, revealed a glimmer of delight in his eyes upon hearing the amount. Once Rui Qing confirmed the accuracy of the figure, she expressed her gratitude to Su Zikuan, saying, "Thank you, young Master Su. Your gambling establishment truly possesses remarkable credibility. I appreciate your personal visit." Rui Qing felt a deep sense of appreciation. "It is but my duty. Should you and Taoist Eki find the time in the future, you are most welcome to visit the gambling arena." Rui Qing and Eki smiled in agreement to his invitation. Just as Su Zikuan was about to take his leave, Xiaoque had prepared several plates of pastries and 4 bundles of spirit tea, all of which she presented to Su Zikuan, within a single day, which was already considered a significant fortune. Now, the two relied on these stones for their cultivation and livelihood. The sudden influx of such wealth in premium spirit stones left the two young ladies pleasantly astonished. Not only will it enhance our combat skills, but it will also yield more spirit stones. Rui Qing, noticing the sparkle in Eki's eyes, understood her intentions and replied with a chuckle, "Certainly, but you must not engage in duels recklessly." Rongxi had just successfully navigated the tribulation of ascension to a celestial being. She was now diligently working to restore her celestial energy and mend the injuries within her body. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Rongxi, on successfully crossing the tribulation that I have awaited your arrival here for quite some time. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jia. May I inquire if you have any guidance to offer? After praising Rongxi, and her elation was palpable. After respectfully bowing thrice and prostrating 5 times, she was escorted by Jia Bin away from the grand hall of Linhong City to the Imperial Herb Garden. Throughout the journey, Jia Bin showered her with flattery, exclaiming, "Rong Xianyu, your recognition by the immortal Zun indeed heralds an immeasurable future. I hope you will elevate our standing in the times to come." "Thank you for your understanding. Please, lead the way," Rongxi requested. Shortly thereafter, the small attendant guided her to a simple yet elegant wooden cabin, where an individual of unfathomable cultivation was diligently refining elixirs. Rongxi held her breath, standing still, not daring to move, as she awaited the conclusion of the immortal Zun's alchemical work. 10 days and nights passed in this manner, and just as Rongxi felt herself nearing a state of rigidity, while the immortal Zun swiftly captured the fleeing elixirs. 3 of the elixirs seized the opportunity to fly toward Rongxi's direction, and with keen eyes and swift hands, she deftly caught the 3 mischievous elixirs. "Are you the Rongxi sent by Chong Bo Gun to assist me?" After bowing respectfully to the immortal Zun, Rongxi replied, "Indeed, it is my fortune to serve the immortal Zun." After the carefree immortal nodded, he smiled and said, "Very well. In the past, the medicinal garden was tended to solely by myself and the herbalist. Now, with your addition, you shall follow the herbalist's lead. You may step outside. He will arrange accommodations for you, while also concocting some low-grade elixirs for the little immortals in Linhong City." Following the carefree immortal's guidance, Rongxi diligently accompanied the herbalist each day, familiarizing herself with and memorizing the numerous celestial herbs in the garden. Studying and researching the recipes for elixirs, and assisting the herbalist as needed. Immersed in her work within the medicinal garden, Rongxi devoted herself to daily cultivation, tending to the garden, and mastering elixir refinement, thus leaving no significant hazards. After both had achieved a perfect state of transformation, they dedicated their remaining time to refining their cultivation, solidifying their realms, and enhancing their combat abilities. The expansive painting residence had seemingly transformed into a training ground for Rui Qing and Yi Qiong, prompting even Hua Qianquan to frequently approach her mother with complaints, saying, "Mother, Rui Qing and Yi Qiong are utterly absorbed in their cultivation. Every day is filled with nothing but their training. I worry they might become obsessed." Strengthening one's cultivation is of utmost importance. Hua Qianquan, who often lingered around the dueling arena in the outer city, sought to enhance his combat experience to easily defeat Rui Qing in the future, thus alleviating the humiliation of his previous defeat. Yet now, as a renowned figure in the outer city, no one dared to confront him earnestly, resulting in a string of victories that only fueled his desire to frequent the dueling arena. Upon hearing her mother praise others, Hua Qianquan, feeling somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "My battles outside are also a means to improve my combat skills. How can that not be considered serious cultivation?" Qing Ji understood that her son was still oblivious to the intricacies of the matter, so she candidly clarified, "Sooner, those scattered cultivators outside dare not engage you in earnest combat. They merely accompany you for amusement. You should refrain from going out in the future and focus on cultivating diligently at home." All along, Hua Qianquan had believed that upon breaking through to the transformation stage, he, along with Rui Qing and Yi Qiong, had all become cultivators of the transformation stage. However, when Hua Qianquan arrived at Weiming residence to find Rui Qing and Yi Qing, while eagerly exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences, the suddenly appeared maidservants respectfully bowed to the two ladies, and one of them gently spoke, "I am Haitang, serving at the behest of my master," to present this item to the two young ladies. After Rui Qing expressed her gratitude, she carefully accepted the jade box and opened it on the spot, revealing two precious cleansing elixirs. Immediately, she and Yi Qing rose to respectfully bow towards the main hall of the Hua residence, sending them off with warm smiles. Rui Qing could surmise that these two elixirs were a special token of appreciation from Qingji for inadvertently motivating Hua Qianquan to diligently cultivate. It is worth noting that cleansing elixirs are among the exceedingly rare and precious elixirs within the entire Xiangu world. However, they are effective only for those at the transformation into deity stage, which deters many immortals from attempting to concoct them. Historically, cleansing elixirs have been scarce in the market, with high demand yet limited availability. Rui Qing and Yi Qing had consumed a considerable number of elixirs to enhance their cultivation and had long been seeking news of cleansing elixirs at the auction markets, yet to no avail. Where time appears to stand still, a full 50 years have passed. During this period, Rui Qing and Yi Qing not only solidified their mastery at the peak of the transformation stage, but also actively engaged in various betting arenas within Chongnong City, acquiring the necessary elixirs for advancement, as well as talismans, magical artifacts, and formations to withstand the impending thunder tribulation. One day, a visitor sought an audience with the two ladies. When Rui Qing and Yi Qing, puzzled, entered the parlor, they were taken aback to find Rongxi, who had been absent for over a century, seated in the chief position, quietly savoring tea. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and then Yi Qing, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into Rongxi's embrace, weeping profusely, seemingly needing to release all the worries and grievances accumulated over the years. Rui Qing, too, was flooded with emotions, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Rongxi, feeling an unexpected surge of happiness that left her somewhat at a loss. After soothing the visibly emotional Yi Qing, Rongxi turned to Rui Qing and said, "Qing, come here, let me have a good look at you." Unable to contain her feelings any longer, Rui Qing's tears flowed freely. It dawned on her that she had long regarded her master as family and a source of support. "I have been in Linghong City, assigned by the Celestial Sovereign Gun to serve in the Imperial Medicinal Garden. I simply could not find the time or opportunity to inform you," Rongxi explained. While Rui Qing, understanding that there must be a reason behind it, consoled Yi Qing, saying, "Ah Qing, please don't be angry. Master certainly had matters that occupied her time. It wasn't he intentional." Yet, Yi Qing remained sulky, turning her back on Rongxi. "I shall no longer pay you any mind." Rongxi repeatedly assured that such a situation would not recur, and after much sweet talk, she finally succeeded in lifting Aki's spirits. The three of them, at last, found themselves in Weiming residence. engaging in pleasant conversation, sharing tales of their experiences and heartaches over the years as they were enjoying their lively chat. After more than 3 hours, the maid Xiao Kuei suddenly appeared in the living room. Rui Qing followed closely beside Rongxi and Aki, making their way to the grand hall of the painting mansion. Qingji sat regally at the center of the hall, smiling as she regarded the newcomers. Hearing Rongxi's words, Qingji chuckled. How could this be an intrusion? I am quite fond of these two girls. Your disciple Rui Qing is a young hero, and she has even triumphed over my son. What a remarkable teacher you are. Rong, you flatter me, esteemed immortal. Rui Qing is still young and ignorant, and inadvertently offended your son that I ask for your forgiveness. Observing Rongxi's humility and caution, Qingji remarked with a smile. No harm done. Children enjoy their playful scuffles. This is merely how they come to know one another. Sun Er is currently in seclusion and cannot greet you. Dear friend, that I hope you understand. Rongxi shook her head. I was unable to care for Rui Qing and Aki, and then other matters have delayed me further, which is why I have arrived late. I am immensely grateful for the care you have provided them over the years. With a smile, she tactfully replied, Rong, my esteemed friend, is currently occupied with the affairs of the Imperial Medicine Garden in Linhong City, and, I fear, may not have the time to properly guide the two of them. If you trust me, perhaps they could continue to reside in our Huafu, cultivating alongside my daughter Suner. Would that be agreeable? Rongxi understood that Qingji was indeed quite formidable. Without a suitable reason, it was likely that Qingji would not relent. Moreover, I have secured suitable positions for them within Linhong City, making it inconvenient for me to impose further on you. Seeing that Rongxi had made her stance clear, Qingji realized that continuing to evade the issue would be disrespectful to the esteemed immortals Gun and Xiaoyao within Lingshansheng. Exclaiming, Thank you for your gracious gift, esteemed immortal. After expressing their gratitude, Eki and Ruiqing beamed with delight as they carefully stowed away the Jiaoling silk garments. This fabric was an exceptionally rare celestial defensive attire, a specialty of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, woven from precious scales of the Jiaoren and intertwined with dragon whiskers, crafted through unique dragon techniques. Not only was its appearance extraordinarily beautiful, but its scarcity was matched only by its formidable protective qualities, rendering it impervious even to the might of thunder. Such a rare treasure, the Jiaoling silk, was possessed by only a select few female immortals in the Zhuanggu world. Even Qingji had fortuitously acquired these two pieces and had never had the heart to wear them. Now, in order to secure her connection to Rongxi and the path leading to Linhong City, Qingji had indeed made a painful sacrifice, recognizing the value of the precious gift bestowed by Qingji. Rongxi felt compelled to reciprocate with equal generosity. She retrieved 4 vials of celestial elixirs from her storage ring and presented them to Haitang for delivery to Qingji. Upon slightly opening one of the jade vials and inhaling its fragrant essence, Qingji smiled broadly, accepting all 4 vials with gratitude, exclaiming, Your gift is far too lavish, dear friend Rong. Qingji expresses her gratitude on behalf of my daughter Suner. After a heartfelt exchange of pleasantries and warm sentiments, Rongxi departed Huafu with Ruiqing and Eki, making their way towards Linhong City. After Rongxi and the 2 others departed, the maid Haitang, filled with curiosity, inquired, Why did the master bestow that extraordinarily precious Jiao Ling gauze upon those 2 junior cultivators who have merely attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage? Qingji, while delicately toying with her crimson nails, replied with a charming grin. Although Rongxi is merely a lowly earth-level fairy, she is held in high esteem by the esteemed immortal Gun and the carefree immortal. Just consider the dragon breath elixir she recently gifted my son. It is evident that her standing within the Imperial Herbal Garden is not to be underestimated. Opportunities such as this are rare. Particularly Yi Qi, who, brimming with enthusiasm, wandered here and there along the way, purchasing whatever caught her fancy regardless of the price. Rongxi and Rui Qing trailed Yi Qi, their eyes filled with affection as they watched her spirited exploration. Observing her precious granddaughter, who had not been marred by the passage of time over the past century and remained pure-hearted and kind, Rongxi felt assured that Yi Qi had indeed been well protected by Rui Qing all these years. Do not only focus on purchasing for Yi Qi. Indeed, however, the disciple has a limited supply of celestial crystals. Therefore, should we encounter any precious treasures later, I kindly ask Master to assist with the expenses. It is rare to witness Ruiqing in such a playful demeanor. Rongxi, with a fond smile, pinched Ruiqing's small face gently and nodded in agreement. After an entire afternoon of exploration, the trio set off on their journey back to Lingtian City. Rui Qing and Qing, the two young girls, felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement as they imagined the grandeur and majesty of Lingtian City. This was their first entry into the ethereal city that remained shrouded in clouds and mist. Presenting them to the guards for verification. Once confirmed, the three were granted smooth passage into Lingtian City. Rongxi guided the young ladies directly to the affairs office, where the steward Lu greeted her with a flattering smile. Their cultivation is quite low, so I hope Steward Su will look after them well in the future. Lu quickly tucked the elixirs away, his smile growing even more amiable as he assured. You are too kind. It is no trouble at all. Rongxi then introduced the two young ladies standing behind her to Lu, saying, This is my granddaughter Qing, and this is my disciple Rui Qing. They will be relying on you from now on. One cool and the other warm, one composed and the other clever. Having seen countless beauties, even Lu found it challenging to rank them against each other. Upon witnessing Lu Guan's audacious demeanor as he scrutinized her two precious daughters, Rongxi felt a profound disdain rise within her. She promptly interrupted his gaze, stating, Qing, Qiang, pay your respects to Lu Guan. Rui Qing and Qiang bowed respectfully before Lu Guan, simultaneously expressing, Greetings, Lu Guan. Rui Qing Qiang sincerely thanks you for your care. Would you be willing to serve there? Upon hearing that the position entailed cleaning, Qiang's countenance fell slightly, her brow furrowing in displeasure. In stark contrast, Rui Qing's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of the library. After handing the two girls their badges and maid outfits, Lu Guan continued, From now on, the cleanliness of the library will be entrusted to you two young ladies. Report to the library at the hour of Qin tomorrow, and simply follow the instructions of Elder Zhui therein. Rui Qing and Qiang accepted the dark badges and pale blue garments from Lu Guan, expressing their gratitude with smiles before swiftly departing the affairs office alongside Rongxi. 2 bedrooms for the girls, and 2 secluded meditation chambers. Though modest in size, the courtyard was well equipped, the rooms arranged with warmth and elegance, clearly reflecting the considerable time and effort Rongxi had invested in its preparation. Ensuring they could cultivate their skills in peace. Having meticulously orchestrated every detail before bringing the 2 girls over, it was evident that her intention was to provide them with the finest environment for their training. Upon witnessing the well-arranged setting of the courtyard, Rui Qing and Qiang were deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears. Qiang, recalling her previous reproach towards her grandmother, felt a pang of guilt and grasped Rongxi's arm, shaking it gently as she apologized. Grandma, I'm sorry. Qiang wrongfully accused you earlier. Please forgive me. Observing the remorseful expression on Qiang's face, Rongxi teased. Oh, so you no longer blame your grandmother, do you? Once Rongxi had finished imparting her instructions, she departed from Weiming residence and made her way to the Imperial Medicine Garden. After a restful night, the 2 rose early at the hour of the rabbit. There was no one else to be seen. Rui Qing gently tugged at Qing's sleeve, and they approached the elder, bowing deeply before quietly standing to the side, awaiting his awakening, after standing at the entrance for a full 2 hours. What brings you here? We are maidservants sent by the Affairs Bureau to clean the library pavilion. Steward Lu instructed us to follow your arrangements upon our arrival. Elder Zhuo pondered for a moment before recalling the matter and replied, If there is nothing urgent, kindly do not disturb my slumber. As he spoke, he handed them a jade tablet. Just as Rui Qing and Qing received the tablet, they noticed Elder Zhuo had already resumed his deep sleep. This was their first encounter with a celestial being, and they were pleasantly surprised by his amiable and approachable demeanor. After thoroughly studying the jade tablet, they realized that the task of cleaning and organizing the library pavilion was indeed a particularly favorable position. Moreover, the monthly remuneration amounted to an impressive 200 low-grade celestial crystals, making the salary quite generous. It was no wonder that even minor positions in Lingkong City attracted countless eager applicants. Rui Qing reflected, This position is indeed a rare and excellent opportunity. It is truly to my liking. Chapter 68. Tidying the library. Just as Rui Qing felt a moment of relief, having secured such a commendable position within the library. A musty odor permeated the air of the library, raising the question of how long it had been since anyone had ventured in to clean. The stench was overwhelmingly repulsive, prompting Rui Qing to channel her energy and rapidly fling open all the windows on the first floor of the library. Witnessing the chaotic and filthy state of the first floor filled her with dread about the condition of the 17 upper floors yet to be explored. The 2 of them, having closed off their sense of smell. Which scoundrel has turned the library into this wretched state? Meanwhile, within the city lord's residence, Diu, who had been dozing off, suddenly sneezed, awakening from his slumber with a sigh. Who on earth is speaking ill of me behind my back, causing me to rouse from my dreams? No wonder there were no specific work hours outlined on this jade slip, nor were there any restrictions on which books could be perused. It was clear why the wages were so exorbitantly high. Would you? The power dynamics within Lingtian City are intricate. Should we inadvertently offend a celestial being, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Let us refrain from acting rashly when our master next visits Weiming residence. If possible, this position was surely obtained through her utmost efforts on our behalf. We ought to cherish her sacrifices, don't you think? After hearing Rui Qing's calm analysis, the agitated Oki finally quieted down. This is something that others cannot even hope to attain. It is estimated that once we have tidied up this place, we could both step out as learned scholars, upon hearing such audacious words from Rui Qing. Right? A Qiang chuckled softly. With this multitude of books and jade slips, it is surely more than 5 carriages. Rui Qing was delighted by a Qiang's humor, bursting into hearty laughter. The two exchanged banter, and the atmosphere finally lightened as they began to tackle the task with renewed vigor. Their first order of business was to eliminate the foul odor that permeated the room. They opened all the windows of the 18-story library. Simultaneously, Rui Qing and a Qiang employed the wind technique to blow out the stale air from every room within the library. They also placed a pot of Qiling fruit trees on each floor to purify the air. Initially intended for decorating the rooms and courtyard of Weiming residence, they found an unexpected use for them here. Followed by the cleaning technique to tidy up the floors, windows, books, and shelves. The most daunting task that remained was to sort the disarray of books and jade slips into categories, compiling a catalog, a lengthy and arduous endeavor, making detailed corrections and classifications afterward. Once they had organized the books into categories and marked their storage locations, they would compile the directory into a booklet for easy reference and borrowing in the future, transforming the library into a semblance of a scholarly abode. However, throughout these 90 days, not a single person came to borrow a book. It seemed the library had long been infamous within Lingkong City. Covered in dust and fatigued, they slept for 3 days and nights, and when Rui Qing slowly awoke, a Qiang was still in a deep, blissful slumber. Rui Qing, unwilling to disturb her rest, washed up quietly and then hurried off to the library alone. Thus, she reluctantly commences the task of tidying up. However, Rui Qing is acutely aware that Elder Zhua is not one to engage in such menial chores. She must persevere on her own, regarding her role within the library. Likely one that is more often sought than found. Yet, the vexation arises from the daunting task of comprehensively reading and organizing the billions of volumes, striving to attain a profound understanding of their contents. She would seize this divine opportunity without hesitation. Rui Qing possesses an inkling that her survival amidst the ancient calamities hinges upon the knowledge concealed within this library. After a brief slumber, having visited the library several times, she soon found herself unwilling to persist in this monotonous and tedious role that a few months later, Rongxi successfully arranged for her transfer from the library, allowing her to become the delicate assistant to the son of the city lord, Du, a position that brought her considerable satisfaction. Rongxi had also attempted to persuade Rui Qing to leave the library and sought to find her a more relaxed and simpler position. However, Rui Qing resolutely declined. She cherished the tranquility of the library, reveling in the joy of reading. The work, though somewhat repetitive, was far from dull, and she was confident in her ability to persist. From that point onward, Rui Qing continued her solitary endeavors in the library, unwaveringly commuting between Weiming and the library each day, organizing jade slips and ancient texts, practicing swordsmanship, enhancing her cultivation, nurturing her Dao heart, and mastering the 5 arts of talismans, alchemy, and beastcraft. Time passed swiftly and steadily. As the years slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, over 900 years had elapsed. Over these 9 centuries, Elder Zhua had become akin to a mentor to Rui Qing, having witnessed her rapid growth and unwavering determination in her quest for enlightenment. She has come to recognize her heart of genuine sincerity. Characterized by both mentorship and camaraderie, commenced with Rui Qing's audacious attempt one fateful day when she meticulously arranged every single book within the library, restoring them to their rightful places, with great boldness. Rui Qing roused the slumbering Elder Zhua. Her comprehension of the Tao and her grasp of the arts and skills were alarmingly rudimentary and superficial. Thus, she abandoned her intention to leave the library, opting instead to delve deeper into the texts and jade slips contained within. Entirely unaware of the circumstances both within and beyond Chongyang City, including the current rampant floods in Pingyao realm. Indeed, She was blissfully ignorant of the affairs beyond her scholarly pursuits. Now, with less than a century remaining until the celestial sovereign Gun accepted the celestial Emperor Yao's commission to govern the Yellow River. After confiding her intentions to Elder Zhua, she received his unwavering support, as he too believed that Rui Qing should hone her skills outside before ascending to immortality. Shortly thereafter, Rui Qing proceeded to the affairs office to resign from her position in the library and to collect her salary accumulated over the past 9 centuries. She responded, "Your kind words are too generous. In your presence, how could I dare to flaunt my modest abilities? My strength is still lacking. How could I possibly ascend to the celestial realms so easily?" Rui Qing's words are indeed apt. There exists a profound distinction between the celestial and the mundane. Even though she has attained the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, as long as she has not yet ascended to the earth immortal stage, she remains a mere mortal. In the presence of the celestial immortal, Manager Su, she is but an ant. Upon hearing Rui Qing's humble remarks, Manager Su felt a deep admiration for this prodigious girl who, he dared not take liberties, lest he offend the esteemed figures of immortal Xiaoyao and immortal Zhua. Dear junior disciple Rui Qing, you are too modest. Your cultivation speed is nothing short of miraculous. Do not underestimate yourself. In all of Lingtian City, only our young city lord shares an age similar to yours. It stands as a peer in the harmonization realm. How can you claim your abilities are lacking? If she does not meet an unexpected demise, she is destined for greatness. As he handed her a storage bag, he smiled and said, "No need for thanks. I only hope that when you soar to great heights in the future, you will not forget to lend a hand to this old man." Rui Qing, upon probing the storage bag with her divine sense, discovered it contained over 2,300 exquisite celestial crystals, along with several high-quality celestial crystals that I shall certainly not forget your assistance, esteemed sir. Thank you for your support. Rui Qing was aware of the impending calamity that loomed over the Xuangu world, yet she hesitated to disclose the truth to the populace of Chongyang City. Moreover, revealing too many secrets of the heavens would invite the most severe retribution from the Tao of Heaven, with obliteration being the lightest of punishments. Should Rui Qing, this small butterfly, unwittingly stir a tempest that alters the course of history and disrupts the fabric of time, such consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. Her heart was small. She merely wished for herself and her loved ones to survive this impending catastrophe. A modest cultivator like Rui Qing dared not aspire to be a pivotal figure capable of altering the history of the Xuangu world. For only after discussing the pertinent matters can she leave with a tranquil mind. Rui Qing reflects inwardly, realizing that she can no longer rely on this fellow. It cannot serve as her combat partner any longer. Xiao Fu, clever and perceptive, attuned to Rui Qing's emotions due to the equal pact they share, senses her disdain, that a sense of helplessness fills Xiao Fu, as their kind naturally advance in cultivation at a sluggish pace. However, the vast disparity in their cultivation levels signifies that it cannot offer any assistance during Rui Qing's battles. Xiao Fu also fears that Rui Qing might grow weary of it, promising never to forsake it, which finally allowed Xiao Fu to relax and focus on its cultivation. Yiqiong, on the other hand, yearned to accompany Rui Qing in her departure from Lingtian City to explore the outside world. Wielding their celestial might, oppressed the two younger cultivators has long since faded into obscurity. During their time at the painting manor, the painter never intentionally made things difficult for Rui Qing and Yiqiong. Aside from detaining them within the manor, they endured no hardships and were sometimes even treated with kindness. Consequently, Rui Qing harbors little animosity towards the painting manor and is able to engage in calm and amicable conversations with them. After presenting her invitation to the gatekeeper of the Huafu, she stood aside, quietly admiring the enchanting beauty and ethereal ambience of the estate. After waiting for over 3 hours at the gate, Rui Qing was greeted by Haidang, who came to escort her personally. During their journey, Rui Qing discreetly handed Haidang several vials of elixirs, seizing the opportunity to inquire about matters concerning the Huafu. Upon their arrival at the hall, Rui Qing beheld Qing Ji and Huai seated upright in the central positions, while Hua Qiansun quietly occupied a seat below them, evidently awaiting the arrival of Rui Qing and Haidang. Once inside, Rui Qing respectfully bowed to the two celestial beings and presented several vials of precious elixirs to Haidang, requesting her assistance in delivering them to Qing Ji and Huai. Following the exchange of gifts, Qing Ji smiled and remarked, "Rui Qing, we all greatly appreciate the elixirs you have brought. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. How have your master and Ichi been lately?" "They are both well. Thank you for your concern," Rui Qing responded courteously. After inquiring about their well-being, Qingji redirected the conversation towards Rui Qing, saying, I observe that you have attained the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. Nearly a millennium has passed since I last set foot in Chongyang City, and I am utterly unfamiliar with the circumstances beyond its borders. The Pingao realm, governed by the Celestial Emperor Yao, is currently ravaged by catastrophic floods, resulting in countless cultivators losing their homes and livelihoods. Incidents of robbery and murder have become commonplace, and the order of cultivation is in disarray. As Chongyang City is situated far from the Yellow River Basin and possesses abundant cultivation resources. She inquired, I see. Has the city lord's residence implemented any measures? Is there no control over the surge in the city's population? Huai responded, all possible methods have been employed. Yet cultivators from outside continue to flood into Chongyang City. The density of cultivators in Chongyang City raised concerns about the potential calamities that could result in countless casualties. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to wish to change the subject. Unfamiliar with the circumstances beyond the city, she sought to consult Huai and Qingji, asking, I wish to venture outside the city for some training. Could you recommend a suitable location? After a moment of contemplation, Huai had anticipated Rui Qing's question and explained earnestly, our clan has an elder who frequently fishes in that area. Tujiang is not far from Chongyang City, and should you encounter danger along the way. His cultivation speed was astonishingly superior to her own. It was indeed fortuitous. Given the current situation, Rui Qing found herself unable to decline. With a hint of resignation, she replied, very well, thank you for your consideration. Once outside, no one would be able to hinder his desire to confront Rui Qing. As Hua Qiangxin's mind buzzed with schemes, he remained blissfully unaware that Rui Qing had already discerned his combative nature and planned to seize the opportunity to evade him once they were outside the city. After a delightful conversation, the Huai family and Rui Qing proceeded to the side hall for their meal. Before them lay a grand table, lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and celestial fruits, accompanied by fine wines, all of which were rare treasures seldom encountered in the bustling marketplaces. Many of these dishes happened to be among Rui Qing's favorites, indicating that the painter had indeed gone to great lengths in preparing this sumptuous feast. To Rui Qing's astonishment, despite the passage of many years, the nameless abode within the painter's residence remained utterly unchanged from the moment she had departed. Every blade of grass and every piece of furniture was intimately familiar to her. In her heart, Rui Qing silently vowed, very well, since the painter's household has exerted such thoughtful effort, I shall endeavor to take better care of Hua Qianxuan in the future. Hua Qianxuan was aware of Rui Qing's financial struggles. Following closely behind them was Elder Qian, a loyal servant who had grown up beside Hua Wanli, the painter's grandfather. Although Elder Qian had achieved the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he remained the most faithful servant of the painter, with Elder Qian discreetly safeguarding Hua Qianxuan and Rui Qing. The couple, Hua Yi and Qingji, felt considerably at ease as Rui Qing and Hua Qianxuan made their way along the prearranged route towards Tujiang. Additionally, more than 30 other cultivators lay in wait nearby, hoping to seize the opportunity. However, Hua Qianxuan, being no stranger to the gambling arenas, was not to be trifled with by these petty robbers. Even before Rui Qing could make a move, you there, has your head been kicked by a donkey? Upon hearing a single remark from Hua Qianxuan, Rui Qing managed to rally the formerly disparate group of desperate cultivators, her heart welling with tears. If she were to follow in his wake, it would be but a matter of time before she found herself in dire straits. Chapter 71. The robbery and the fury unleashed by the 30 or so Yuanying stage cultivators should not be underestimated. In their rage, the desperate cultivators released a barrage of spells aimed squarely at Rui Qing and Hua Qianxuan. Fortunately, Rui Qing, sensing the impending threat, quickly conjured a protective barrier to shield herself from their magical onslaught. In an instant, the skies were filled with a dazzling array of blades and vibrant spells, all converging on Rui Qing's modest shield, as they sought to concentrate their firepower to annihilate both her and Hua Qianxuan. Languidly retrieved a soft couch and tea table from his storage ring, leisurely munching on snacks while reclining comfortably, observing the chaos that had erupted because of him. His nonchalant demeanor only served to enrage the desperate cultivators outside the barrier, who seethed with barely contained fury, wishing they could execute Hua Qianxuan on the spot, thus intensifying their assault. This relentless barrage continued for a full hour, yet they could not even crack Rui Qing's protective shield. Turning to glance at him, Rui Qing was indeed met with a most ominous expression. It seemed he was on the verge of exploding. Without hesitation, Rui Qing summoned little Fufu from the Qingling space, For the skirmishes among these Yuanying stage cultivators would serve as an excellent opportunity for it to stretch its legs. Severing their tongues and tossing them before the other captives, instilling a paralyzing fear among the bound robbers, Rui Qing could not help but silently reflect on her fortune in not being his enemy. Indeed, Hua Qianxuan was a man who repaid grievances with vengeance. Whoever fell into his grasp would surely suffer misfortune. Although these robbers had committed countless atrocities and deserved the harshest punishments, Hua Qianxuan was by no means a benevolent individual. Hua Qianxuan replied with malicious intent, "I plan to send a message to the steward of the Yanmei Pavilion, and shortly they will come to collect these unrepentant wretches," upon hearing the name of the Yanmei Pavilion, instilling a profound terror in them. Indeed, Hua Qianxuan was a true embodiment of a deity of death. Even Rui Qing's demeanor darkened upon hearing the mention of the Yanmei Pavilion, this establishment, located within Chongyang City. In the vast world of cultivation, many practitioners sought shortcuts, enhancing their own strength by siphoning the abilities of others. The Yanmei Pavilion catered specifically to such individuals, responsible for scouring and capturing cultivators and selling them at exorbitant prices to buyers. However, the path of siphoning was not a righteous one, nor a sustainable method of advancement. Generally, only those cultivators of poor aptitude would resort to such means. Rui Qing perceived Hua Qianxuan's punishment as excessively inhumane and was taken aback by her unexpected compassion. Angrily, he retorted, "If we were to lose today, would they spare us? I fear they would not only deprive us of everything we possess, but also ensure our complete annihilation, leaving us with no chance of rebirth. These individuals are already desperate criminals. They are likely to be unrepentant, and if released, would continue their reign of terror. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to survive all these years." And then the hopeful gaze of Rui Qing, Hua Qianxuan mockingly inquired of the group of robbers, "Do you not wish to go to Yanmei Pavilion?" Terrified of losing their tongues at Hua Qianxuan's hands. The bound criminals could only nod vigorously, expressing their vehement desire to avoid Yanmei Pavilion. Hua Qianxuan, with a cunning glimmer in her eyes, mused to herself, "As expected, they are indeed so." She then stated slyly, "Oh, you may choose not to go, but you must instead become our blood servants for all eternity. You have but two options. A blood servant is a cultivator who voluntarily sacrifices half of their soul, forever barred from rebirth." Upon hearing Hua Qianxuan's words, Rui Qing understood that there was no possibility of her sparing these individuals. They were doomed to a fate of servitude. Although Rui Qing harbored no sympathy for the robbers. If these robbers are indeed irredeemably wicked, they shall inevitably face divine retribution. Yet if someone falters momentarily due to ignorance or folly, to irrevocably ruin their future would be excessively harsh and unfeeling. Or even adversaries, due to their differing philosophies. Chapter 72. The cursing dry leaf fish. Upon seeing that the entire group of robbers had chosen to become blood servants to the painter, she would undoubtedly act in accordance with heaven's will and deliver a fitting lesson to them. During the period of contemplation by Rui Qing, Hua Qianxuan had already collected all the willingly surrendered souls of this unfortunate band of desperate individuals. Sin and brutality. After addressing the affairs of these blood servants, Hua Qianxuan noticed Rui Qing's contemplative expression and earnestly remarked, "Rui Qing, remember this. The malevolence of human nature should not be tested, for it cannot withstand the rigors of time. Today, you may perceive me as narrow-minded and cold-hearted, but one day, you shall comprehend the rationale behind my actions." Rui Qing, while not in agreement with Hua Qianxuan's methods, found herself unable to sway her convictions. With a sense of helplessness, she could only express, "I hope to never encounter such acts of robbery again." Recognizing that she could not alter Rui Qing's inherently compassionate disposition at the moment, Hua Qianxuan chose to cease discussing the matter, hoping that future experiences might temper her tender-heartedness. In the ensuing days of travel, no short-sighted marauding cultivators dared to accost the two, although Hua Qianxuan and Rui Qing continued to engage in light-hearted conversation. They finally arrived at their destination, Zhujiang. After half a month, the tumultuous Zhujiang River, the largest river traversing Chengde, is not only winding and treacherous, but also boasts an expansive watershed. From a distance, it resembles an endless dragon coiling upon the land of Chengde. With countless schools of these fish concealing themselves within the river's golden-orange waters, the withered leaf fish possess astonishing speed, coupled with their small, agile bodies, potent sense of smell, and formidable souls, making them exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to capture. These diminutive fish are coveted by cultivators for their remarkable efficacy in nurturing and enhancing the souls of practitioners, leaving many cultivators longing for their presence. Thus, the withered leaf fish frequently find themselves in high demand among the cultivators of the Xuangu world. A living leaf fish can fetch astronomical prices at auction, and the fervent bidding among cultivators significantly contributes to the skyrocketing value of this peculiar creature. Consequently, most of the practitioners who have settled near Zhujiang are seasoned experts in the art of capturing leaf fish. Within her thoughts, Rui Qing incessantly speculated about Elder Qian from the Painting Manor, pondering the true reason for his lingering presence in the vicinity of Zhujiang. Yet she found herself utterly perplexed. When Rui Qing first arrived in the Xiangu era, now, having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, Rui Qing is capable of capturing leaf fish on her own, and she truly reminisces about the exquisite taste of the delicacy. Indeed, this humble leaf fish once represented the initial warmth she experienced in this foreign realm. Evoking memories of Eki and Rongxi, who were far away in Lingtian City, Hua Qianquan's purpose for visiting Zhujiang is to capture a greater quantity of high-grade leaf fish, thereby further enhancing her soul's power. The small boat gently swayed with the currents as Rui Qing sat serenely at the bow, with her companion, Xiaofufu, peacefully resting beside her, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of solitary fishing in the snow-laden river. Before long, the inked jade hook in Rui Qing's hand began to tremble slightly, followed by the fishing line swiftly unfurling into the water. Rui Qing mused to herself, so soon, a fish has taken the bait. Her eyes unfocused as she moved towards the edge of the boat. Xiaofufu, noticing something amiss with her owner, began to bark loudly. However, Rui Qing appeared entranced, oblivious to the calls, as she continued her unsteady approach. Her vigilance heightened in an instant. At that moment, Rui Qing was but a step away from plunging into the turbulent river. Regaining her composure, she swiftly began to chant a spell, summoning her inked jade rod. A perfected practitioner of the harmonious path, the diminutive fish in the river, realizing that its magical allure had no effect on those aboard the boat, attempted once more to cast its spell upon Rui Qing. Alas, Rui Qing was not truly ensnared. She merely played along, lulling the clever little fish into a false sense of security. With a subtle sigh, she pinpointed its location with remarkable precision, just as the small fish was reveling in its moment of triumph. Stop pretending to vanish and come out at once. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you provoke me? I shall ensure you regret crossing paths with me. Hey, you wretched woman. Its irreverent tongue and brash demeanor were tiresome, prompting Rui Qing to disregard its taunts and refrain from appearing before it. Preferring to avoid its incessant insults, she dismissed the water mirror and, after casting a soundproofing array within her chamber. Chapter 73. The Enchanting Powers of the Leaf Fish. After a full day and night of restful slumber, Rui Qing awoke feeling refreshed and revitalized. She opened the water mirror to check on the haughty leaf fish. Although Rui Qing had already attained the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, mere steps away from ascending to immortality, she remained enraptured by the charms of this diminutive fish, to the point of nearly casting herself into the river in folly. Its feeble demeanor was likely a ruse to draw her near. Given its scheming nature, it would be a disservice to allow it to fulfill its devious intentions unchallenged. With measured steps, Rui Qing approached the chamber where the withered leaf fish was confined, deliberately undoing the restraints and feigning caution as she neared the fish. Suddenly, the enchanting allure of its spirit once more washed over her, hinting at the possibility of succumbing to slumber. Upon recognizing Rui Qing's return to its snare, reveling in self-praise as if under a spell, Rui Qing, disinterested in interrupting its daydreaming, chose instead to sit beside it, sipping her spiritual tea while patiently awaiting the return of the self-absorbed fish to normalcy. After 4 or 5 minutes, the boastful fish finally took note of Rui Qing's indifference, yet remained confident in the invincibility of its charms. In its cracked tank, it boisterously bellowed, "Wretched woman, hurry and kneel to greet your master." Yet, Rui Qing remained unfazed by its commands, continuing to savor her tea as if oblivious to its words. The withered leaf fish, believing the tank to possess soundproof qualities, resorted to telepathic communication, saying, "Hey, wretched woman, shatter this pitiful tank and let your master out." Rui Qing, however, remained unmoved, still enjoying her tea, her piercing gaze fixed upon it, a scornful smile gracing her lips. The leaf fish finally realized that something was amiss. However, it remained unconvinced that its recently acquired enchanting skill would prove ineffective. It believed that the full potential of its newly honed abilities had yet to manifest. Thus, with an air of defiance, it cast the enchanting spell once more. The leaf fish was certain that this time its enchantment was flawlessly executed, and with a sense of pride, it commanded Rui Qing anew, This time, Ruijia responded. Under the watchful gaze of the leaf fish, she slowly approached the broken fish tank and unbound its restrictions. The leaf fish eagerly darted out, exclaiming to Ruijia, "Not bad, not bad. You are quite obedient. I shall be lenient with you from now on." Yet, before it could utter its next sentence, it was abruptly struck down by a surge of lightning power. Ruijia gazed at the incredulous expression of the leaf fish with amusement, relishing its ever-changing, anthropomorphic expressions. With a teasing smile, she feigned ignorance, asking, "What seems to be the matter? Why the silence? Just a moment ago." Treating it like a puppet, in furious embarrassment, the leaf fish was about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to discover that its tongue had also been rendered numb by the electric shock. Alas, its body was entirely numb and unresponsive to its will. Even self-destruction was an unattainable feat. It could only curse Ruijia's cunning and impudence in its heart. Ruijia, aware of the leaf fish's indignation. Ruijia, noticing its expression of regret, teased, "What a pity. There are no elixirs for remorse in this world. Every individual, every fish, must pay the price for their past mistakes. Now, I am the butcher, and you are the meat." "Oh, what secret might that be? Speak quickly, but do not attempt to deceive me. I am known as the Fish Dragon Lord, merely resembling those mundane withered leaf fish, yet I am of a different kind altogether. Please, do not mistake me for one of them. I reside in Zhejiang. May I inquire how you are addressed, and where is your celestial abode?" This audacious little fish had the gall to declare itself the Fish Dragon Lord, and even dared to seek camaraderie with Ruijia. Twisted in indignation, as it reflected on its former dominance in the waters of Zhejiang, now reduced to the status of a captive in the clutches of a single cultivator. Such was the cruel twist of fate. Once Ruijia had indulged in her laughter, the fish could no longer contain its sarcastic retort. "If you are unwilling to reveal your name, that is your prerogative, but must you laugh so extravagantly?" The mere thought of her stepping foot into its sanctum, filled with treasures, solidified the little fish's resolve to prevent her from crossing its threshold. With a hint of trepidation, the young fish dragon stated, "I have grown in these waters of Zhejiang since my youth. I possess no dwelling worthy of a cultivator, so please do not jest." Ruijia, noting its attempts at levity, chose not to pursue the specifics of its lair for the moment and instead issued a veiled threat. "Did you not just assert that you would exchange a great secret for your life?" Lest this ruthless woman treat it to a dire fate, trembling with sincerity, it exclaimed, "I would never dare deceive you. I truly possess a significant secret, but you must first swear an oath of blood, vowing to never harm or betray me before I am willing to share it." Alas, after such a brief moment, this little creature was already growing audacious. Ruijia, disinclined to pledge a blood oath before the fish dragon, coldly retorted, "What if I refuse to take such an oath? Would you then withhold the truth from me?" The little fish dragon, intimidated by Ruijia's icy gaze, nearly faltered in its resolve, yet stubbornly refused to admit its trepidation. Yet, given Ruijia's demeanor, it feared that refusal would lead to its immediate demise. Ruijia sat in silence, awaiting the little fish's final decision, ready to stew it without hesitation should it attempt any further tricks. Growing up amidst the withered leaves in this Zhejiang river as I matured, I realized that, while I resembled the withered leaf fish in appearance, my intellect far surpassed theirs. It was not until I reached over 1,000 years of age that my bloodline heritage began to manifest. A formidable cultivator of the harmonization stage. After listening for a while, Ruijia discerned that this creature was merely extolling its own lineage, heritage, and exceptional qualities. Growing weary of such trivialities, she interjected, "Congratulations on your noble birth. But I fail to see how your tales relate to me. Is this truly the great secret you speak of?" The interruption irked the little fish dragon, and it was about to retort when Ruijia continued. The little fish dragon indeed harbored such intentions, though it had yet to articulate them, only to have Ruijia unveil its thoughts. In truth, the little fish dragon found itself contemplating that while this woman possessed a detestable disposition, her formidable prowess and resolute heart rendered its own enchanting powers utterly ineffective against her. Should I have the fortune to become her spirit beast, not only would I be spared the fear of being turned into a broth. Yet, little did the fish dragon realize the extent of Ruijia's discerning capabilities that it found itself cursing her cunning nature in silence, while obediently proclaiming, "Our encounter by the banks of the Zhejiang is a fated bond of master and servant, inviting unnecessary trouble upon myself." Upon hearing the little fish dragon's shameless self-promotion, Ruijia promptly rejected it, stating, "I already possess a spirit beast far more noble in origin and significantly superior in cultivation. Your efforts to market yourself are in vain." The little fish dragon declared, I can reveal a secret to you at this very moment, but you must establish the highest level of confidentiality. Otherwise, I shall remain silent. Rui Qing, skeptical yet compliant. Set up formidable barriers nearby. Threatening, it better be a secret of great value. Otherwise, your actions will constitute a deception against me, coupled with your previous insults towards my family. These reasons are ample enough for me to stew. Fry, and sought you thoroughly. The little fish dragon, wide-eyed with fear, responded in a dejected tone, "Are you not curious as to why such a noble fish like myself must scavenge alone in the perilous waters of the Tujiang, fraught with dangers? Otherwise, this astute little creature would not have been so generous with its information." True to its nature, the little dragon fish tantalizingly dangled the prospect before Rui Qing, asking, "Do you wish to accompany me to explore this secret place?" Given such a fortuitous opportunity, Rui Qing had no reason to decline. Even if it meant traversing a treacherous path, nothing could deter her from her quest for discovery. Although Rui Qing harbored a strong desire to go. Should they learn of our connection, what chance would I have of survival? In response to Rui Qing's barrage of questions and skepticism, the little dragonfish chuckled slyly, saying, "If you were to accept me as your spirit beast, then all these concerns would vanish. Even if we were to encounter my parents, they would not harm my master. How could they allow me to accompany you to your demise?" It continued. Besides, great opportunities are invariably accompanied by great risks. Undoubtedly, there were truths it withheld, unwilling to share them candidly. Rui Qing found the cunning and slippery nature of this ugly fish quite distasteful. At this moment, she was reluctant to indulge its wishes and replied with a hint of regret. "If that is the case, then I suppose I have no choice. In truth, I am not particularly interested in your dragonfish clan's secret grounds." Seeing Rui Qing refuse to take the bait, the little dragonfish, infuriated, flew up before her and exclaimed, "With your formidable cultivation, what is there to fear? Truly, you are as timid as a mouse. Alas, opportunities cannot be forced. After all your chatter today, perhaps you should rest well." Particularly regarding her temporary alliance with Hua Qianxuan, and how to swiftly part ways without arousing his suspicion or attracting his pursuit, it seemed the opportune moment had arrived for her to personally visit Hua Qianxuan's temporary abode. After sending him a sound transmission talisman, Rui Qing leisurely immersed herself in the study of ancient formation texts within the confines of Weiming residence. Gifted in both swordsmanship and formations, Rui Qing had a particular penchant for intertwining sword techniques with formation arrays, thus creating sword formations. Consequently, whenever she found a spare moment, she would delve into the intricacies of ancient formations. A week later, Rui Qing received a sound transmission talisman from Hua Qianxuan, inviting her to his dwelling for a discussion. Adhering to the appointed time, she arrived at his temporary cave beside a small waterfall, and upon observing the exquisite decor surrounding his abode, she inwardly lamented his extravagant taste and penchant for indulgence. Attracting bees and butterflies that flitted about, creating an enchanting fragrance. As Rui Qing strolled into Hua Qianxuan's cave, she noted that every corner was meticulously arranged with rare treasures from the cultivation realm. Leading her to harbor disdain towards him, he found it hard to fathom that Rui Qing would wish to part ways over such a trivial matter and, with a stiff tone, suggested, "If you are so anxious to leave." Naturally, Rui Qing would never divulge the secrets of the Yulong secret land to Hua Qianxuan. Not only is it customary among cultivators to safeguard their opportunities from being snatched by others, but they would also refrain from revealing their fortunes unless utterly compelled to do so. Even if Rui Qing were inclined to invite someone to embark on an adventure, she would certainly not extend an invitation to someone as ruthless as Hua Qianxuan. Rui Qing feared that the moment she confided her secrets to him would also mark the day of her demise. Her situation would have been dire. Moreover, Elder Qian, being a distinguished Luo golden immortal, looked down upon the act of spying on Rui Qing's cultivation, thus she was not under his meticulous surveillance. Otherwise, the news of the Yulong clan's secret territory would have reached Elder Qian long ago, and the Hua family would undoubtedly have intervened. Rui Qing would have found it impossible to keep her secret, let alone safeguard her very life. Unbeknownst to Rui Qing, Elder Qian had been trailing them all along, though they remained oblivious to his presence. Indeed, as Rui Qing had anticipated, since the little Yulong had been left to languish by her. After more than half a month, Rui Qing and Hua Qianxuan finally succeeded in visiting Elder Qian. Following some rewards and information obtained from him, Rui Qing parted ways amicably with Hua Qianxuan and the others. After leaving the little Yulong in solitude for a full month, Rui Qing finally approached the room where it was confined. Finding the dejected little Yulong, and gently inquired, "What's with that forlorn expression?" No need for your trouble. I'm perfectly fine. Seeing its rapid change in demeanor, Ruijia smiled and asked, "Do you truly wish to become my spirit beast?" "Indeed. I swear it's true. Your humble servant." The little Yulong, feeling increasingly anxious under her scrutiny, quickly assured her, "If you accept me as your spirit beast, I promise to be completely honest with you from this day forward, with no more secrets." The little fish dragon, exhausted from its own prattling, noticed Ruijia's lack of even the slightest acknowledgement, which only deepened its uncertainty. Reluctantly, it fell silent, submitting to Ruijia's authority, observing the little rascal finally ceasing its self-aggrandizement. Instead answering her own question, "I find your self-satisfaction most loathsome, imagining others to be as foolish and ignorant as yourself. I abhor your volatile temper, your propensity to hurl insults at others indiscriminately." One by one, Ruijia enumerated the shortcomings of the little clownfish, providing it no chance for defense. Infuriated, it nearly leapt up to confront her, truly a reckless and ignorant creature. Chapter 76. The spirit beast little fish. This little fish dragon was wild and unruly, adept at pushing boundaries. Thus, Ruijia knew she must establish the rules from the outset, ensuring it comprehended the hierarchy of master and servant, who the true master was. After laying bare the faults of the little fish dragon, the frustrations of recent days dissipated entirely, leaving her in a state of delightful ease. Ruijia glanced at the clownfish hovering nearby, its fury suppressed, and relished the rare sight of its disgruntled demeanor. Internally, it was already cursing Ruijia, yet outwardly, it smiled obsequiously. "I acknowledge all the flaws you've pointed out and assure you I shall not repeat them. Please rest assured. When shall we conduct the master acknowledgement ceremony?" "Once we have formalized our bond, let us hasten to the secret realm, for I have an unsettling premonition. It seems that something unpleasant is about to unfold." The little fish dragon is now in a state of anxious urgency. Ruijia summoned the jade Qilin, Xiaofufu, from the Qingling space to introduce it to the little fish dragon, hoping they would acknowledge each other's identities and foster a harmonious partnership. However, it was evident that the two spiritual beasts were at odds. As soon as Xiaofufu emerged, it turned its backside towards the little fish dragon, clearly expressing disdain. Infuriated by the audacity of this foul Qilin to look down upon it, the little fish dragon retaliated by presenting its tail in a similar gesture, asserting its own superiority over the jade Qilin. Witnessing this standoff, Ruijia felt quite powerless. After all, their first encounter was steeped in tension. Deciding not to force their camaraderie, Ruijia merely hoped they would eventually grow accustomed to each other's presence and acknowledge one another's identities. To divert their attention, she inquired of the little fish dragon, "Why not choose a different name? You can no longer be called the vulgar fish dragon lord. Do you have any other names in mind?" The little fish dragon, seething with anger yet unable to alter its furious demeanor, only served to provoke Xiaofufu into uncontrollable laughter. Even Ruijia found herself unable to contain her mirth at the sight of the little fish dragon's predicament. "After all, you are a fish with a master, and it is only fitting that you possess a name worthy of your identity. Now, let us think of a melodious name." Upon hearing Ruijia suggest that it could choose a formidable name for itself, the little fish dragon instantly felt emboldened and excitedly flew before Fufu, displaying a show of bravado. The little fish dragon had long observed that although this jade Qilin possessed a deeper cultivation than itself, somewhat wilted. It pondered a moment longer and softly suggested, "Then how about calling me Long Outyen? What do you think?" Noticing Ruijia shaking her head once more, it thought of another name and flew close to her ear, affirming its steadfast desire to bear the surname Long. After two more attempts, Ruijia could no longer refuse and resignedly said, "Very well, since you are so fond of the surname Long, I hope you truly advance to become a dragon god in the future. Henceforth, your grand name shall be Long Che, and your nickname shall be Little Fish." Ruijia expended considerable effort to placate these two proud spirit beasts, inwardly lamenting, "It seems that having more spirit beasts is not always beneficial." Thanks to the illustrious reputation of her master, Rongxi, renowned for her exceptional alchemical skills, Ruijia's own worth had soared several-fold within the entirety of Chongnong City. The prices of the elixirs Ruijia crafted for the treasure pavilion were thrice that of those produced by ordinary Taoist practitioners. And in a state of exasperation, she enlisted the services of a maid from the painting manor, Xiaokuei, to accompany the little fish dragon, Xiaoyer, on its frolics throughout Chongnong City. Fortunately, this creature possessed extraordinary intellect and emotional acumen. Ruijia finally amassed 35,000 exquisite celestial crystals, allowing her to depart from Chongnong City once more, embarking on a journey to the secret realm of the Fish Dragon clan. The myth of the koi leaping over the dragon gate was one Rui Qing had encountered countless times. Yet she had never envisioned that one day she would come face to face with the very fish dragon clan of legend, now with a little fish dragon by her side. She followed the map with a heart brimming with excitement as she approached the ancestral grounds of the fish dragon lineage. According to Xiaoyer, this place was a veritable treasure trove, housing the entirety of their clan's riches, and Rui Qing could hardly contain her elation. What Rui Qing did not anticipate was that the secret realm of the fish dragon clan was nestled adjacent to the perilous Yuan, a territory so treacherous that even celestial sovereigns dared not tread lightly. Ordinary immortals and novice cultivators were especially disinclined to venture into such hazardous domains, were it not for the impending cataclysm looming over the world. Rui Qing succumbed to a euphoric rapture. This was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After employing her spiritual sense to ascertain that no danger lurked within, she began to explore the expanse of the fish dragon's secret realm, which was awash with celestial crystals. With remarkable speed, she soared through the realm, traversing over 1,000,000 kilometers without encountering an end to the abundance of celestial crystals. The sheer volume of these exquisite crystals would surely tempt even the most stoic of celestial sovereigns. The prospect of freely claiming such treasures, devoid of peril, made Rui Qing feel as though she had plunged into the celestial crystal vault of a certain sovereign. However, this fortuitous feeling abruptly jolted her back to reality. Xiaoyer and had unwittingly become a thief targeting a certain immortal emperor's crystal treasury, thereby incurring the wrath of an emperor-level force. Rui Qing felt an overwhelming desire to slay the wretched fish on the spot. With a gaze as lifeless as that of a corpse, she stared at Xiaoyer, who, terrified, nearly confessed the truth. Now, it could only feign seriousness and delude itself. The audacity of this loathsome fish to continue its deception infuriated Rui Qing. Her thoughts were muddled. With an icy tone, she declared, "Stop pretending. I have already deduced the truth. How long do you intend to keep me in the dark? I assure you, I have not concealed anything from you. Your parents did not willingly guard this secret realm for the fish dragon clan. They must have been coerced into this role. From the very beginning, you plotted to ensnare me in your murky affairs." Xiaoyer, already paralyzed by Rui Qing's words, was consumed by confusion, pondering how Rui Qing knew so much and had even deduced the proximity of its parents, just as she had anticipated. The moment Rui Qing's voice fell, before she could react, the master-servant contract binding her and Xiaoyer was forcibly severed, resulting in Rui Qing's unilateral breach of contract, which promptly incurred divine retribution. Xiaoyer's mother, Longyu, tenderly caressed her child and proudly proclaimed, "Well done, my dear. I did not expect you to lure a human cultivator here so swiftly, thus ensuring our salvation alongside your father, with this human cultivator now serving as our scapegoat." Tiange, Long Wei, and Long Che, once blissfully swimming in the Tujiang River, leading a carefree and secluded life, found their tranquility shattered by the arrival of the celestial sovereign Qiyu. Upon discerning their noble lineage as members of the esteemed Yulong clan, forcing the couple into servitude as guardians of the celestial crystal vein. Yet, Qiyu had underestimated the Yulong clan. Though not ancient divine beasts, they possessed a fragment of ancestral bloodline heritage, granting their descendants an understanding of some ancient runes. During their centuries of confinement, Long Tian and Long Wei dedicated themselves to meticulously studying the sealing runes imposed upon them by Qiyu, eventually devising a clever stratagem that would enable their escape. However, the couple remained ensnared within the Yulong forbidden ground for hundreds of years, unable to depart Yun or seek substitutes for their roles. Fortunately, Qiyu had deemed their son Longche unworthy of execution, allowing the newborn to fend for himself in the Zhujiang, which ultimately provided a glimmer of hope for Long Tian and Long Yue's escape from the Yulong confines. Over the course of these centuries, Longche not only evaded death at the hands of foreign threats but, due to his pure bloodline, also inherited the legacy of his ancestors within a mere few hundred years. Henceforth, Longche was able to communicate with Long Tian and Long Wei through the unique dragon communication talismans of their Yulong clan, exchanging messages. In the ensuing centuries, Longche, also known as the Little Fish, took on the responsibility of scouting the Tujiang for cultivators who ventured to fish, using himself as bait and employing his innate charm to lure unsuspecting cultivators into the depths of the Yulong's secret realm, ultimately becoming a puppet for Long Tian and Long Yue, prior to Rui Qing's arrival, enticing her to lead it there, promising a reunion with its parents while eliminating the fear of Rui Qing silencing it permanently. Indeed, Rui Qing could not resist the allure of the fish dragon's secret realm and fell into the little fish's trap. Had Rui Qing been more vigilant, she would have undoubtedly marveled at the profound stratagems of the little fish. lamenting that such cleverness deserved a place in the military as a strategist, despite its repeated failures. Long Yue's concerns were not unfounded, as Long Tian glanced at the frail Rui Qing on the ground and replied sternly, "I will hasten my spell casting. May she endure until we escape this place before her demise. Otherwise, not only will our efforts be futile, but even Chair will be trapped here for eternity." Just as Long Tian was about to employ secret techniques to transfer the prohibitions from Long Yue to Rui Qing. This matter has been handled splendidly. After casting several spells toward Rui Qing, the previously concealed Qi Ling space on her wrist was fully revealed, the verdant bracelet adorning her wrist appearing both exquisite and enchanting. Previously, after Xiao Yuer became Rui Qing's spirit beast, Rui Qing was determined to ensure a harmonious coexistence between them. She invited it to reside within the Qing Ling space, which revealed to Xiao Yuer that Rui Qing possessed such an extraordinary sanctuary. After Long Tian performed several secret techniques, the Qing Ling space was severed from Rui Qing entirely, becoming Long Tian's private domain. Fufu, who had been diligently cultivating in the Qing Ling space, was forcibly expelled by Long Tian. Before Fufu could comprehend the situation, it found itself imprisoned within a celestial crystal, as Long Tian transferred the forbidden inscriptions from Long Yuan to it. The same torturous pain afflicted its spirit, rendering it utterly miserable. After Long Tian dealt with the oppressive inscriptions that had burdened them for nearly a millennium and completely refined the Qing Ling space, he filled it with exquisite celestial crystals before departing the Fish Dragon secret realm with Long Yu and Xiao Yuer. Replete with spoils, from that moment onward, Rui Qing and Fufu, the unfortunate master and servant, replaced Long Tian and Long Yu as the guardians of the Fish Dragon secret realm. Should the celestial Emperor Qi Yu discover this anomaly in a timely manner, it would be the pitiful Rui Qing and her loyal Fufu who would bear the brunt of his wrath, leaving them without a burial place. Conversely, if fortune favored Rui Qing and Fufu, with great difficulty she cradled Fufu in her arms, tenderly stroking the unconscious creature, filled with remorse for her negligence. Rui Qing meticulously reflected on all events since her encounter with Xiao Yuer, realizing that she had been completely manipulated by this cunning little fish. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she mused, "Haha, it has always been humans who fish. Now I find myself the one caught in the net. What a disgrace. Truly, I have brought shame upon our kind." All along, Rui Qing believed humanity to be the pinnacle of intelligence and wisdom. Yet she was taken aback by their unexpectedly profound cultivation, which utterly overshadowed her own, leaving her with no room to propose any conditions. Consequently, she was transformed into the guardian beast of this realm. Rui Qing was at a loss regarding the methods and time required for herself and Fufu to escape the so-called Fish Dragon secret land. In truth, Rui Qing had perused ancient texts chronicling the exploits of the immortal Emperor Qi Yu in the library of Lingtian City, leading to a dire scarcity of cultivation resources, which resulted in continuous skirmishes with neighboring cultivation cities. It was rumored that Qi Yu possessed a proud and unyielding disposition, holding himself above others. But she had surmised that the individual capable of owning such an expansive vein of celestial crystals was likely one of but a few in the entire Xian Gu world, either one of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors. Rui Qing calculated the approximate time she might escape the Fish Dragon secret land, realizing she must devise a plan before the master of this celestial crystal mine arrived. She diligently studied the intricate sealing runes within her body, aware that these ancient prohibitions were not easily unraveled. Sitting cross-legged upon the celestial crystal stone, Rui Qing meticulously dissected the runes, which were layered and intricately interwoven in a highly organized fashion. Should she dare to recklessly touch or alter the sequence of these sealing runes, Rui Qing became increasingly engrossed, losing herself in the profound complexities of ancient inscriptions. After nearly a millennium of serene cultivation and study in the Lingtian City Library, Rui Qing had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of ancient runes. Even capable of crafting some simple prohibitions herself, she had never before encountered a set of runes as intricate and convoluted as the one within her, becoming completely oblivious to her surroundings. She remained steadfast in her belief that she could unravel its mysteries and liberate herself from its constraints. Having been trapped in this Fish Dragon secret realm for a decade, it was high time for her to depart. Once the elixir within Xiao Fufu had fully dissolved, Rui Qing consumed several pills and entered a meditative state to heal her injuries, the unforgettable incident during her journey to apprentice at the Tiandao sect. When her family was robbed by Ning Hao and his son at the Ning family's inn, had left an indelible mark on Rui Qing. From that day forth, regardless of her cultivation level, She would always conceal a storage pouch within her intimate garments. In this moment of dire urgency, this small habit proved to be a tremendous asset, and Rui Qing felt immense gratitude for having retained this measure previously, before departing the fish dragon's secret realm, Long Tian, Long Yu. Had they not found her bloodied state to be inauspicious, they likely would have stripped her of her last remaining garment. The Long family truly behaved like vultures, leaving Rui Qing with nothing but a single piece of inner clothing. The only lingering concern was that Xiao Fufu remained unconscious. It was truly pitiful for it to endure such calamity before it could even take form. One day, Rui Qing vowed to seek retribution on its behalf. Having successfully restored her health, Rui Qing felt compelled to devise a means of swiftly departing this locale. She wandered cautiously through the vast expanse of the celestial crystal mine, her mind pondering, with so many exquisite celestial crystals, it would be splendid to possess an extraordinarily capacious storage space, allowing her to entirely transport the crystals contained within. Rui Qing recalled the Qingling space that had been snatched from her, a surge of indignation welling up within her. Rui Qing experienced a profound sense of anguish akin to standing amidst a treasure trove, yet unable to carry away the riches. Rui Qing exerted all her strength to soar through the celestial crystal vein. She had perused relevant literature, none of which had ever documented a celestial crystal mine of such grand scale and pure quality. Moreover, this mine exhibited not a trace of impurities. Not even a single upper-grade celestial crystal could be found. As all the celestial crystals were uniform in size and shape, seemingly cut with precision and arranged in meticulous order, could it be that this place was not the celestial crystal mine she had envisioned? In fact, a colossal storage space, she naturally sought to validate her hypothesis. If it truly were a giant storage space, Rui Qing would certainly not let such a treasure slip away. She meticulously scoured every inch of the ground and every corner. Throughout the year, Rui Qing contemplated all possibilities and experimented with various methods, all in a bid to confirm that this was a storage space. Although no evidence substantiated her beliefs, her conviction only grew stronger with each exploration. Rui Qing firmly believed that this was indeed a colossal storage space. If it were a vast expanse concealed at the edge of Yuan, it implied that it had yet to be claimed by its rightful owner. Furthermore, all the exquisite celestial crystals within would henceforth belong to her. Continuing to explore various methods of refining the space, Rui Qing became almost entranced, determined to prove that this was indeed an independent realm. However, 3 whole months had passed, and she remained utterly empty-handed. Just as she was on the brink of despair, having nearly exhausted all known methods, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. There existed another ancient ritual of refinement that she had yet to attempt. Yet at this moment, Rui Qing was willing to try. Using her own blood as a medium, she inscribed the ritual array directly onto the exquisite celestial crystal with ancient runes. Once the array was completed. After completing the ritual array, Rui Qing swallowed several precious blood lotus pills to restore her vitality. She then used her hand as a blade to inscribe ancient runes in the surrounding space. This process of splitting her consciousness was excruciating, yet to ensure her efforts were not in vain, Rui Qing forced herself to endure the pain. A torrent of divine consciousness flowed through the ancient array, imprinting itself onto a vast, seemingly insatiable portion of the space. The moment her divided consciousness was completely imprinted onto the spatial barrier through the ancient ritual array, she could no longer withstand the agonizing pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. This fainting spell lasted over a decade. When she finally awoke, weakened, she sensed a faint connection with the space around her. The place she found herself in was the boundary of Yuan, where the little fish had once brought her. However, now, in her injured state, Rui Qing held a dark green pendant space in her hand. Gently caressing the crescent-shaped pendant, she realized that henceforth, she would no longer need to toil for spirit stones or accumulate resources for cultivation by spending years assisting others in alchemy and menial tasks, which Rui Qing named Haiyue Space, for it would henceforth be her greatest support in navigating this world. After meticulously stringing together the crescent moon space and the diminutive millennium Bodhi seed with a single thread of celestial silkworm silk, exuding an air of natural elegance and craftsmanship, present, Rui Qing found herself in a state of considerable frailty, unable to withstand intense confrontations, and thus hastily departed from the locale in search of a secure retreat to recuperate. Having concealed her form and aura, she swiftly fled Yuan, veering eastward to evade the peril posed by Rongxi and others who might be pursued alongside her. From now on, Rui Qing dared not even use her true name. They would likely prefer to err on the side of caution. ensuring that no one bearing the name Rui Qing was overlooked. It was only when everyone presumed Rui Qing to be deceased that those who had been her allies might stand a chance of evading pursuit and persecution. Rui Qing finally arrived at Danyang City, the largest cultivation city within the Pingyou realm. After procuring all the necessary elixirs, she successfully rented a vitality-rich cave dwelling within the city, embarking on a prolonged journey of seclusion and recovery. Chapter 81. Residing in Danyang City with her health restored, Rui Qing finally had the opportunity to familiarize herself with Danyang City, as she intended to establish her base there, without a thorough understanding of her surroundings. At this juncture, to avoid drawing attention, Rui Qing concealed her extraordinary beauty, completely transforming into an unremarkable female cultivator, even diminishing her cultivation level to the nascent stage. Had it not been for her concern over her relatively low cultivation level and the fear of being bullied by local practitioners while alone in the unfamiliar city of Danong, which would lead to her being hunted down across the world, Rui Qing has refrained from using her true name, opting instead for the pseudonym Qingrong when renting a cave dwelling. Presently, Rui Qing exists merely as a young female rogue cultivator named Qingrong in Danyang, a city rife with both opportunity and danger, where her solitary existence renders her vulnerable to potential bullying, illustrating the arduousness of her current survival. Danong City is one of the most ancient cultivation cities within the Xiangu world. This ancient city, with its myriad of bustling markets and shops, offers a plethora of cultivation resources. Anything one can imagine can be acquired here. Another critical reason lies in the outcome of the great turmoil during the Xiangu era, specifically the San Huang War, in which the faction led by Huang Di ultimately triumphed. Apart from the significant event of the Tianhong eruption, the San Huang War stands as a pivotal moment in ancient history, completely dismantling the shared rule of the three sovereigns and leaving a deep, lasting impact on the entire cultivation realm. In this war, the Jioli tribe, led by the celestial emperor Qiyu, instigated the conflict, leading to the legendary victory of the Zhulu battle. The San Huang War ensnared nearly all cultivators within the Xiangu world, making the early choice of an alliance with a winning faction crucial for survival amid such calamity. Rui Qing's decision to settle in Danyang City is undoubtedly due to its unique qualities, sufficiently special, secure, and conducive to her growth. Danyang City has withstood the trials of countless millennia, remaining steadfast and ever-renewed amidst the cataclysmic floods of the heavens. With the cultivation levels and social standings of the residents inversely proportional to the ring in which they reside. At the heart of Danong City lies the first ring, home to the city lord's mansion, and governs not only Danong City but also a substantial portion of the Pingyou realm. The Yellow Emperor has long since retreated from the forefront, relinquishing the military and political affairs of Danong City to devote himself to the study of the Qi Huang arts. It is said that the Yellow Emperor possesses unparalleled medical expertise throughout the Xiangu world, having sampled the myriad herbs of Xinnong, rendering his body invulnerable to toxins. The second ring is the stronghold of the four prominent clans, Si, Ji, Zi, and Ing, who are affiliated with the city lord's mansion and control all the celestial crystal veins and cultivation resources in this ring. They are the most influential families outside the city lord's mansion within the entirety of Danong City. The third ring serves as the base for the collateral branches and affiliated forces of these four clans, equally monopolizing all celestial crystal veins and cultivation resources within their domain. The fourth ring is the commercial hub of Danong City. Interspersed with small marketplaces, it is primarily inhabited by affluent loose cultivators and minor cultivation families. Rui Qing currently rents a cave at the border of the sixth ring, where the environment is relatively tranquil. Although the spiritual energy is not particularly dense, the vital essence that is transformed here suffices for her cultivation needs. Rui Qing has considered renting a cave in the fifth ring, but the management of residency for cultivators in Danyang City is exceedingly stringent. All areas within the fifth ring can only be rented by local cultivators. For cultivators like Rui Qing, who dare not reveal their true identities, securing a rental in the sixth ring is already a commendable feat, especially since they must pay over twice the rent required of local cultivators. Thus, surviving in such a super city as Danyang is evidently a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Rui Qing currently possesses an abundance of celestial crystals. From that moment forth, Rui Qing embraced the identity of Qingrong and commenced her life in Danong City. In this entire ancient world, the trace of Rui Qing had vanished, leaving only the cautious and discreet existence of Qingrong, a female cultivator at the nascent stage of her cultivation. Chapter 82. The wishful mask Rui Qing, who was also Qingrong, made her appearance at the largest Qingyun auction house in Danong City. With her aim set on acquiring a treasure capable of completely altering her form and visage, akin to an elixir of transformation, the Qing auction house, like many others, operated on the principle of accepting only celestial crystals. Her standards for such treasures being exceedingly stringent, insisting they must at least be undetectable by beings of the celestial emperor level. Recently, an unsettling sensation had gripped her. She felt an ominous event was imminent. Never attempting to elevate it, were it not for the critical nature of the treasure she sought, which was unattainable at ordinary auction houses. Even her audacity would not compel her to disguise herself to enhance her cultivation and partake in an auction of celestial-level beings. To gain entry to the celestial-level auction, Rui Qing had expended a staggering 10,000 premium celestial crystals for a single ticket, a truly extravagant expenditure. Heaven knows how much she valued this auction. Once refined, the transformed appearance could remain undetectable even to the most divine beings. However, its drawback is that it possesses only this singular function of facial alteration, granting but a single opportunity for such change. Causing her heart to race violently, she could even hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Despite the mask's somewhat trivial functionality, its exorbitant price was precisely what she urgently required, as long as she could alter her appearance. In her heart, she mused, the Rui mask must be acquired at all costs, having identified a coveted treasure and not lacking in immortal crystals. Rui Qing felt a surge of joy as she leisurely savored the exquisite pastries and celestial nectar provided by the Qing auction house. Resolute in her decision, Rui Qing patiently read through the auction catalog from beginning to end, discovering several items that stirred her interest. It was no wonder the Qing auction house held a prestigious position in the vast Danong city. Following her self-introduction, she smoothly transitioned into the regular auction proceedings. Gradually, the sounds of bidding for treasures filled the air, and even Rui Qing found herself participating in a few rounds, successfully acquiring several vials of precious celestial elixirs. When faced with items that did not pique her interest, she remained detached, leisurely indulging in her refreshments while listening to the fervent competition around her. This was Rui Qing's first experience of participating in an auction with such composure. Previously, she had always fretted over her insufficient immortal crystals, fearing the loss of valuable treasures. Now, however, Rui Qing finally relished the exhilarating taste of newfound affluence, the sheer delight of purchasing without concern for price. What a blissful sensation it was. Illustrating the formidable nature of this thunder flame, the auction hall resonated with fervent bids: 800,000 top-tier celestial crystals, 1 million top-tier celestial crystals, 185,000 top-tier celestial crystals. Rui Qing patiently followed the bidding, and soon only one individual remained to contest her. Disinterested in incrementally raising the stakes by 10,000 celestial crystals, Rui Qing resolutely declared, 10 million top-tier celestial crystals. Exceedingly rare even within the Xiangu world, and serves as a supreme remedy for cultivators on the brink of death. With a mere fragment of the nine-colored divine lotus, one could preserve a dying soul from dispersing, granting them a miraculous revival. The extraordinary life-saving properties of the nine-colored divine lotus propelled the Qing auction to a climactic fervor, igniting fierce competition among a throng of immortals. Given Rui Qing's recent conspicuous bidding for the thunder flame, it was likely that several immortals had begun to take note of her. Thus, discretion was advisable. Ultimately, the nine-colored divine lotus was claimed by a distinguished guest from the Tian-class chamber for a staggering price of 50 million top-tier celestial crystals. The servant expressed heartfelt gratitude for Rui Qing's patronage of their Qing auction before departing. Rui Qing meticulously observed the servant, noting a meaningful glance cast in her direction prior to their exit. In that fleeting moment, she discerned that the servant's identity was not ordinary. They had surely taken advantage of her momentary inattention to surreptitiously affix something upon her. Rui Qing thoroughly inspected all her belongings, including the item just delivered by the servant. Indeed, she discovered a remarkably discreet tracking mark left upon her cloak. She surmised that this must have been orchestrated by the individual who had previously contested her bid. Ready to eliminate her on the spot, this risk was one Rui Qing dared not take. She meticulously established a prison formation within the small compartment, delineating her own confines and completely isolating her aura to prevent anyone from detecting her presence. Only through close contact could one appreciate the formidable and astonishing essence of this seemingly innocuous purple-black flame, which indeed exuded an air of arrogance. Rui Qing narrowly escaped being incinerated by the lightning fire it unleashed. Fortunate to have evaded its wrath in time, suppressing the tingling pain in her fingers, Rui Qing swiftly established the formation, channeling the heart fire from her dantian to rapidly refine the thunder flame. Rui Qing finally tamed it. allowing it to remain quietly within the formation as she continued her refinement. After 3 days and nights, Rui Qing dismantled the now nearly ineffective prison formation, patiently sitting in meditation to restore her energy. At this moment, the auction was nearing its conclusion, and when it was time for the rather lackluster Rui mask, she spent a staggering 50 million premium celestial crystals to acquire it. With a cheerful demeanor, Rui Qing handed over the 50 million premium celestial crystals and received the Rui mask. After carefully sending him away, her smile froze upon her face. To her dismay, it seemed he had come to check whether the tracking mark still lingered upon her. Within the confines of the room, Rui Qing meticulously examined the Rui mask with her spiritual sense, only to discover in a fit of anger that this scoundrel had audaciously inscribed tracking marks upon it. While the other cultivators were engrossed in bidding for the final artifact, the Whispering Sword, Rui Qing had silently departed from the Qing'an auction house, leisurely wandering through the bustling streets of Danong City. Although the opponent's cultivation was unfathomably deep, and he had taken great care to conceal his presence, Rui Qing managed to catch a whiff of his aura that he inadvertently let slip. 15 days later, as Rui Qing prepared for her meal, she indeed discovered that the beast meat on her plate had been tampered with. The assailant had infused it with misdirection grass, underestimating the malice of this individual. Rui Qing deduced that he must be a truly nefarious character. Misdirection grass is a well-known forbidden substance in the Zhuanggu world, notorious for its insidious ability to corrode the souls of cultivators. And any cultivator who inadvertently stumbles upon it would go to great lengths to eradicate it completely. Now, this individual had brazenly flouted the clear regulations of the cultivation world, daring to use misdirection grass within Danong City to target her. Subsequently, Rui Qing discreetly concealed the white rabbit beneath her bed and set up a temporary invisibility array to ensure the rabbit remained undetected for the time being. Then, Rui Qing called forth the thunderfire within her body, carefully scorching the tracking marks on the Rui mask, taking care not to damage it in the process. Simultaneously, she incinerated the cloak and jade vial that had been tampered with using the thunderfire. A quarter of an hour later, all tracking marks left on Rui Qing had been completely obliterated. Confident that no traces remained on her, Rui Qing promptly slipped into the Haoyue space. Rui Qing just deftly entered the Haoyue space, who was currently inspecting her room with an overwhelming fury, seeking any trace of her presence. After several minutes, still unable to uncover any sign of Rui Qing, he furiously overturned the dishes on the dining table. Before hastily fleeing the scene, such commotion inevitably alerted the steward of Yufeng Tower. However, by the time he arrived at Rui Qing's chamber, the red-clad man had long since vanished. After a meticulous examination, the steward discovered that among the scattered beast meat on the floor lay a small amount of lost grass. Upon the owner's arrival, a more thorough investigation revealed the severity of the situation, compelling him to refrain from concealing any details and, to avoid suspicion, to promptly escalate the matter to the punishment hall of Danong City. Gently cradling the white spirit rabbit, he infused it with spiritual energy, probing the cause of its frenzy. Moments later, Haoyan Xinzuan discerned the true reason behind the rabbit's madness. It had indeed consumed the beast meat tainted with lost grass scattered on the ground. Lacking the means to confront their adversary directly, had instead orchestrated this scheme to utilize the power of the punishment hall for vengeance. Inwardly, Haoyan Xinzuan mused, this clever little one has truly calculated their moves well. If left unchecked, the proliferation of lost grass within the cultivation world would soon become catastrophic. The notoriety of lost grass as a universally condemned drug was undoubtedly linked to its nefarious effects. Once a cultivator fell under its influence, there existed no path but madness for them to tread. The infamous lost grass of today is inextricably linked to the chaos it once wrought upon the entire realm of cultivation. At that time, practitioners had yet to fully grasp the peril posed by the lost grass. Some morally degenerate cultivators had indulged in its use, obliterating the brilliant paths of many, thereby inciting tremendous turmoil within the cultivation community. Henceforth, the lost grass became a malevolent herb that all sought to eradicate, and those who possessed it were deemed pariahs, hunted by their peers, after the punishment hall meticulously investigated the Yufeng Tower. These puppets were mostly hidden within the shops of various prominent families, and even within the city lord's residence, many disguised as low-ranking attendants. Remaining entirely inconspicuous, Ji Haoran's cautious and discreet approach had thus evaded the notice of both the city lord's residents and the four major families. Upon uncovering the truth, the punishment hall promptly issued a blood pursuit order to apprehend Ji Haoran. The Ji family, having produced such a disgraceful member, naturally would not shield him, had Ji Haoran not sensed the imminent exposure of his actions and fled immediately. he would likely have faced swift justice at the hands of his own family. In a short span, the appearance of lost grass throughout Danyang City led the major families to actively investigate Jiharan's remnants, causing widespread unrest among the practitioners, each gripped by anxiety. The Ji family, being associated with one of the four major clans, found itself under fierce scrutiny, with the city lord's residents and the other three major families pointing their accusatory fingers at them. Even some subordinate families of the Ji clan clamored to sever ties with their control, and certain factions sought to usurp the Ji family's position, aspiring to become the new superclan. The Ji family's marketplace shops faced boycotts from numerous cultivators, resulting in dismal business and a precipitous decline in their family status, which barely held on through its deep-rooted heritage. Truly, a single rat's droppings can spoil a pot of soup. Creating waves that surged higher and higher, the Punishment Hall imposed a citywide lockdown for a full month, conducting thorough investigations of all commercial establishments, even uncovering a multitude of unscrupulous shops secretly trading in lost grass. The Punishment Hall has been unable to apprehend him, which attests to the formidable prowess of his counter-surveillance skills and his ability to elude capture. Jiharan has now become a pariah. As a wandering cultivator, Rui Qing already struggles to establish herself within Danyang City, and in light of the widespread repercussions of the lost grass incident, being discovered as an outlier would make her survival in Danyang City even more precarious. Indeed, as soon as Rui Qing entered her cave dwelling, she was greeted by a communication talisman urging her to pay her rent, and to her dismay, the amount demanded had increased by over 30% compared to before. Noticed Rui Qing's considerable improvement in cultivation and praised her, saying, "Daoist Jiangrong, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. It is truly commendable to see that your cultivation has progressed so significantly." Chen leaned in and discreetly revealed, "Daoist Jiangrong, you are unaware that during your decade of seclusion, an event of great magnitude has occurred in our Danyang City, after ensuring no one was eavesdropping." He continued, "One of the four great families, the Ji family, has been embroiled in a scandal involving the rogue cultivator Jiharan, who has nearly caused their fall from grace. It is said that Jiharan manipulated numerous low-level puppets using lost grass. Presently, there are bounty notices circulating in pursuit of Jiharan." Chen then casually produced a jade slip and handed it to Rui Qing, cautioning her, "If the Punishment Hall of the City Lord's mansion verifies your information." In fact, a formidable figure possessing the cultivation of a Grand Luoxian, the revelation sent a chill down her spine, and she mused inwardly, "How fortunate I was to have hidden in time that day." Otherwise, falling into the hands of such a person would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Having successfully lured the serpent from its lair, Rui Qing was now aware of the powerful enemy lurking in the shadows. After making meticulous preparations, Rui Qing arrived at the headquarters of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, located at the heart of the Four-Ring City. Upon paying the registration fee of 5 medium-grade immortal crystals, she secured her place to participate in the assessment. Positioning herself at the end of the queue and awaiting the commencement of the alchemy evaluation, during the rather tedious wait, a girl in front of her struck up a conversation, softly asking. This revelation took Rui Qing by surprise, and she responded with intrigue. "What a coincidence. We are indeed fellow townsfolk. May I ask your name, dear sister? You can call me Qi Qiao, and what is your esteemed name?" And she was also Qingrong's first companion. They found much common ground in their conversations, having both journeyed from Chengdi to Danyang City, which naturally forged a bond of friendship between them. Qi Qiao's father. Without a doubt, a result of her father Qiyu's guidance. Undoubtedly, the alchemy examination held by the Loose Cultivator Alliance posed no challenge to Rui Qing. Even Qi Qiao breezed through the assessment with ease. Engraved with the name Qingrong. Qi Qiao, being exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, initially regarded the tedious wait in line with disdain and boredom, which led her to meet Qingrong. Upon discovering that Qingrong was merely a solitary loose cultivator, she exclaimed in admiration, "Congratulations, Sister Qingrong. Truly, your alchemical skills are remarkable. It is indeed a pleasure to see you enter the Loose Cultivator Alliance so smoothly." Qingrong, equally elated, responded cheerfully, "Thank you, Sister Qi Qiao." Their relationship resembled a mutually beneficial partnership. The alchemy pavilion provided the raw materials required for Qingrong's alchemy, while she was responsible for transforming them into qualified pills for sale through the Loose Cultivator Alliance. As the sixth major power within Danyang City, the Loose Cultivator Alliance had established its dominance over the city for many years, exerting considerable influence throughout the entire cultivation metropolis, even within the city lord's estate. To be precise, she would only need to submit an additional 5 million premium celestial crystals to register at the city lord's estate. thereby obtaining a legitimate status as a local cultivator within Danong City. The most pressing issue for Qing Rong was her residency status. As she was not a native cultivator of the Shuanggu world, her origins were a closely guarded secret. Additionally, she was currently being pursued by a celestial emperor-level force due to matters related to the Haoyue space. She lived a simp. The numerous exquisite celestial crystals have inexplicably vanished, leaving Qi Yu nearly convinced that he was experiencing an illusion. He had never anticipated that two insignificant celestial-level aquatic dragons could, without causing the slightest disturbance, completely unravel the inscription-based ban he had set and escape. Boldly, they had audaciously absconded with all the exquisite celestial crystal mines he had discovered, proving that he had underestimated their capabilities, prompting the other two celestial emperors, Yin Di and Huang Di, to speculate on Qi Yu's intentions and send their own agents to gather intelligence. Little did they know that the instigator of this upheaval was none other than the seemingly inconspicuous butterfly. Qing Ro. 50 long years passed, during which Qi Yu deployed countless death warriors from the Jiuli tribe to secretly pursue and hunt down Long Tian and Long Yu, yet all efforts yielded naught. It was as if Long Tian and Long Yu had vanished from existence, with Qi Yu unable to even trace a hint of their whereabouts, truly like dragons submerged in the vast ocean. The clever and cunning little dragon, Long Che, foresaw the predicament and deadlock they found themselves in. Recognizing that it was undoubtedly linked to Rui Qing. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Had I known that this wicked woman was so adept at causing trouble, I should have taken it upon myself to eliminate her back then." Upon learning that the celestial emperor Qi Yu was relentlessly pursuing their family, how could we have enjoyed nearly a century of reunion? Long Tian nodded in agreement and inquired, "Chair, you spent over a year by that woman's side. Do you believe she possesses the capability to escape the inscription-based ban set by Celestial Emperor Qi Yu?" "Father, my time with her was brief. She is inherently cautious and rarely allowed me to remain by her side, so I do not know her well. Rui Qing had yet to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Should she encounter peril in the Xianjing mine, someone would rush to her rescue. Perhaps, just as we departed, that notable individual whisked her away. Before their escape, they undoubtedly pilfered a considerable amount of exquisite Xianjing. A notion that even Long Tian and Long Yu found to be the most probable. Yet, no matter how deeply the Long family loathed the predicament left by Rui Qing, they could do nothing to alter their fate and must face the bitter consequences. Even if they wished to shift all responsibility onto Rui Qing, it is likely that Qi Yu would not be convinced. Even if he remained somewhat skeptical, the Long family could not extricate themselves from this affair. By all accounts, they could be considered the true instigators. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows, such as the cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is inescapable. Chapter 87, residing in Qinyuxian Qingrong, Rui Qing possessed an exceptional aptitude for alchemy. Fortunately, Qi Yu did not refuse Qingrong's request. He personally escorted her to the city lord's mansion and guided her through the successful completion of the required procedures, with Qi Yu's support. As a steward of the alliance, Qi Yu could easily allocate high-point alchemical tasks to Qingrong. Over the years, Qingrong and Qi Qiao had developed a close relationship, and Qi Yu, considering his daughter's friendship, would lend a helping hand to Qingrong from time to time. Qi Yu, being astute and worldly wise, had operated within the loose cultivator alliance for many years, cultivating numerous connections and firmly rooting himself in Danong City. Observing Qingrong navigating the vast expanse of Danong City alone, akin to a rootless water lily adrift, Qi Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, reminiscent of her own and her daughter's initial arrival in the city. Grateful for Qi Yu's years of discreet support, Qingrong reciprocated with genuine affection towards Qi Qiao, and the two developed a close and amiable bond, with Qingrong having successfully obtained her urban residency in Danong City. Thus, she opted to purchase a modest cave dwelling that harmonized with her cultivation level, nestled in the lush mountains near the homes of Qi Qiao and Qi Yue. She named this abode Qinyue Pavilion, after her former residence within the Tiandao sect. As a tribute to her longing for her homeland and loved ones, the lush mountains are renowned as a sanctuary for cultivators within the Fourth Ring. She deemed it a worthy investment, and the expenditure brought her immense satisfaction. Qingrong was not one to indulge in arduous cultivation, and now that she was not lacking in spirit crystals, she certainly intended to treat herself well. Renovating it according to her vision would require even more spirit crystals. Qingrong planned to replace and supplement numerous items both inside and outside Qinyue Pavilion, including updating and enhancing the protective arrays surrounding the dwelling. Outside the pavilion, there lay a small garden of approximately 2 acres, which Qingrong intended to transform entirely into a medicinal herb garden. aiming to cultivate commonly used herbs and spiritual plants. After meticulously calculating all the necessary items, her spirit crystals flowed from her hands like water. In that moment, Qingrong felt as though she had been reborn. Her demeanor was light, her spirits high, as she enthusiastically set about arranging and adorning her temporary home. Qinwei Pavilion, with the items she had procured. Meticulously tending to the entirety of Qinyuequan consumed quite a bit of Qingrong's time. However, she found delight in the task, hardly noticing the passage of time. The once neglected garden outside had transformed into a lush sanctuary, abundant with rare herbs and spiritual plants, interwoven pathways flourishing with greenery, where hummingbirds and butterflies flitted about, with intricately carved pavilions and vibrant flora. Qin Tian, due to her lack of strength, forcing her into the heart demon mirror and separating her from her parents and homeland for over a millennium. Throughout the years, divine favor shone upon Qingrong Rui Qing. In stark contrast to Qingrong's leisurely existence, the city of Danyang appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath lay turbulent currents, reminiscent of the stillness before an impending storm. After several invitations, both Qiyue and Qiqiao finally found time to visit Qinyuequan to congratulate Qingrong on her housewarming. This wine intoxicates without overwhelming, making it perfect for female cultivators. Qingrong had once had the fortune of tasting half a cup at Qiqiao's home, and the memory of that exquisite peach blossom drunk lingered in her mind. To her delight, she found herself fortunate enough to receive an entire cask of this 1,000-year-old elixir, a treasure not even available in the grandest taverns. With a radiant smile, Qingrong accepted the cask of peach blossom drunk from Qiyue and carefully buried it beneath a tall gardenia tree. After indulging in the beauty of the medicinal garden for a while, the trio ascended to the open-air terrace on the third floor to savor wine, enjoy tea, and engage in light-hearted conversation. Qiqiao, known for her dexterity and keen insight, had long been friends with Qingrong, yet she had never fully penetrated Qingrong's amiable demeanor. Qingrong always exuded an air of tranquility and gentleness, seemingly unfazed by any turmoil. Yet they were commonplace within Qinyue Pavilion. This stark contrast stirred immense waves within the hearts of Qiyue and Qiqiao, each silently lamenting. It seems I have underestimated Qingrong. Her background must be extraordinary. Far from that of an ordinary wanderer, though each harbored their thoughts. Outwardly, the three maintained a humorous and jovial atmosphere as they sipped tea and wine, embodying a sense of serene harmony. Qiqiao recalled a recent popular news story in the city and tentatively inquired, "Sister Qingrong, there is a curious incident in Danyang City recently. I wonder if you have heard about it. I have not ventured out of Qinwei Pavilion for quite some time. Please, do tell," replied Qingrong. Observing Qingrong's demeanor with keen attention, Qiqiu detected no sign of anomaly and continued her narrative with a smile. Recently, the Celestial Emperor Qiyu has been frantically hunting down a pair of celestial-grade fish dragons. It is said they are a married couple named Longtian and Longyue, who were once Qiyu's guardian beasts. However, they audaciously stole a precious treasure from Qiyu. In his fury, the Celestial Emperor has offered a staggering bounty of 50 million top-tier celestial crystals for their capture, ensuring she would never again need to squander her time and energy in pursuit of wealth. This also meant that she, despite having an esteemed mentor and dear friends, dared not acknowledge them. Upon seeing her expression devoid of any anomaly, as if she were merely a spectator to another's tale, she thought little of the connection to Qingrong. How could Qingrong be unaware that her Chun Yuxian had, to some extent, revealed her wealth, drawing the suspicions of Qiyu and Qiqiao? However, after wandering through the Xiangu world for a millennium, having finally settled into a humble abode, she naturally wished to arrange it to her liking. In that moment, she forgot to conceal her brilliance, and indeed, her extravagance was somewhat excessive, a lapse in judgment. Qingrong concluded that henceforth, she must exercise greater restraint in the world of cultivation. Those who masquerade as simpletons and deceive the tigers tend to enjoy longer lives. After carefully seeing off the astute duo of Qiqiao and Qiyu, Qingrong sighed inwardly. Throughout history, the realm of cultivation has always been driven by profit. The behavior of Qiyu and Qiqiao is entirely expected. Under the lure of a generous bounty, undoubtedly there will be brave souls. With a staggering reward of 50 million exquisite celestial crystals, the Shao family cannot possibly remain hidden for long, once their whereabouts are revealed. Enclosing them within the battleground, sparing them not a moment's opportunity for escape, they intend to capture the magnificent golden dragons alive over the next 2 days and deliver them to the celestial sovereign Qiyu in exchange for 50 million exquisite celestial crystals. At present, the little fish has yet to evolve. Its bloodline remains only partially awakened, resembling a mere leaf fish. No one would associate it with the noble lineage of the fish dragon clan. Thus, the little fish evades the keen senses of these formidable beings and manages to escape. The ferocity of the combat far surpassing ordinary imagination. Amidst this siege, Long Tian and Long Yu were compelled to reveal their true forms, the noble and resplendent golden dragons, both magnificent and grand, executing an impeccable dance of offense and defense, advancing and retreating in perfect harmony. Despite being surrounded by countless powerful adversaries, they display no signs of despair, instead gazing down upon their foes with pride. Otherwise, it would devolve into a dragon-slaying massacre. The fish dragon clan, once thought to be extinct, finds itself unexpectedly fortunate today, having the chance to partake in this grand endeavor of capturing them alive. Long Tian and Long Yu exhibit extraordinary synergy. Besieging the human cultivators. Though vastly outnumbered, the humans are unable to gain the upper hand after several days of relentless effort. In a moment of misfortune, a robust man fails to evade Long Tian's claws, meeting a gruesome fate as he is immediately torn apart. Fragments of his shattered body rain down from the sky, a scene both bloody and brutal. The dragon clan, blessed by the heavens, possesses not only formidable fangs and claws, but also extraordinary innate abilities. The risks were shared, the bounty divided. Far preferable to facing two adversaries alone. No one paid heed to the immortal Emperor Qiyu's orders to capture Long Tian and Long Wei alive. It was evident that the couple was outnumbered. No matter how sturdy their forms, they could not endure the relentless attrition. Countless blades and flashes of light struck against their thick, armored bodies, leaving an increasing array of wounds. As the battle progressed, never had she harbored such disdain for them. She loathed all greedy cultivators and cursed those who harmed her parents. Alas, so young and with a cultivation level so abysmally low, she could do nothing against these cultivators. No, she thought, she would not perish in silence and obscurity. She must survive, grow stronger, and become powerful enough to obliterate these wretched cultivators at will. Xiaoyer diligently memorized the faces and auras of the assailants, their bodies riddled with wounds. Long Tian tenderly kissed his beloved wife's forehead, while Long Wei gazed at him with sorrowful eyes, as though that single glance could span eternity, upon witnessing such a poignant scene. The attacking cultivators were taken aback and halted their onslaught. With a deafening roar, the entire coastline plunged into a conflagration and aurora. The world itself was ablaze. Long Tian and Long Wei self-destructed. The energy released by these two celestial-level powerhouses sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Those assailing them, so close in proximity, could scarcely hope to escape death. As proud dragons, having served once as the gatekeepers for Qiyu, they would not submit a second time. They would rather perish than yield. Alas, it was a final farewell. Poor Xiaoyer, on the fringes of the battlefield, the little fish, long before Long Tian and Long Yu surrendered to their fate, had already surmised that their parents were destined to perish alongside the enemy. Long Che, the little fish, still existing in this realm. Chapter 90. Qing Rong's concerned the Battle of the Songhai, where Long Tian and Long Yu clashed with numerous formidable foes, spread like wildfire throughout the ancient world on the very day it commenced. Rui Qing's prior visit to the Yulong secret realm would inevitably be revealed. At that juncture, even Rongxi and Yi Qing could find themselves in Qiyu's crosshairs, potentially endangering their lives. The celestial crystals contained within the rings sent to Rongxi and Yi Qing were sufficient for their cultivation needs and the procurement of countless exquisite magical artifacts. This was Qing Rong's expression of remorse and compensation to her master and friends. The grievances between Rui Qing and their family could be considered resolved, and Qing Rong had no intention of sparing the little fish any further. As long as it no longer provokes her in this lifetime. Also cost her the Qingling space, nearly leading to the loss of her beloved Xiaofufu. Qing Rong's thoughts once again drifted to her pitiful Yuling Qilin, still trapped in the spirit beast pouch, unconscious and gravely injured. Yet to awaken. In this life, Qing Rong remains uncertain whether Xiaofufu will ever regain consciousness. It is her fault, a punishment for her reckless trust in others. She wishes to put an end to the grievances between herself and Xiaoyer's family. Were moved by an unwavering love and a genuine parental affection that resonated with Qing Rong's youthful spirit. It was merely unfortunate for Qing Rong to have encountered Xiaoyer, becoming an unwilling scapegoat for nearly a century on behalf of their family. Now, although the couple acted out of desperation to protect Xiaoyer and to keep the secret of her existence, their self-detonation inadvertently safeguarded Qing Rong, preserving the monumental secret of her Haoyu space, albeit not by their intention. Thus, as reparation, Qingrong vows never to intentionally provoke Xiaoye again in this life. Given Xiaoye's remarkable intelligence, Qingrong believes she would never dig her own grave by exposing Rui Qing's existence. Upon hearing of the Songhai battle and the couple's self-destruction, the coastline was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Among the ethereal remnants of Songhai lay the remains of countless formidable warriors. This dire news inevitably reached Qiyu, who found himself utterly empty-handed. A victim of his own miscalculations, the celestial emperor Qiyu was enraged beyond measure. He had invested immense resources, manpower, materials, energy, and wealth into the pursuit of those exquisite celestial crystals. Qiyu, accompanied by a few shadow guards, personally ventured to the shores of Songhai to investigate the battlefield and seek news of the celestial crystals. In truth, long before his arrival, many cultivators with hopes of fortune had already descended upon the battlefield, scavenging and collecting numerous storage rings and bracelets. By the time Qiyu reached the shores, the battlefield was devoid of all treasures, leaving only ashes and barren land, completely stripped of any leads on the precious celestial crystal veins. Time flows swiftly, and the landscape transforms. For over 600 years, the immortal sovereign Gun adhered to the edicts of the celestial emperor Yao, governing the realm of Pingyao and combating the rampant floods in the Yellow River Basin. Employing the method of blockage, Gun constructed towering dikes in the flood-affected areas, temporarily stemming the deluge that had ravaged the land for over a millennium. However, the methods to address the flood are merely superficial remedies. Should the celestial deluge persist in its relentless fury, it is inevitable that one day the dikes shall be breached, wreaking havoc far and wide. One fateful day, the esteemed immortal Zhuan heard of a divine artifact known as Shirong, possessed by the heavenly emperor, which could sustain life endlessly and absorb all things. If Shirong were to be sealed at the source of the celestial flood, no matter how much water surged forth, sealing the flood away with Shirong forever. At that moment, after nearly a millennium of devastation, the calamity of the celestial flood was finally quelled. Yet, as the denizens of Pingyao rejoiced, a far greater peril lurked beneath this facade of peace and happiness. The benevolent Zhuan, though he had halted the catastrophic deluge, had irrevocably offended the heavenly emperor, ushering an unprecedented calamity upon Chongnong City. Over a century later, upon awakening, the heavenly emperor learned of Zhuan's audacity in stealing his divine artifact. Having followed the heavenly emperor into countless battles over millennia, they had earned the dominion and prestige of the celestial realm. After several millennia without warfare, the prospect of such a grand massacre awakened their dormant bloodlust, and their eyes gleamed crimson with excitement. As the clash loomed, the celestial soldiers savagely slaughtered what they perceived as mere ants, relentlessly advancing from the outskirts towards Lingtian City, the aerial metropolis of Chongnong City. Chapter 92. In times of crisis, entrusting the orphan within Lingtian City, the esteemed immortal Lord Gun entrusted his lifelong friend, the carefree immortal Lord Xiaoyao, and the venerable immortal Lord Zhua, with his son in a moment of peril. The three immortal lords, having known each other since childhood, had traversed trials together, enduring countless tribulations over the course of several 100,000 years to cultivate the flourishing and dreamlike Chongnong City. Alas, immortal Lord Gun had incurred the ire of the heavenly emperor, a figure of monumental stature. Even the celestial emperor Huang Di would show deference, let alone the likes of them, mere immortal lords, even united. He turned to his son, Diyu, and spoke softly. My time draws near, and Chongnong City stands on the brink of peril. You must hastily depart with your two masters. They will ensure your safety. The heavenly emperor, harboring a narrow heart, will undoubtedly pursue you with all his might, so you must safeguard your life. Should fortune favor you, and you achieve the pinnacle of divinity, you must carry forth my legacy. In sorrow, he cried out, I shall not be a coward. I shall fight alongside my father to vanquish the enemy and repel the forces of the celestial realm, with danger looming and time of the essence. The god of fire, Zhu Rong, led the celestial warriors in an unrestrained assault against the shield, after the celestial sovereign Gun had taken care of his domestic affairs and arranged a safe escape route for Diyu. He began to marshal his forces to confront Zhu Rong. The protective formation of Chongnong City trembled perilously under Zhu Rong's relentless assault. The celestial sovereign Gun divided his troops into three contingents. The first contingent of celestial soldiers and generals was tasked with supporting and safeguarding the multitude of cultivators within Chongnong City. He roared, Thieving scoundrel, why do you not continue to cower like a turtle? I am the fire god Zhu Rong, sent by the heavenly emperor to claim your life, aware of his own inadequacy against the fire god. And the wails of despair. Chapter 93. The slaughter of Chongbua Gun. At the heart of Yuyuan lay a vast desolate expanse, where fierce winds stirred the sands. A blood-red crescent moon hung ominously in the sky, which had never before seen such commotion. In the course of the encirclement, the soldiers accompanying the celestial sovereign gun had been slaughtered mercilessly by Zhu Rong. With no escape left, Chonghua Gun, resigned to his fate, resolved to engage in a desperate struggle against the fire god. The disparity in strength between the two was monumental. After exchanging countless blows, the celestial sovereign gun found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, his injuries mounting. In that moment, Gun resembled when the fire god beheld the imminent demise of the esteemed Lord Jin. He remained obstinately unyielding in his refusal to plead for mercy. What he encountered appeared as though it had been meticulously erased, leaving him astounded that this old wretch had the audacity to deceive him even in his final moments. Seething with rage from his fruitless endeavor, Zheng yearned to flay him alive and extract his very sinews. Yet he understood that the immortal Lord Jin was singularly focused on seeking death, and so he resolved to deny him the tranquility of a swift demise. Akin to celestial harmonies, like a deranged tormentor, Zheng savored the exquisite pleasure derived from the relentless torment inflicted upon the immortal Lord Jin, continuing his inhumane torture until he deemed it no longer entertaining and resolved to extinguish Jin's life entirely. With a flourish, he thrust his prized fiery spear directly into Jin's chest. After a fortnight of relentless burning, Jin's primordial spirit was finally obliterated, and the world was devoid of the compassionate immortal Lord Jin. And the crackling of the fire resounded like a dirge for a fallen titan. The celestial soldiers resolutely encircled the crumbling city, showing no inclination to let any escape. Groups of celestial warriors wove through the ruins. A celestial general knelt before him in supplication, saying, "Great fire god, my subordinates have thoroughly scoured every corner of Chang'ying city and have found no trace of Lord Jin's son. Useless, a mere child, and you cannot capture him, bringing disgrace upon our celestial realm. Dispatch forces immediately to hunt down alive or dead. He must be found." No sooner had Zheng's words left his lips than several battalions surged forth towards the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Chang'ying city. Chapter 94. The onset of war. The tribulations of the world are many, and the once bustling Chang'ying city, a dreamlike sanctuary for cultivators, now lay in ruins. She scoured for information, yet even after months had passed, she could glean no tidings concerning her mentor or her friends. Rongxi and Yi Qing remain elusive, with no word of their fates. Then we must prepare ourselves in advance, just in case. Qing Rong deduces Qi Chao's intent, feeling a sense of relief within. You are right. My father specifically sent me to remind you. Ensure you stock up on the necessary pills and artifacts for combat. Frequently traversing various shops and auction houses, becoming exceedingly busy, Chongang City, a territory under the Yellow Emperor, stands as a pivotal bastion alongside his residence in Danong City. Should Chongang fall, Danyang would inevitably be at risk. Zhu Rong's slaying of Chong Bogun is a blatant affront to the Yellow Emperor, a provocation against the entire Pingyao realm. This signifies that the Heavenly Emperor is resolutely set against the Yellow Emperor. An ancient war looms on the horizon. The City Lord's mansion remains reticent, and a myriad of rumors saturate the Pingyao realm, while incidents of robbery and brawls persist unabated, creating a tumultuous atmosphere to safeguard their peace. Cultivators are flocking into the fortified capital of Danyang City, with the populace's grievances boiling over, setting the stage for an irreconcilable conflict between the Yellow Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. Finally, in the 7th year following the destruction of Chongang City, the Yellow Emperor dispatches celestial envoys to issue a decree of war. The influx of external cultivators intensifies, leading to a severe scarcity of cultivation resources within Danong City. The value of those skilled in the crafting of pills, artifacts, and formation skyrockets. Various factions are frantically stockpiling cultivation materials, eagerly courting alchemists, formation masters, and artifact smiths of exceptional skill. Among them, due to the overwhelming demand for elixirs from the cultivators, the remuneration for alchemists has risen significantly, akin to a tide lifting all boats. Array formations, and magical artifacts for various factions. The Scattered Cultivators Alliance has also been imposing an escalating number of mandatory alchemical tasks upon Qingrong, who finds herself exhausted from shuttling between the headquarters of the Alliance and Xinhua Pavilion. Hua Qinshuan, once a distinguished young artist of considerable status, he now finds himself reduced to quarreling with street ruffians. Fights among cultivators are prohibited in Danong City, and it wasn't long before the enforcers from the punishment hall arrived to disperse the brawl. This elder was none other than Elder Qian, with whom Rui Qing had exchanged a brief acquaintance. It seems he had fortuitously evaded the calamity that befell Chongnong City. To encounter an old friend in a foreign land should have been a joyous occasion. Time flew by, and soon it was the appointed hour for the duel that Hua Qianxuan had arranged. That day, Qingrong left the city early, concealing herself on a mountain peak near the duel site, allowing her to oversee the proceedings without being easily detected. 18 noon. Once all participants had gathered, the confrontation commenced. After observing for a while, Qingrong grasped the rules of their combat. Each side would send forth a participant for a series of 5 matches. In a pivotal moment when the seemingly ordinary female cultivator on Hua Qianxuan's side was on the verge of defeat, she suddenly summoned a fiery treasure gourd, instantly toppling her opponent and turning the tide of battle, swiftly securing victory. The moment the treasure gourd appeared, Qingrong recognized it as the Lingyu gourd, and the name of the combatant sprang to her mind. Iching. How could Iching be involved with Hua Qianxuan? Is Master Rongsha present as well? Is Master well? Did Iching enter this duel due to a lack of celestial crystals? Would Iching's revelation of the high-tier spiritual artifact attract unwanted attention? It appeared that Iching had matured significantly over the years. This was a side of Iching that Qingrong had never witnessed before, a transformed Iching. After concluding her fight, Iching instantaneously transported her captive to a vacant area of the battlefield, observing and waiting. Only after Hu Qianxuan and Su Zikuan had subdued the remaining 4 opponents did they claim the coveted 10,000 premium celestial crystals. In that moment, Hu Qianxuan seemed to revert to the renowned young master who once dominated the gambling arena. In an instant, Iching appeared once more as the innocent and enchanting young lady she once was. In that fleeting second, Su Zikuan transformed back into the suave and debonair young master of the gambling arena. They often resolved their disputes outside the city, engaging in either one-on-one duels or chaotic skirmishes. Beyond the duelists, there existed a group of robbers, known as the rob cultivators, who thrived on thievery. Individuals regarded as the dregs of the cultivation community, who were not inclined to linger in battle, aiming for a swift resolution. Within mere moments, the outcome was determined, and several shifty-eyed robbers lay sprawled on the ground. The laws of the Pingyao realm were stringent. They deemed the petty thugs unworthy of violating the laws of the city and staining their hands with blood, thus sparing the lives of the robbers, just as they intended to bind the robbers and escort them to the punishment hall. It would have sufficed. Instead, you forced my hand. How does my specially concocted soul-devouring powder taste? Do you feel an overwhelming ache throughout your body, with the vital energy in your meridians running amok? In an hour's time, if you do not consume the antidote, you shall perish, your vitality extinguished. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you 5 shall keep one another company, so you 1T feel so lonely. Ha ha, now all your treasures shall belong to me. With a glance, the bandit leader signaled his subordinates to search the fallen, just as one of them reached for the storage pouch at Ichang's waist. His hand was suddenly severed from his body, blood gushed from the severed limb, and the shocking turn of events caused the others to abandon their search, leaping back several paces in alarm. Meanwhile, Qingrong swiftly moved to Ichang's side, administering the antidote to the fallen. Fortunately, Qingrong had previously acquired the antidote for the soul-devouring powder at a black market auction, which proved to be a timely salvation. Having endured a harrowing experience of being robbed in his youth without the means to resist, Qingrong had decisively purchased the antidote at a high price to safeguard against such a passive predicament as today's. Once the protective formation was established, Qingrong casually unleashed a flicker of lightning, which struck the bloodied bandit still screaming in retreat, rendering him unconscious and silencing his cries. The burly bandit, sensing the threat posed by their savior. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Qianxuan had regained his composure. After casting a glance at Qingrong, he darted towards the direction the bandits had fled. Ichang had already struck up a conversation with Qingrong. Thank you for your assistance. Persistently engaging him in conversation along their journey, his excitement reminiscent of encountering a long-lost friend in a foreign land. The others, though somewhat indifferent, posed various inquiries to Qingrong, while simultaneously observing the unexpected arrival of this new figure. Hua Qianxuan and Su Zikuan hurriedly arrived at the banquet table. A lively exchange ensued. Come, let us raise a toast to our friend Qingrong. Thank you. Let us drink to this. Qingrong is the first local cultivator in Danyang City to show kindness to us outsiders. We are immensely grateful. No need for such formality. I am but a humble loose cultivator in Danyang City. Though my abilities are limited, please do not hesitate to call upon me if I can be of assistance. At that time, while Qingrong was in the midst of alchemy, he was startled by the sudden fluctuation of the pavilion's array, fearing that something unexpected had occurred, and promptly ceased the extraction of the spiritual liquid. resulting in a significant loss of high-grade spiritual herbs. Upon exiting the alchemy chamber, he discovered it was merely a sound transmission talisman. Upon opening it, Yi Qiong's voice came through. "Dear friend Qing Rong, this is Shao Qing. We are at the Four-Ring Market to purchase some items and thought to pay you a visit." Qing Rong had not anticipated their prompt arrival, forming hand seals. For they had not expected that as a loose cultivator, Qing Rong could possess such a lavish cultivation space atop the Mount Lu within the four rings of Danyang City. It was indeed an extravagant sight. Entirely unreserved, Qing Rong was well aware that this was Aki's favorite, and the plate was the largest size available, stacked high with 50 pieces of jade cake. After savoring a few delicate sips of Lingwu tea, she retrieved a chess set for Hua Qianquan and Su Ziquan to engage in a match, with Oki appointed as the referee. During their game, Qing Rong descended to the medicinal garden below, where she gathered some spiritual herbs and fruits. Before making her way to the tallest fragrant gardenia tree in the courtyard, where she unearthed the long-preserved Tao Wazue. With the arrival of her friends, it was indeed the day to unveil the Tao Wazue. Sliced a platter of spiritual fruits, and stewed a pot of spiritual lotus root, completing the breakfast spread. Before long, the dining table adjoining the observation deck was laden with an array of delectable spiritual cuisine. As the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms wafted through the entirety of Qinyuxian, Oki had already approached the table as Qing Rong began serving, and once she had poured the wine. As her words faded, Oki had already taken a sip, her starry eyes sparkling with delight. A smile blossomed on Qing Rong's face, knowing well that Aki would relish this treasured millennium-old Tao Wazui as soon as Oki finished her cup. Qing Rong promptly refilled it. After 3 consecutive cups, Oki finally paused to savor the spiritual fruits and vegetables. Beside them, Hua Qianquan and Su Ziquan, after partaking of the exquisite peach blossom drunkenness, expressed their unrestrained admiration. It is refreshingly pure. They had indeed basked in a moment of glory. Had it been only the two of them who came to visit, Qing Rong would have hesitated to present the millennium-old peach blossom drunkenness for their enjoyment. As the atmosphere grew more convivial, the trio, Hua Qianquan among them, broached their purpose. "We 3 aspire to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance and humbly seek your assistance in obtaining a recommendation. You may participate in the trials." The trio, taken aback by Qing Rong's prompt agreement, beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed friend." It became clear why they were so eager to seek her out. The population within Danyang City had surged more than 6-fold, greatly enhancing their chances of joining the alliance. Ordinary loose cultivators, lacking the protection of family or sect, found cultivation exceedingly arduous, particularly amidst the current calamities. The prospect of finding tranquility to cultivate in secluded chambers was nearly impossible. Qing Rong had been part of the Loose Cultivator Alliance for over a century, and with the rising demand for alchemists, the alliance had granted her 3 recommendation slots, while ordinary outer disciples were typically limited to 1. However, Qing Rong had spent most of her years engrossed in alchemy and cultivation, venturing outside the city no more than a handful of times, and had made few acquaintances. Thus, her recommendation slots remained untapped. It would be immensely beneficial for Yi Qi and his companions to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, allowing them to remain in Danyang City for extended periods without the need to frequently venture out in search of resources. Even Rui Qing contemplated remaining in Danyang City indefinitely, avoiding the outside world altogether. Chapter 98. The 3 joined the alliance after their initial visit. Hua Qianquan and her companions frequently paid visits to Qinyuxian. Each day, Qing Rong was dragged by Yi Qiong to the headquarters competition arena, where the stands were filled to capacity and the air buzzed with excitement. It had been quite some time since Qing Rong had witnessed such a grand-scale competition, where various loose cultivators employed all manner of techniques to secure their entry into the alliance. The display of spells and magical artifacts in the arena was nothing short of spectacular. Consequently, Hua Qianquan, Su Ziquan, and Yi Qiong breezed into the finals with relative ease. The long-anticipated finals of the Loose Cultivators Alliance finally commenced, and the atmosphere was electric. The competition was divided into 6 categories: alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, formation techniques, celestial mechanics, and combat, each responsible for recruiting outer disciples for their respective halls. The 6 finals unfolded simultaneously across 6 distinct venues. A fellow alchemist, Qing Rong chose to observe Yi Qiong's alchemy competition, resolutely declining the invitations of the other 2. Yi Qiong was determined to enter the alliance, and her choice of crafting the supreme essence cleansing pill was indeed a formidable challenge for someone at the peak of the void stage. Storing them in separate jade vials for later use. Once the spiritual liquids were purified, Yi Qiong began the process of amalgamation, systematically pouring the liquids into the alchemy furnace in a specific sequence. This intricate process demanded immense mental fortitude, as only those with considerable spiritual strength could complete it. Rui Qing was evidently a proficient golden core practitioner. Her hands moved swiftly to form seals, and the complex gestures drew the alchemical liquid together, condensing it into a spherical shape. Throughout the entire alchemical process, the furnace trembled violently, hot gases threatening to burst forth from its lid, and the nascent form of the pill could be seen tumultuously colliding within. She was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Following half an hour of meditative rest in her secluded chamber, she finally retrieved the elixirs from the alchemical furnace, placing them into the jade vials that had been meticulously prepared in advance. A total of 130 pills were successfully refined, 100 supreme cleansing elixirs and 30 superior cleansing elixirs, with not a single waste pill among them. Although Qingrong had not witnessed the competitions of the others, from the perspective of a professional alchemist, this particular session could undoubtedly be deemed a resounding success. Qingrong felt genuinely pleased and proud for Qiang, knowing that Qiang was certain to gain entry into the alchemy hall. To her delight, the other two participants, Hua Qianquan and Su Ziquan, also successfully passed the assessments of the array hall and the punishment hall, thereby securing their places within the alliance. That night, the Qinyu Pavilion was abuzz with excitement. The three were elated, especially Hua Qianquan, who, after escaping from Chongyang City, had finally earned recognition through his own abilities, establishing a foothold within Danyang City, for the first time, shedding the identity tied to his family.